go out like a flame in the lights. Feel the heat from the fire inside. We go out and take over the night. Keep it burning. We've come so far to be standing where we are. It feels so close, like we're reaching for the stars. Flame in the lights. Feel the heat from the fire inside. We go out and take over the night. Keep it burning. We've come so far to be standing where we are. It feels so close, like we're reaching for the stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most Rogue of Heels, Rogue Heel, coming to you here on Twitch and YouTube. Let's start the show. Hey, what's up, everybody? Beautiful Saturday, late afternoon here. Just enjoying some gaming, some reacting. Let me get the actual game up. Of course, you know, it is Destiny 2. The game that the actual Destiny, well, the human Destiny, despises. Mostly because of the Reddit.
This happened a few days ago.
But it is what it is. We're gonna play, we're gonna react. We got some Pop or Gut on the Nashville shooting. I got some random videos. More on more with Chud Logic. Let me see here. I got more with Chud Logic, Destiny and Mudahar. We got some more with Destiny. I'm actually not that concerned about playing him too. We can probably just like put like a picture over him and it'll be fine. And then we got President Sunday talking to Wick. We got some videos. We got some other videos. And apparently Angry Joe approves of the new Dungeons and Dragons movie. I'm actually interested. I might actually watch that.
When I was on my
next week
break, my forced vacation,
or tomorrow.
And this is about the Nashville shooting. And I've been kind of thinking about what I wanted to say about the whole topic. I've been kind of just taking in what a lot of other people were saying, and I think I'm ready to talk about it now. Part of me didn't want to talk about it because it's really heavy and intense, and it's a lot. And sometimes that could be a little, heavy, no pun intended, on me as well. But then also I realize that that's kind of selfish because I feel like this is like an important conversation to have. This is probably the only thing that I talk about that's important. Let's be real. I'm sorry for laughing, but this is a real deal. This is a real big deal.
Gun violence in America? Yeah, it is a real deal. Every other country's got the same problems we got, but
let's talk about this.
Sadness and outrage tonight after another deadly school shooting in America, this time at a Christian school in Nashville.
The suspect, identified as a 28-year-old former student, shot and killed 3 young children and 3 adults before being killed by police. Police tonight releasing surveillance video showing the shooter blasting away at the doors of the school, then getting in through the shattered glass doors. Later, we see the shooter, rifle in hand, walking into the church office before heading back out into other parts of the school complex.
KTLA 5's Mary Beth McDade is here.
Well, I mean, I'm happy that the police responded quickly and efficiently. It sounds like this person was taken out, which is what needs to happen. They need to be dead. Not to be too intense. So this is going to be a loaded topic, but gee, I don't know what kind of headspace you're in. To be honest with you, I don't know too much. My understanding is that they're not releasing the manifesto, which I don't really know why. From my understanding, and I could just be wrong, they seem to release everybody's manifesto. So I'm not entirely sure why they're not releasing theirs. If I had to guess, I would say that this was an intentional attack from a trans person onto a religious school. And the first thing is that there's never an excuse for this kind of behavior. But I wonder, because listen, I'm not a I grew up in an organized religious space. I'm Roman Catholic.
Same
I don't
here.
necessarily subscribe to the institutionalization of religion or organized religion, because I've seen it used in incorrect and inappropriate ways. But I do love God. I love the concept of God. I try to keep God in my heart. I know that sounds kind of cringe, but it's something I like to look at. It helps me become a better person. And I wonder how much the media has an impact on this. It's one of those things where it doesn't take away. Once you cross this point, it doesn't matter what systemic aspect there is. Once you kill somebody, you've no excuse. But I wonder how much of our social conversations have had this negative impact. And we're going to talk about guns as well. But here's my thing. I've seen conservative content creators and progressive content creators overly focus on this, on gay people and trans people. We have bigger deals in the world, like guns. The #1 killer of children.
Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy talk about like the fact that the shooter's trans. The fact that the shooter's trans doesn't matter. If you want to explore into what was the motivation behind the shooter, we can address those concerns, sure. But it's like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about that the fact that this person is trans, and somehow because this person is trans, they're apparently more prone to committing mass shootings. That's fucking stupid. I'm sorry, that kind of belies the point. And I understand there's a big gun culture in America, but it is the guns and the ease of access to guns. And no offense, Democrats are willing to pass like certain laws, like red flag laws, for example, which is very bare bones, but Republicans are not willing to, because the NRA and because there's some certain constituents who want like no restrictions on access to guns. I'm sorry. And unironically enough, they live in some of the safest areas in the country, the safest neighborhoods, safest counties in the country, and they own like 50 guns because they think that like the government's gonna get at them, or like BLM's gonna come in their neighborhood. It's fucking stupid, dude. I'm sorry. It's the guns, man. It's the ease of access to guns. I don't know, like, What more are you gonna do? And you're saying, oh, let's get more people with guns. You think that's gonna like help the situation? Have every teacher armed to the teeth? Let the students carry guns? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
1 through 19, a huge problem. Right, we can't even enforce our own gun laws of taking guns away from domestic abusers, which would help police officers. The only good guys, the only safe bet that they're a good guy with a gun is that they're a police officer. And police officers are flawed, but still, we can't even help the good guys with guns take the guns out of the bad guys with guns hands. And those are bigger issues, but for some reason, and it's a lot of conservatives are obsessed with LGBTQ people, and I get it, you're uncomfortable, and religion says that's a bad thing, but this isn't a religious issue. LGBTQ people, separation of church and state. And I understand the people are venting their frustrations, but I haven't heard anything from conservatives outside of gay people and trans people. And I wonder when Republicans themselves, not the Republican or conservative content creators, not Republican or conservative, government officials, when Republicans themselves are going to stand up and say, like, what the fuck is happening?
The average Dick and Jane
talking about gay people.
I'm wondering that too. Like, eventually, it has to come across some of their minds about this stuff too, and especially about guns. They can't keep thinking like you're gonna arm everybody to the teeth, that it's gonna come to like a good conclusion. You know what I mean? They have to like think about this for a second too, because there's like this there's this myth, and the data's like bearing it out too, that like if you have like a whole bunch of and it does deter, I'll be the first one to admit it, that if you have visible school resource officers and police like on these campuses, in these schools, it deters like violence against these schools too. But I talked about this for another stream too. The data that's been processed over the last couple of years has shown that doesn't really deter people from committing like shootings at these schools too, because there's so many unknowns that come into play too. Like people are like, all right, then have like more than like 1 or 2 like officers there. Okay, then you have like 5 officers there too. You think that there's enough police for them to like allocate like resources to like fully protect these schools too? Like, what's the average number of police officers in like these rural communities? Maybe for like the NYPD, but then you need the NYPD like out there, the LAPD, you need them out there patrolling. You need them in like certain like quote unquote high crime areas too. You dedicate like half a police force to like protect like these schools. There's not enough cops for that. Well, let's hire more cops. So you're gonna already reduce the requirements to become a police officer. We've seen what happens like with that too. You reduce the requirements, you have worse police officers who are then put into situations that they're not properly trained to handle, and then the outcomes from those situations are bad too. I mean, this is like a lot of common sense stuff that like you can argue against, especially with conservatives. But like they're not coming into a lot of the conservatives, like maybe the average conservative, the regular Dick and Jane, you can have like an honest like conversation with. But the problem is that like you're talking to a lot of people online, and like they're not coming into that conversation honestly, and they're trying to like put like a narrative point. Even like people in chat that come in, when I'm watching like something political like this or like Destiny, and then like they're saying, oh, the libtard stuff, like I know they're like coming in like in bad faith. You're not having like an honest to God conversation with like a person online, because they're trying to get a clip of like the soy lefty like doing the soy face and like getting mad or something like that too. Like, bro, like, come on, man. I see you. I'm not new to the internet. I might be new to streaming, but I'm not new to the internet. I've seen like people like that like coming to like random streams and like try to get like a clip so they can post it to Kiwi Farms and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like that guy yesterday too. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, I wasn't born yesterday, man. Come on. I do better than that.
It may have taken years, but Osiris seems to be rebuilding his reputation here.
Astral Horizon. I think I accidentally deleted this too. This is actually a good PvE build too. Accurized rounds. You get 100 stability. It's got stability masterwork. I think it's the last season you can get the adept version of Whistler's Whim too, or in Whistler's Whim in general, until it goes back in the rotation. Any 7-win passage. Ugh. Wish I saved. I got rid of the Exalted Truth. I got frustrated. It's alright. I got a good one for Aisha Spriggs. I didn't like Shaira's Raft. What is the... Well, let me play the video again. Sorry, I went on like a small rant, then I went on a Destiny 2 rant.
There's a school around me where I believe the principal just decided to leave the school because they weren't being gay inclusive, because there was a fucking gay flag up in the hallway or something, and they told them to take it down for some reason.
This is like a thing too. Like these teachers and like principals and like administrators, like they're leaving too. It's just like, what are you gonna do when like all of them like leave like your county or like your state? You know, we're having like a bit of an issue in the more like rural areas here in like in New York too, where they're trying to like get like things similar that's happening down like Texas and Florida, and it's like it's so repulsive to a lot of the parents too, and it's just like, and teachers are leaving too, and it's just like, you know, we're asking them not to leave, but like, bro, like I can't do my job. Like I'm afraid like I'm getting harassed by parents. Like they're fucking psychopaths. They're harassing the parents. They're sending them death threats. They're like, you basically don't want like the kids to like talk to the teachers about like any sort of personal problems that they have. Like if they're feeling trans or they think that they're gay, maybe they don't feel comfortable like at home talking to you because they hear the rhetoric that might be slung around at home. They're like, what the fuck if my mom and dad find out that like I have these feelings, and like they're not comfortable, so they can go to an independent that they trust, your teacher. You trust these teachers to teach your kids and to look after your kids like while you're at work, right? So I just like and I do blame the Republican Party and like these thought leaders in the Republican Party, because like they made it so much harder for like people to do their jobs and do it well. The critique is like, you don't think a teacher should, and I see some cringe like lefty teachers too. I'm saying cringe so much, but like these lefty teachers online who are doing like this crazy shit. I'm like, bro, like just don't do this. You're making it like harder for yourself and like every other like sensible teacher, you know, with like the pronouns and stuff like that, like to like a third grade class, and they barely understand like pronouns. Like I've always like appreciate like talking about difficult topics, like using like a ladder program. And the easiest thing is like consent, like for like just like very like young kids, like kindergartners, preschool kids too. Like each kid has like a different way like to say goodbye. Maybe like Sarah doesn't like to be hugged, but she likes a handshake. Carl is a high five guy, but like Janet doesn't mind like a hug to say goodbye too. And maybe like, I don't know, Sammy likes doing like this fancy high five, whatever, shit like that too. That's an easy way of teaching like consent to like young kids. And then like as they advance in age and in schooling, you know, you can have like deeper conversations about consent and other topics too. But it's like parents don't want to have to say, oh, you're grooming my kids. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? It's like these are easy concepts to teach kids, and like you create like a strong foundation of these topics, and as they get older they learn about these topics in more detail, and they already have like a baseline knowledge of it too. It's just like so silly. You can't have like those like intelligent conversations because some parents like freak out, and then you have like people like on Fox News and like the Daily Wire like over conflating this stuff, and then you have like these YouTubers going to like these parent teacher conferences, and they're not even parents or have kids in that district, and like they're saying all this crazy shit, and the parents are like, yeah. It's like it's like a confirmation bias. They're reconfirming what like they want to believe, but there's no stats, no statistics. There's like this pure feeling. And then you have this anti-intellectualist movement in this country too, where fuck the vaccines, fuck like the data too. Even though when you talk about the data, it's like, I want to see the data. Well, here's the data. Oh, fuck the data. This is not how it doesn't represent how I feel. It's like, what? Then why do you keep asking for the data I'm giving to? I don't trust the data. Well, who the hell do you trust? I trust Tucker Carlson. Do you think Tucker Carlson is doing all this like data research and shit, or is he just looking at like fucking poll on like 4chan and on subreddits to see like how the fucking like the base is like thinking? That Dominion suit, I've been following that Dominion suit. I really haven't been covering it on stream or putting out any videos or even TikToks about it, but like bro, they've been lying the entire time. They just been lying. That's like the easiest thing I can tell you. They've just been lying about the whole thing, and they know they've been lying about the whole thing, and it's frustrating, man. Like, it's frustrating. They know that they're lying, and they just don't give a shit, dude. They just don't give a shit. Because they're so afraid of losing their core audience to, like, Newsmax and, like whatever, like, far-right, like, quote-unquote, like, news shows out there, too. They're terrified of that. So they know that they're lying. And it's like, bro, how can you just, like, lie like that? Like, you know it's not true, but you're so afraid of, like, losing that audience. And I just don't know how, like, they can still be on the air. I hope like fucking Dominion like destroys them for over shit like that too. Whether it was January 6th, where is it continuing dumbing down of America, making people think that like you can't trust like doctors and anything. Like, don't get me wrong, Fauci fucked up early on about like keeping certain information private, lying about like the masks and things like that. I think you have to tell people the truth up front, continue to tell them the truth. Like even with like ivermectin, like he should have been very honest about the studies. So, some studies, that one study showed that like it could be effective, but it didn't specifically control for like the COVID variant. That was the biggest issue with that too. If I'm wrong about that, tell me. But like it didn't control for that too. And he says like if you want to take it, that's fine. But in my professional belief and from the data that's been presented to me so far, the vaccines are the most effective ways to do it. But if you want to take that, that's fine. But if you get sick, even if you get COVID from that too, I would highly suggest you still take the vaccine. That's what he could have said. He could have acknowledged that there was something that there's some truth to that too, but that it can be honest. He could have just been honest about that too. And because he lied, he immediately lost credit. He lost credit with the general public, at least with like the far right and like the Republican base. And it was just, it's so frustrating, man. It's so frustrating. And it's just, they don't have the skills to like do it too. And like, they just don't have the skills. And unfortunately, it was under the Trump administration too. So Trump jumped at that chance. But it was so frustrating, man. And it's just like a simple Google search. And they're online all the time, but they don't want to like do the actual research. They say they do their own research. They don't. It's the same message boards. It's the same Facebook posts, all that. It's just like one giant hug box, and I'm just so sick and tired of like being like nice. I'll let Destiny and Vosh be nice to these people, but I'm so sick and tired of being nice because it's so frustrating. Because I see it in my area too, in my own family. It's just like I don't know what to tell you anymore, man. You know, it's just like, you know, you're putting people at risk for like this behavior too. You're putting your own kids at risk too. And I don't want to like go like too personal. Like I don't like sharing like that personal, but like bad things happen, like during COVID, like during like the peak of COVID here, like involving my own family, and it's like it's fucking horrible. And like that ended like relationships too. That really did end. That was like a point. Like when you put your own, when you willfully put your own kids at risk, and everybody else is telling you, and you know you have medical professionals in the family telling you that's that you're wrong. And you put your own like family at risk at that too. I have like no tolerance of that. I really don't, and it bothers me to no end too. And that ruined relationships. That really did. That just ruined relationships. And it's just like. You cross the line that's like completely unforgivable. Willful ignorance for no reason whatsoever. When people in your own family that you've trusted, you've known for decades, not just years, just decades. You've known these people, you trusted these people, you've broken bread with these people. You know, you cry with these people, you laugh with these people, and you fucking do this dumb shit to put your own family members, your own kids in danger. Get the fuck out of here, man. You think I want to fucking know you anymore? Like that just fucking pissed me off, man.
Reason we're so obsessed with this shit.
Like I way overshare with that, but you guys get what I mean.
Doing for you, not that Democrats are much better, but the bar is on the fucking floor. You know, what about the real issues? Healthcare is still a problem, even if you're a conservative. It's still a problem. I think the welfare system is flawed. It needs to be reformed in some capacity. The rich not paying enough taxes. These aren't progressive problems. These are all of our problems, and Republicans are just not coming to the table, and instead are just fear mongering over gay shit. LGBTQ shit constantly. That's all I hear over and over again. I don't hear any policy other than like, what can we do to restrict the freedom of speech of some fucking gay guy in a dress? And like, I get it, sexualized drag shows, kids shouldn't be going there, but like, I don't care about some fucking gay dude that's basically on par with being a fucking clown reading to kids. Who cares? And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but like, is this really your priority? Banning what it comes down to, the freedom of speech of a gay guy in a dress where the parents can essentially take their kid there? That's more important than people getting shot to death in schools?
By the way, like this, like he's right on this too, and like it's bearing out in the polls too. Like people like just don't give a shit. Republicans are slowly but sure, like you're not addressing like these issues too, but like people still come out and vote for them too. They do. Because they said, well, you know, I've been voting for Republican this entire time. They have the same values, but they're not solving your problems. And I just haven't like racked my head around it too. And like, what is like the best way to reach them and say, listen, man, like these people aren't like voting for your interests. Like they're talking about all this shit that just doesn't matter. Like it's not there. And the numbers, but you don't trust the numbers too. And it's very frustrating. And my frustration grows like every day to the point about this too. And it's just like, this is right-wing media complex. It's just like bearing down on them, and it's just like reaffirming things that like they know that that's not true, but they want to believe it, and but they they feel like they can trust these people, these cultural leaders in the Republican Party and on the right. And it's frustrating, man. And I just don't know what to do about it.
I think that at the very least, like I said before,
I mean, you gotta engage with them. You can't disengage with them. Like Destiny says, like you gotta engage with them and kind of like reach them and like provide them like the opposite side, something that's sensible, something that makes sense to them too, and reach them. And like you probably agree with them on like something, so reach them on those agreements too, and try to pull them. Say, like, do you see the inconsistencies that they're telling you too? Like, why do they keep bringing up like the trans stuff? How many trans people do you think? Like Matt Walsh thinks like, I think he honestly believes there's like 3 million kids transitioning right now. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like Joe Rogan checked them right there too. And if Joe Rogan wouldn't believe him, you see all the things he says about like trans people. Why the fuck would you trust what Matt Walsh says about that too?
The guns out of the hands of domestic abusers.
The fucking bomb threat and death threats at Boston Children's Hospital. You kidding me?
Why? Like, we should get a gun license. You know, I understand that it says shall not be infringed in the fucking, you know, the Second Amendment, but it also says well regulated. And hot take, none of our rights are supposed to be infringed. Okay, just because it says that specifically in there doesn't mean we can't look at it. But well regulated. We're at a, like. I want us to have guns as a society. I think it gives us the ability to stand up against a tyrannical government if it ever came to that. But fuck, these kids have. I mean, I'm reading it here, and they were in possession of an AR-15 rifle, right? AR-15 military rifle, and a bunch of other pistols. And I'm not I'm not a big gun guy. I'm not gonna lie. And I know every time we say AR, it's like, oh, I bet you think that stands for assault rifle. Well, you know what I think it stands for? 3 dead children and 3 dead teachers. Who gives a fuck about the semantics of an assault rifle? Who cares what an AR means?
Your runner has
Who cares? It's just like, can we get to something that matters? And the anti-LGBTQ shit is obviously riling up somebody that has, look at it, it looks like they have care for an emotional disorder. They have a mental issue. And I'm not even tying that to them being trans. There's clearly some, if you have the ability to pick up a gun and shoot people to death, there's a fucking problem. And absolutely, I've seen conservatives say, well, we need to focus on mental health. Sure. We do. But if there's a guy in my house and he's got a mental issue and he has a knife, the first thing I'm going to do is disarm him from the, I'm going to take the knife away before I deal with his mental health problem. And that's what we need to do. We shouldn't take guns away, but holy fuck. I mean, I imagine that at least some of these shootings would stop if we just had better conversations about how to monitor guns. No? Taking away these like really high capacity, very powerful firearms would help.
ready. Take it.
Having better background checks would help. Red flag laws, the ability to enforce them would help.
Your runner.
Having some kind of gun license. When we implemented driver's licenses, drastically less people died. It's not a hot take. Other countries have them completely banned, which I don't believe in, but their countries are doing fine. They still have knife violence, and this, yeah, you're right, but overall they have less violence. And you know what? A lot of people will be like, well, you know, Papa Gut, New York has a lot of gun death, and they made guns illegal. They have a lot of gun violence. Oh, look at that. You know that like 3/4 of the gun violence in New York, like of gun crime in New York, comes from guns that weren't obtained in New York, right? Like, you're like, oh, I can't get a gun in New York. What do? You just go to the next state. Like, it's true. You have to understand that it all ties in together. You know,
they never bring that up too. That's the truth.
It's time for us.
Same thing in like Chicago. They go a county over into Indiana.
And then, frankly, you know, you have some more progressive content creators who are talking about how this is like a fucking trans genocide that we're experiencing.
Stop the enemy runner.
We're riling people up. I don't think that things now are any worse than they've ever been.
Vortex grenade.
A little bit better. There are definitely problems, especially with wealth inequality. But fuck, I think the biggest problem is that it's always in our face. You want to know why we have a more mentally, like, we'll say, unbalanced society nowadays? Social media. Social media. People are constantly on their computer. There's so much information hitting you every day. You're seeing the worst of the world every single day. To the point where you're like, you don't do anything without anxiety, and I think we've all been there. I'm not gonna lie. Me too. I've been there. Sometimes you're like, damn, everything's fucked. You know, when I was in Pennsylvania with my wife, there was, I think, a factory fire where people died, and we were supposed to visit some other factory, and I was like, I just don't want to go, right? That's not really logical, because nothing would even happen there. Then nothing did happen. We didn't go. But like, we're having so much negative information blasted into our heads every single day, every day, over and over and over and over and over, and it makes you think that the world is coming to a fucking end, and there's no such thing as discourse anymore. You know? So
give me 1 second, everybody.
I feel like the conversation, whether you agree with me about the specifics of what I'm saying about guns, I think it's time for people to come to the table with these conversations in decent, constructive ways about chilling the fuck out, not fear-mongering, getting our shit together when it comes to regulating guns, getting guns out of the hands of domestic abusers. And I don't think this person was a domestic abuser, but it will definitely protect, especially a lot of women and children in their own homes. Just come to the table. If you're a conservative and you don't like an idea progressive pushes, come up with your own fucking idea, right? Like, we're talking about student loan debt. Oh, you know, we go to, you know, what does Biden want to do? He just wants to, like, erase it. Okay, I get that, but does that solve the fucking problem of school being too expensive? No, probably not. Does that solve the problem of us forcing and pushing all of our kids into school, into college, even if that's not right for them? No. If it was me, I'd do something like a 10 for 10 program, where I would be like, you pay 10% of your wages for 10 years, and then you're absolved of debt, whether you pay it off or not. And then I would get school costs down. And the way you do that is you regulate government subsidies of schools. Schools charge whatever they want, and then the government still will still fucking subsidize it. So instead, say you can charge what you want, but if you don't keep, especially administrative costs, where that's where most of the increases go, if you don't get your administrative costs in line, we're not going to give you money. Boom, they're going to lower their costs. They're going to get their shit together. Let's worry about, like, why does a TI-83 calculator cost $150 when you could, it's literally just a feature on your iPhone at this point that should cost you $3. The plastic isn't $150. Why do you need a new pair of books every year that just jumbles around a couple of chapters? I know I'm going off on a little bit of tangent, but, you know, so I'm saying implement a 10 for 10 and then deal with the problem at the core. This is what I'm saying. That if you're going to stop, it's frustrating when conservatives just say no to everything and they don't come up with their own fucking plan. That's all I'm saying. And this is where we're at. And I'm sorry for ranting, but we have so many real problems in the world. And to sit here and fearmonger about LGBTQ people, and to be frank, to be absolutely real here, okay? The conversation about, oh, trans men aren't real men, trans women aren't real women. You know, not for nothing, but when you have conservative content creators like Ben Shapiro, whose only time they commentate on Andrew Tate is when Andrew Tate says they might fuck a trans woman, rather than doing commentary on the fact that Andrew Tate openly admitted to sex trafficking women in his own words. When Ben talks about just the trans part of it and doesn't care about the rest, who are you to even weigh in on what a real man or a woman is? If you can't stand up against worthless piece of shit men who admit to sex trafficking through their own words, then how can you stand up to trans people? Who the fuck are you to say what a real man is if you can't even call out fucking pathetic men? Because Andrew Tate's not a man. You sex traffic women, you abuse women, you get them to fall in love with you, and then you manipulate them, you steal money from them, you make it so that they can't leave unless they're so fucking enthralled in love with you that you know they'll come back. It's abusive. That's not a real man. And then you're gonna sit here and you're gonna cry about fucking trans men? I feel like let's solve the problem of our fucking morally dysfunctional society, and gay people aren't part of it. It's when conservative men who pretend to care about what a real man and a real woman is don't give a fuck when they see bad behavior from real men or from people like Andrew Tate. And it's just a fact. It's just where we are. And you'll be like, well, they do call that stuff out. They vaguely call it out, and they explicitly will go after trans people over and over again. I'm tired of, who cares? Listen, first, who cares if Dylan Mulvaney's a woman? But if you don't think so, who cares? Is that really the number one thing that's on your fucking mind? Is that what you want to see every day from fucking Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh? Is, well, Dylan Mulvaney.
I know, right? Like, it's like the dumbest thing too. They like, it's just like this weird, like, it's like this fear, like, I really think they just don't understand it too. But like, let me ask you something. In the whatever booty county you live in, how many trans people and gay people do you think live there? Do you think they live in the more like liberal, democratically controlled cities? Come on, man. Like there's this like weird fear that like they're gonna like take over and like take you kids and shit like that. It's just like, is that like the thing that you're really worried about? You're in the middle of Montana. You think there's a lot of trans and gay people in the middle of fucking Montana? Come on, man. Like fucking use your head. Like they fearmonger about things that don't matter. That not only do they like not like matter, but like it just doesn't affect you. It really doesn't.
Fucking theater nerd again and did something.
You know what affects you? The fucking clinics that around you that shut down, where you have to go even further to get health care too. The fact that like there's no jobs in your area too, and you're struggling to put food on the table. The fact that those jobs that Donald Trump said that he saved eventually left and went to China. The fact that you have no teachers there anymore because they're afraid of going to fucking jail. Because like a kid tells them, that asks them like, you know, how do you know if you're gay or not too? They can't teach them anything too. So the teacher says like, say fuck this, like I don't want to go to fucking jail. Same thing with the doctors too. They provide even the slightest bit of like reproductive health care to women, but they can get a felony. So they decide to up and leave. You think that like, I'm telling you, these Republican states too, the people in there, they need to like wisen up. Like you have to start seeing like the bigger picture. This is scaring people that you need to survive. Doctors, teachers, people like young people there, they're gonna start leaving too. The minute they hit 18, they're like, sorry mom and dad, I'm getting out of here. There ain't no jobs here. This small town, ain't no jobs here, ain't no life here. I'm out. They're gonna go to the big cities, they're gonna move to the democratically controlled states and like, hey, life's a lot better here. I may not agree with everything here, but life's better. And guess what? They're gonna learn that trans people, gay people, regular ass people like everybody else, the crazy people you see online, that does not reflect the vast majority of people who live a regular life. Okay? I'm sorry. And they're going to get massive brain drain. It's going to be an economic depression in those southern states. And all those people, all those doctors, teachers that you need, they're going to be uprooted again. They're going to be gone, man. And your life that's already hard is going to get harder. And you're slowly but surely seeing it too. But no, trust Tucker Carlson. It's the trans people. It's the gay people. It's like the fucking Democrats.
Cringy. Wow, that's priority news for you?
So sick and tired of that.
You know what I'm saying? Everything's just all over the fucking place. So, sorry, let's continue this video.
Here in studio with new details and that video. MB.
Sharon Micah, as the city of Nashville comes together tonight to remember the 6 victims, police released video of the gunman inside the school searching for victims. The deadly attack lasted 14 minutes before police killed the shooter.
That's terrible.
Police just released dramatic video of 28-year-old Audrey Hale shooting out a door at the Covenant School in Nashville and then entering the private Christian elementary school where police say Hale killed 3 students ages 8 and 9. One was the church pastor's daughter. And
Jesus.
3 adults, a custodian, a substitute teacher, and the school's headmistress, 60-year-old Catherine Kuntz.
Thoughts and prayers go out to the family.
Nashville police say Hale, who identified as transgender, arrived in a Honda Fit around 10:15, entered the grade school armed with 2 semi-automatic rifles and a handgun. They say Hale made it from the first floor to the second floor, firing multiple times.
It was the first about 8 or 10 shots were very loud. I don't know what, very loud. And then there was some after that, like almost it was a different gun that weren't as loud.
Young students were seen holding hands, escaping from the school.
I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of the building.
Police say as officers arrived, Hale shot at them from a second floor window. But police didn't hesitate and entered the school.
Well, at least they did that right. Instead of the last shooting where kids probably more died than needed to. None should be dying, but what happened in Texas? At least the police officers did the right thing and actually put their lives on the line. That's your job. No,
fuck.
There's obviously
I was going for the fucking charge melee.
But you signed up to die. The kids didn't sign up to die. Teachers didn't sign up to die. You're getting paid to die over a teacher or a student. And I don't say that lightly, like, haha.
Oh, well, I'm not playing well at all.
I don't. But like that's the risk that you take when you sign up for that job, and like you should be acting like it. You have training to deal with these crisis situations, and like respect the police for doing their job. I do.
Shit.
I appreciate that.
That was like a 3-tap.
You know, you should be ready.
So
for
we're talking about like the 2
And,
taps.
You know, if somebody's sitting here like, I think we should put armed security guards in schools. Maybe. I don't know, bro. We just need to do something.
Zone B lost.
We need to figure out something. We needed to start talking about it. Because that's the problem. The only people who are talking about it are fucking progressives. Conservatives aren't really talking about it. At least not mainstream ones.
Zone A.
Like, let's go to the table with like a real idea. Have a real conversation instead of these bullshit fucking political jerk-off sessions. You know, you have some fucking Chinese guy come in talking about TikTok the other day because this could be a threat to national security. Is this not? Like, children dying? Are our own children getting murdered? Is that not like a threat to some kind of security? Right? People can't even feel safe sending their children to school.
I think I prefer like the other one.
That needs to be addressed. You need some jerking
Yeah,
around.
that time to kill is like too long.
If you have time to sit down with some fucking idiot from TikTok, you have time to sit down with somebody across the aisle to figure out what the fuck you're gonna do. Jesus Christ.
Entered the first story of the school, began clearing it. They heard shots coming from the second level. They immediately went to the gunfire.
Officers found the shooter on the second floor, engaged in gunfire, and fatally shot Hale. Police tell us these are the 2 officers that ran toward the gunfire and killed the
I don't know if he was camping there or not.
They say the shooter, a former student.
Oh, he's from Singapore? Well, dude, TikTok is a Chinese company. I'm sorry that he's from Singapore. Okay, my bad. I don't mean to be some kind of phobic. I just meant I figured it was a Chinese guy since TikTok is based in China. So my bad.
Had maps of the school and had surveilled entry points.
We have a manifesto. We have some writings that we're doing over.
Oh, Forerunner.
The actual incident. We have a map drawn out of how this was all done.
Monday night, many teary-eyed residents came together to pray for the victims and their families.
I have 4 grandkids here.
Oh, the 2-tap.
I mean, I can be thankful, but I am so sad for these parents and kids.
The Nashville police chief says that Hale had planned out an attack on another school.
Yeah,
but
now we're
decided
probably
not
gonna
to
lose
attack
this
there
one.
after believing that there was just too much security. That's going to do it for me here in studio. Mary Beth McDade, Sheriff, some back.
Yeah, man, it's just sad. And I just wonder how many kids need to die before we start having real serious conversations about this.
I want Papa Gut to pee on my face, but just as a friend. Nothing weird about that. I want him to pee on my face.
Oh, fucking Hammer Soul. Hold on. We're gonna have to. That one, I don't think I can actually play that. I don't want to like risk my Twitch channel. Fuck, I'm stupid. I am not like paying attention at all. I'm not really feeling this gun. Like, especially here. I think I gotta switch out to the Immortal. Oh, he's got me. Fuck. Fuck. I know I can 2-tap with this. So he just ulted, so he should be the Immortal. Yeah. No. These, like, what I have on right now is not good whatsoever. Damn, man. I cannot, I'm sorry. I cannot use this,
this loss and fight again. No, not this time. Controlling those zones is the only path to victory.
Just taken to a massive extreme.
But it's like what you said earlier. It's like that minority is what like incites that fat phobic belief, right? Like, all fat people are just degenerate losers. When it's like that's not even close to what it is, right? Like,
and you're connected to global populations on the internet. If a minority of your coworkers are assholes, it's like 1 or 2. But if a minority of a whole group on the internet is an asshole, that could be like 1 million people, or 10 million people.
Yeah. So no matter what group you're attacking.
All bets are off as far as I'm concerned. Battery is bad. Soy nod me if you want. People act like, oh my god, yeah, it's so bait. No, it's fucking not. It's not based at all. Yes, I'm using transphobic terms. I'm sick of this shit. I remember the days when like Marley Yiannopoulos was a controversial figure. Nah, this is bullshit. Farflight, this is bullshit. I hate this cope that I see all the time.
I'm wondering if I can take that.
Gonna cover the new Destiny.
Because I don't even know if like Big Papa Fascist is banned off. I don't think he is. On Twitch, Destiny, I just don't know.
Schizoed out because someone posted a photo of his location, saying I'll give you money if you go and chuck an egg, which is obviously battery.
Oh yeah, dude, don't do that because somebody actually probably and it probably won't be an egg, probably like a fucking rock or something. That's not cool, dude. Like especially when it's like creepy too. Like when you like take pictures of like someone and like he posted online, it's like, hey, he's over here on this campus too, and he was talking about it with his community too. He's doing like the Steven Crowder thing, but like for like the liberal progressive side. It's just cringy, man. And it's just like, because there's people online who like don't like the guy, like legitimately don't like the guy and wish the guy death, and it's just it's not funny. It's really not funny. So 450, this honestly is better than this in my opinion. Like the range, stability, the impact. Like the only difference is it's a lightweight. And this is an aggressive burst. I think it's just, maybe it's not working for like that, but I'm not liking it. And I can't use the bow and arrow for this too. It's just, I'm sorry, I can't. So I'm just not good enough with it. So I think what I'll do is I'll get the Immortal, and I definitely need like a fusion rifle. This is actually really good. Rapid fire frame, triple tap, 4th time's a charm, constantly getting. So I can consistently get like 3 rounds consistently with the stability masterwork too. Almost. I can grab this, and then I can grab, what's the other one? This is Autumn Wind. Didn't I just dump that off? Yeah, here it is. Lightweight, rangefinder, kill clip. I tell you the truth, I just don't like it because it's the reload, and if there's like multiple enemies around you, they'll just get you. That's the only thing I just don't like. I just don't like kill clip. Maybe in PvE, PvP, I just don't like it. I forgot I got this. Ugh, the range is horrible, man. I need a rangefinder on this thing. I wish I fucking bought that pack when it was available too, when I first started playing. And what's this? Rapid fire frames? Yeah. Honestly, like this, the aggressive burst and the rapid fire frames, like I dig them. Okay. No. Where was it? What was I looking for again? Beloved? No. I was looking for the fusion rifle. This and a fusion rifle. I do want to get this. The harsh language. Field tested. There's another one too. It's this one. This one was, what was it? 65, 31, 45. Okay, go ahead. We'll just go ahead and play this again.
Did the LinkedIn, which was probably excessive, but nonetheless, I think that if you're going to go online and
I will say that I think his I understand why Destiny responded the way he responded, because that's like fucking nuts, dude. There's like people who want to like kill him, legitimately want to kill him, and I feel like you're like giving people like free reign to like do that. I think that's like way beyond the pale, you know, for what you did. And I think that goes like way too far. So I understand his response. I don't think it was the appropriate. I don't think that would have been the appropriate response. I would have with his contacts. I would have contacted Twitter. This person texted my location, told someone to commit a battery against me. Their account should be permanently taken down. And then I would have found out where she lived, talked to my lawyer, and said if I can get some sort of restraining order or have a criminal complaint filed against her. To be honest with you, that sounds soy, but like there should be like real world consequences to like doing like what that person did. I don't think like doing like something like that too in response. I understand like the response, but I don't think that would have been the best response in this case too, because you kind of posted this person's like LinkedIn profile to so then other people would then probably would have done the same thing that would have happened to Destiny, and I don't think that would have been, you know, the right response too, because then he could have been, because if something did happen to that person and upon like a further investigation, the police looked into it and they said, well, they did it because of like what you posted, he could be held criminally liable, especially if the person was like, you know, killed.
Advocate for a literal crime. I don't know, I don't have much sympathy for you, you know, like, why would you do that on your real name? That's fucking insane.
Grilla Spilloofs became a member.
Yeah, I mean, look, posting the LinkedIn is unnecessary, right? If you feel your life is in threat, you should probably contact the police rather than do like some sort of quasi-vigilante justice. So posting the LinkedIn is unnecessary in my opinion. But then I also think like, why, you know, this person, it's not like they're just saying, oh, you know, like posting a picture of someone's exact location and saying, I'll give you money to go and commit battery. Yeah, that's pretty fucking dumb. That's pretty fucking dumb. Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, I generally have got a policy where I don't like, you know, generally I don't like contacting people's work and stuff like that. It's only if like crime is involved that I think it may be worth contacting someone's place of work. This is probably right on the line because it's not actually, I don't know if a crime has been committed. Is it a call to violence? I just, you know, I just think if you're gonna fucking advocate for someone to commit battery against someone, all bets are off as far as I'm concerned. Especially if you're doing it on an account that's linked to your real details. What a fucking retarded thing to do. How do you feel about people saying it was a joke so it doesn't matter? I mean, that's dumb. I don't think...
That's dumb, yeah.
What annoys me sometimes is Destiny will do something that is clearly, like, clearly he's not doing... Like, after the fact, there'll be some...
Hold on. Let me see if... Is he actually showing up? Does he actually, like, show up in the clip? There's Mr. Girl at the end. Yeah, no, I don't want to risk it. I mean, I can delete the VOD afterwards. I'm small enough to where like people are not going to care.
And your enemies will burn.
But yeah, I'll start the video up after this game. Enjoy like this nice gameplay, guys. So they're going to be here. The The reload speed on this is fucking horrendous.
The spark has arrived.
Fuck, I should have just...
Enemy has the spark.
That was so dumb. Dude, he's...
Runner approaching the rift.
Oh, he's gonna get it too.
Enemy runner igniting your rift.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really challenged him. Everyone went straight to the center.
Charging the spark. Spark ready. Take it. Enemy runner active. Stop them. Enemy runner stop. 2 for 1. Your runner has the spark. What can stop you if you fight together? Nothing. Runner down. Runner out. Push forward. This stops your spark runner.
Oh, fuck. Take him down, take him down. Alright, so this... Where we're going immortal.
Enemy runner active. Stop them. Enemy runner is down. Stop the enemy runner. Enemy runner neutralized. Runner out. Push forward. Your runner moving in. Your team ignited the rift.
Nice, boys. Good job, good job. Ah, couldn't get a double there. Sorry.
Spark charging. Five minutes. Plenty of time to fight. Spark ready. Take it. Enemy has the spark. Stop them. Enemy runner stop. Enemy runner neutralized. Runner out. Push forward. They've stopped your spark runner. Your runner has the spark. Your runner is advancing. Your team ignited the rift.
Good job. Bro, we got this shit, man. Going sweaty gamer lord now. They're like, oh shit, like they're actually being serious now. Just give me your head. Give me your fuck. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Fought like a titan of the first pillar. Your runner has the spark. runner is advancing. Your team ignited the rift.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of think this is it right here because I'm getting with this Aisha's Embrace.
3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong. Spark charging. Fire team that fights together stays together. The spark has arrived. Runner out. Push forward.
Oh, fuck.
Your team ignited the rift.
There you go, boys.
I've seen enough. I'm calling this one.
Good shit. Good shit, boys.
Like post hoc rationalization of, oh no, you don't understand, it was like a very well thought out tactical move. No, he's just pissed off. He's just pissed off and lashing out. It literally
I didn't really do much that match.
It really is that simple. You know, you don't need to.
I think it was him. It was like one of the hunters.
He's pissed off about something. He's lashing out about it. You know, I don't think there's any good reason you could argue, because the thing is, when you start posting the LinkedIn, although yes, they're an idiot for linking it to their details. All bets are off from that perspective too, because who knows what the fuck might happen off the back of that.
Became a member.
But I find it difficult to have much sympathy for the person, because they're a fucking retard. Yeah, I don't know. That's my rough take on it. I mean, I knew that people would probably want my take, so there it is. There's not really much more to say other than that. I believe the tweet has been deleted now, so... Yeah, I mean, clearly the person that did it, I don't think they're like a malicious fucking criminal that deserves to have their life ruined. They were clearly made a very grave error, and they shouldn't have their life destroyed over it. I agree with that. But yeah, I just, you know, I just think it's the stupidest. I just cannot imagine doing something like that. That's insane. Will this be streamed on Andrew's channel? We're watching Andrew's stream of it. It's already been done. They should be dropped into a wood chipper. I mean, I don't know about that. Oh, sorry. Wait a second.
Judge
the
chat.
joke thing. I thought you mean if Destiny was joking. I don't think Destiny was joking. I mean the woman joking. That's just retarded. Like, yeah, sure, you can joke about a lot of things that could lead to a bad outcome. And the other thing too is there is obviously like a history of like lefties and Antifa types disrupting and being violent at these kind of political events. So there is kind of a precedent, I think, there for people to come and engage in violent acts. And sometimes people have been really fucking hurt at these events. So yeah, I don't know. I just, that's my rough take on it. I think that people are gonna soy out excessively. There's definitely an element of excessive reaction that you can criticize in Destiny. Sure. I just think that these kind of like calls for violence and shit at these kind of events are just so retarded and pointless. Based, Predator, based. Throw ego violent murder. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, people will downplay it. The same happened with the milkshake stuff, honestly.
That's true.
The same happened with the milkshake stuff. The milkshake stuff was, it was a fun meme at the time. I even indulged in some of the memes. But we shouldn't be pushing or advocating or defending any form of violent attack at a protest. And as much as people will downplay it as just an egg, that's battery. That's still battery at the end of the day. There wasn't there wasn't concrete in the milkshake. That was a lie perpetuated by the rightoids. But milkshakes, just chucking a milkshake on someone is fucking retarded. Yeah, I just think it's a very dangerous game you start to play where it's like, well, it's just an egg. Yeah, sure, it's a fun meme until someone gets some shell in their eye. No, as in, you know, who the fuck knows? I was watching it go down last night, and yeah, I do
Or they have
understand
lead from
some
gold.
of the criticisms, certainly. But I think the criticism should be rooted in the kind of aggressive and unnecessary like reaction of posting the LinkedIn or something like that. But being angry about it or wanting to do something about it isn't necessarily a bad thing in and of itself. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that the kind of doxing thing, like, that's a tough one because it's like it's a LinkedIn profile that's linked to the name that you've got on your Twitter. Is that doxing? If you know, I've got a LinkedIn profile under Chud Logic. Is that doxing to show that? If you type in Chud Logic LinkedIn, is that doxing? Obviously, it's a kind of a meme. It's kind of a meme account, but my point is like.
But does it like is it when you like that's a meme account, but like when it was like their LinkedIn profile, is that like their professional account? Are they like a streamer, or are they just like a regular person and they just don't like Destiny? You know what I mean? That's sort of like the thing that I'm like thinking about.
Destiny to post to LinkedIn, that was unnecessary. But I just think that it's, you know, if you're, the biggest issue for the person is like, why are you posting these kind of things on an account that's so closely linked with real life stuff? What people who call it doxing misses is that it doesn't need a title to be condemnable. Yeah, sure, I agree with that. Anyway, I don't know, that's my rough take on it all. Any questions? Any disagreements?
Okay, now I think that I'm gonna have to hold on. That's the thing. I just don't. I don't think Big Pop Fascist or Andrew Wilson or whatever is whatever he wants to call himself is banned off of Twitch. But I just don't know. That's the only thing. So I'll get rid of this. I'll let the video play, but like. I just don't want to like risk my Twitch channel. Small streamer still, but like
I've lost
don't want to risk it.
For a lot of the lefty violent shit, I'm really now just like it's got to be stopped, man. It's mental.
It makes us all look bad too, by the way.
Remember in 2016, 2015 when it was rife, it was like really bad, and you'd have like people go to talk at a school. It's not as bad as it used to be, I don't think. But you'd have people that would go to a school and they'd be like protesting and shit outside, and the event would get shut down. But yeah, I heard on the grapevine apparently, or someone posted something somewhere. Apparently someone had some event got disrupted or something. So I don't know what that was about. Have you seen what goes on at Let Women Speak events? Yeah. Look, listen. Guys, I'm sorry to tell you, right? I'm sorry to the fucking trans TRAs, trans rights advocates, whatever the fuck they are, right? Battery is bad. Soy nod me if you want, okay? But having a society where, you know, someone can come up to you and throw a fluid on you for speaking your opinion is bad, and we shouldn't be permissive of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, people act like, oh my god, yeah, it's so based. No, it's fucking not. It's not based at all, you know? And it's the ontologically evil meme, because what do you think would happen if a trans person was advocating for their trans rights and someone came up and chucked tomato juice over them or whatever? Like, they'd freak the fuck out and they'd go on about how it's part of the fucking trans genocide and shit. It's like, you know, you need to apply the same logic in reverse. Yeah. I appreciate that you don't like what they're saying, and some of it is really fucking egregious, but the response to that isn't to go and fucking jump, you know, what was the name of the Posey Parker or something? Like, this shit is fucking nuts, and people just cheer it on. I mean, you know, this is good. They got charged with assault. Good. Fuck them. Good. Good. I'm glad they got charged with assault. It's fucked. I don't even fucking like Posey Parker. She's a retard, but it doesn't matter. It's not just fucked, it's cringe. I mean, you know, like I say, the problem is the precedent you start to set when you make it permissible for people to be assaulted because they're speaking their views. I used to hate about LSF, probably. Let's have a look and see. Can we watch the assault? Posey Parker tomato juice. Here we go.
Yeah, this should be fine to watch.
Jesus, man, that is fucked. This security guy kind of fucked up, didn't he? Look. Was looking over there. Should have been looking over there. Oops.
Doesn't make any lefty look good at all. I'm not even like that familiar with like Posey Parker either. It just doesn't make us look good, you know? Person gets arrested.
Also, what does this achieve, man? Like, you're literally just handing a fucking dub to the other side when you do shit like this. There's no upside to this. There's no positive. Positive is that it's funny. Yeah, it's funny because it's happening to someone you don't like. If it was a trans advocate or something, you'd be fucking crying and pissing your pants about it. That's my problem. You know, it's the fucking classic. There's no such thing as bad strategy, only bad targets. Or bad tactics. The positive, it drews people's eyes to the situation. Anyone that isn't already got the fucking TRA brain rot, okay, and yes, I'm using transphobic terms, so I'm sick of this shit, okay? Unless you got the fucking TRA brain rot already, you are gonna look at this and go, this is bad, right? Any fucking normie is gonna watch this and not be fucking enamored to your side one iota at all. You're fucking delusional.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I agree with Chuck. This doesn't look good at all. Most people don't even know, like, who this Posey Parker is. I was doing trials right now.
If you're watching this and you think like a normie who is like, you know, agnostic on the trans stuff, right? If you think they're going to watch this and just think anything other than, holy shit, these people are insane, I can't believe that person got fucking shit thrown over them, you're fucking delusional. You're literally retarded, okay? You're literally worse than a fucking Nazi as far as I'm concerned. Okay, Dylan, here's a challenge for you, okay? Come up with another fucking hypothetical that doesn't involve literal Nazis. Can you do that for me? Is that possible? Yeah, you're delusional. If you're looking at that and you're thinking anything other than Jesus, man, that was a very bad optical error. Why the fuck did they do that? You're a literal retard. Don't know what to tell you. Yes, I'm still on Twitch. I'll be there. I'll be live there tomorrow, in fact. So yeah, listen. Hot take. I do not support assault or battery for someone expressing their perspectives. God, where the fuck did the soys come from in my chat today? Where's all the righties? I'm having to time them out for the slurs. Yes, eggs as well. Any battery, just battery. Flat out battery is bad.
Whatever he does to you is your fault. Are you following the his doxing situation on Twitter right now? Have you seen any of that?
Well, I just saw something about it.
Yeah.
I don't have all the details just yet, but it looked like it was something along the lines of somebody was threatening him, so he doxed their information.
Somebody said, I will pay a heinous amount of money to someone for someone to throw an egg at him, and then took a picture of him with his location on the campus that he's on.
Who's the person?
A random student.
Why? What was the motivation behind it?
They think he's a bad person, probably.
Oh, gotcha.
He's doing like an event on their campus. You know how college students get when you're a controversial figure and you do an event on their campus. I think she was just kind of doing that thing.
Control.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't have the.
I remember the days when like Marley Yiannopoulos was a controversial figure. Ben Shapiro was a controversial
All about
figure.
Max, man.
But now a fucking sock dem lib type guy is now a controversial figure apparently. It's fucking insane.
Details on it just yet, but I did see something about it, you know.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kind of dive into this stuff this evening. First thing I wanted to get into is
Richard Spencer. He was the one that was the bad guy that needed violence committed against him, but now he's a 5 foot tall.
Oh, he got me with a fusion grenade.
Incorrectly on my end, I want to be completely upfront with what I think. So first and foremost, I don't have any problems with Destiny. I don't have any love. Zone advantage is yours. He's like a nobody from my end. In other words, I don't have a lot of engagement with him. He's not somebody that all around I care that much about particularly, right? I've engaged with him in debates, things like that. I've always enjoyed the back and forth, but other than that, I don't have any ill will towards him. But I'm also not beholden to him, so I don't give a shit what he thinks about anything. I don't care what these people think about anything, right? So I'll just have whatever the conversation is that I want to have.
Nah, this is bullshit, Fuck. Like, this is bullshit. I hate this code that I see all the time. Or we intentionally stirred it up, right? Intentionally stirred it up with what? A sign saying Nazi should be on campus. Okay. Nah, that's bullshit. At no point should that sign result in any violence or even like a call to violence. That's fucking wild. That's insane to me. Oh well, you're stirring it up by doing the most fucking nothing thing you can imagine.
And tonight we're going to dive into some of these things.
It's provocative to provoke a conversation, maybe a terse conversation, maybe a disagreeable conversation, right? It's not provocative if you're provoked to the point where you think that like committing an act of violence is something that you should do, or you should say that someone should do.
Oh.
The other thing as well that people are like, oh, they're just joking. Like, I think it's pretty feasible that someone off the back of that might get some eggs and go and throw them at him, right? Don't you think that's like a feasible thing that might happen? Anyway, listen, I've already spoken about it. I don't want to cover it again. I'm just, you know, just saying.
Very long.
What if you had some Nazis there zig heiling? No, no, I don't care if Nazis are fucking zig heiling in the street. At no point should violence be engaged against them. Never, never. The only time it might possibly be, reasonable to, at the very least, ask them to move along or use some level of force to get them to move, if it was outside a synagogue or something like that, right? If it was outside a synagogue, maybe at that point, some low level of pushing them along in some way might be acceptable. Okay, Gandhi. Okay, you're fucking lost in the sauce if you think that's a Gandhi take.
How did you expect the interview with Max to go? And did the actual interview meet those expectations? Like, coming into it, what did you think would happen versus what actually happened?
I maintain, I think the same thing happened.
Okay. Now I can, we moved on. I can put this on.
Everywhere. So he was falling flat in his face before he encountered friends. Which is like, definitely sad. I feel like I was softballing.
God damn it, man.
I don't know what I expected, but not that.
It was interesting because you asked many of the questions that I asked him, and you got very, very similar reactions, which was telling, because if anyone... People can accuse me of being a Destiny worker. They're wrong, but I've never gone really hard against Destiny or anything like that.
I think he's correct that you have... There's a conceivable financial doors open, yada yada yada. What I said.
I'll profit off of Destiny, no problem, but like,
even if that's the case, even if you were intending to trap.
Even this is like low for me.
There was nothing to go off of that to justify that inferential. You've accepted the bare fact that you can potentially in the future benefit from being in these races, and even that's not a given. Definitely not in the long term.
It's Sunday.
Logic had a similar trajectory as you. He used to do more or less this. He's perfectly willing to criticize Destiny on the regular. He did even in his coverage of my interview with Max.
People keep saying this, right? This financial incentive, and I understand it.
Fuck.
But like looking at my numbers, my Mr. Girl content has outperformed my Destiny content by order of magnitude. Like I've had both on my show before. Before this, when I did an interview, or I moderated a discussion between Brianna Wu and Mr. Girl. That had 3 times the views of our panel with Destiny, the one with with you, Katie, Brianna Wu and Destiny. That got about, on my end, that got about 15,000 views. But the Mr. Girl Brianna Wu got 45,000. So again, if I had any financial incentive here, it was to keep Mr. Girl coming back.
Well, just getting down to brass tacks, I think we both know it's a different competition. So yeah, true. Like this particular event is more into growth and
fuck.
Sort of like normal. Oh, Destiny's here.
Yeah, the time to kill. Shit, man. I'm not getting it with
There
this.
are different kinds of benefits. The benefit I think he perceives.
Not on this.
You having a regular flow.
It's all about like the different guns.
That he can provide you, and he can network with other people, and the fact that your network means other people are more likely to want to talk to you more generally. I think with respect to the Mr. Girl stuff, that's still technically Destiny content. This is you're building off of somebody who's had a very, whatever else you want to say about the end product, he's been very successful in drumming up anticipation for this big thing, whether it's going to be a colossal failure, which it was, or whether it's maybe he's actually got something. So I mean, like, again, like I don't think his perception that people have a vested interest in a particular outcome of the conversation is off. But I think the terror of that and the strange sense he seems to have that he can outmaneuver people like 5 steps ahead in every single interaction, regardless of how well he knows
I did
them
poop
or
in this game, man.
what's actually at play.
Yeah, I was at the bottom.
He just
Look at that
self-sabotaged.
shit.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because again, I wish I could have gotten to understand a little bit better, right? What he thought were the smoking guns, or not, I know he said there's not any smoking guns, but like, I don't know. On reading it, there were certain parts of it I felt were much more substantive and much more damning than other parts. Like, for example, I thought his interactions, especially for the early on stuff, groping that woman on stream, I thought that there's, again, I think he handled the whole Anna situation very poorly. I have criticisms with there. I think he handled the DDoS kid thing very poorly as well. And I was just telling the people on my stream, I don't know if you saw his interaction recently with someone tweeting about going to his live stream event and throwing an egg at his head. Have you seen?
Oh yeah, just minutes ago actually. I don't know who was. That wasn't. That was just some random person.
Sure. But his response to that was to tweet out like, "Where does this person work? Let's find where they work. Let's inform their job about what this person's saying on the internet." And that felt like an extreme overreaction to me.
Max said that
off the gate.
Max said that, or
Destiny?
Oh, Destiny said that. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so there are, like, the retaliation section was definitely something that there could have been a more substantive criticism made. Like, Destiny came on my stream after and said, hey, these are more substantive criticisms that could be made. So I guess I would ask you, right, what do you feel was the strongest portions of the report as you read them?
I think I feel the same thing. I think for myself, because, like, there's two upshots of this. Well, there's two basic sections.
We'll take like a revision 0 real quick.
And there's the DDoS kid and the groping. So these ones will ping a neutral audience's brain as like, oh, these look really bad. Even the DDoS one, it depends on how seriously you take him or whatever. Like, it looks really bad. You got a minor kid, you got somebody talking about how he scoped out where he was going to go to remove him from the world. It doesn't matter how, like, under duress he was, it doesn't matter, like, the situation, whatever. To a neutral party, that's going to ring as, like, really, really dangerous, like, actually dangerous. Whether he was serious or not, that's just how it's going to be perceived. The groping thing, obvious. He acknowledges the sexual assault. I think she's acknowledged it's sexual assault. That's bad by itself. The fact that one hasn't actually caused him more trouble than it has is kind of astonishing to me. But the rest of it is like, okay, what we've established here is that Destiny is a vindictive and sometimes a very bad guy. Well done, Max. Great. Wake up, everybody. Destiny's not a nice person. I don't know what the purpose is, because even if he made his case concretely and he was how he got all of his information was on the up and up, how he got the DMs from Anna, maybe she volunteered them, whatever. People will talk about it for like a month. Oh, Destiny's a bad dude. And then nothing will happen. Nothing at all. Unless you can actually get him on something criminal, or unless you can actually mention something that's going to pique the interest of somebody outside of this space, like somebody in actual in like normal media. There's just no point. Like the best case scenario for Max is a bunch of people have an excuse to shit talk Destiny for a month as if they needed one. It was just pointless.
So and as someone who has shit talked Destiny in the past, I was curious what you were like. So I guess I'll just be blunt and ask you, like, sure. Were you hoping for more here? Were you like, I want something substantive so we can tackle this guy down? Like, what was your on the anticipation before the release of the document? What were you hoping for?
Nothing. My issues with Destiny are not anything to do with anything that was covered in the article itself. My issues with him, insofar as I have any, are that he has a lot of impressionable people following him, and he plays fast and loose with statements about facts that are how you interpret them is important for how people like act with other people. So that stupid debate thing that came up, the reason why that was important is because that was about a question which the answer to which will affect whether or not you act with like a certain degree of hostility or mistrust towards like a massive array of institutions and types of figures and whatnot. The groping thing is like, I have nothing to add to this. Yeah, it's bad. It's been acknowledged it's bad. He said it's bad. She said it's bad. If nobody's going to do anything about it, that's it. I don't know what even you would do about it at this point. What I told Max months and months ago is like, if you find something like real, and you have like substantial evidence behind it, my recommendation: don't publish this under your own name at all. Find people, and if it's substantive, I'll help you do this as well. Find people who will try and who will be able to convey this without your baggage. Because if it's real, it's real. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. But in terms of like, what was I hoping, like what they'd find, like CP on his computer? I don't know. Like there was.
Fair enough. I was just curious if there was and how much of a bias you had, because it's a meme, right? That there's a lot of animosity that you hold towards certain streamers, and I know that's kind of like a rumor thing. Like these things get that signal boosted outside of their actual reality influence, right? So we become kind of like caricatures as streamers. We're characters in a show for the people watching us a lot of times. So sometimes it can be hard to parse what is actually there versus the impressions that one will receive. So I just wanted to throw that at you and see what you had to say.
On my end, there's two explanations for that. The first is that my own sense of injustice gets the better of me, and I lose my sense of proportion. And I legitimately do get extremely angry at people for being cynical or duplicitous at the expense of things that I take very seriously. I think in the case of the conversation I was going to have with Destiny, I did take that one very seriously, and I think I was correct too.
Do you on that note, can you point to a couple examples of times that you felt that you've overreacted? It doesn't have to be to Destiny, but to other situations in this sphere that maybe you were like, oh man, I kind of went too far. I feel really bad about that. I probably shouldn't have gone that hard on the paint.
I wouldn't say I overreacted. I think I was unstrategic in a way that I regret sometimes. I think.
What does that mean?
What I mean is, like, for example, with the Destiny conversation, I think going a little bit too hard too early, and our interpretations on this are obviously going to differ. I think going too hard too early after he ditched the conversation was potentially a mistake, insofar as it gave the excuse to his end, because as it goes off, as it disappears into the past, people's sense of time collapses. So I was actually like, I was decidedly extremely civil during that period leading up to that point. And it was only after that that I was like, okay, it's been a couple of months. What are we doing? You started to do the research. I saw you on stream doing the research. You accused me at the end of your stream of not reading all of the emails. I had actually read more emails, which was incredibly frustrating, and then he vanished. What's happening? And then nothing happened. So eventually that kind of went up. Because my perception is I'm going to hold his... My perception is I'm going to hold his feet to the fire of this. But
you are kind of acidic online. I'm not gonna lie to you. Some of your back and forth on Twitter that we've had seem a little extra. I'll just say that. I think you called me. I think one of the things you called me was a few holes short of a sandal, and I legitimately don't know what that means. And so, since you're here, can you tell me what that means? Can you explain that to me? Because I don't understand.
I think that was in reference to very partial moderation, and so the implication is that you're basically acting as a buffer and padding for whatever celebrity streamer comes onto your thing that you want to ingratiate yourself to. I was making a sort of similar accusation as what Max was.
Fair enough.
So, oh my God.
Do you stand by your assertion that I'm a few holes short of a sandal? Do you regret any of that, out of curiosity?
No, but I'm willing to be nice to you going forward pending something else.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure something else will happen, and I don't take this personally, right? It is what it is. And I like you, Sunday. I'll be blunt. Like, I think that you are a legitimately funny guy, right? You can be a great interlocutor, which is why it frustrates me sometimes when you choose violence over just kind of talking it out. But it is what it is. I do have another question with regards to the Max thing.
Sure.
Oh, this is hilarious, dude.
You mentioned, and I think rightly, to Max, you pointed out that there was this sense of...
Damn, I thought I had more videos.
His past behaviors, his past public statements act as an albatross around his neck when it comes to the things he advocates for, the things that he purports to care about, the alleged abuse victims that he was purporting to represent.
Yeah.
That his Judy's review and other statements had kind of tarnished his ability to actually advocate these.
Sorry, not a tactical yawn. I legitimately am not sleeping this week.
It's all good. All good. No, and I guess my question then, right, would be that given how sometimes you can be very acidic online and your reputation does in a lot of cases precede you, how do we square that?
That's putting it like very
What
nicely.
makes you different than Max, other than the obvious you're not a pedophile, right? So
Well, that's a big one. In terms of being incendiary, I think that more or less accounts for everyone involved, minus present company. I think Steven's been significantly worse than me. I think what Max is doing is of a different quality, though. You can put things down to what Steve does, like rage, frustration, maybe insensitivity, maybe callousness. Those are inferences, but you can do that. With Max, it's like
unstoppable.
There's something that is socially recognized as sort of intrinsically unpalatable about some of the things he's self-portrayed as. And this wasn't just with respect to the Destiny article. This is also with respect to the Dr. K stuff earlier on. And I mentioned this, I think I mentioned this to him in our second conversation. It's like, you've actually done him a massive favor, Dr. K, because now he can just sit back in his chair, comfortable knowing that the only sustained major critique, insofar as that's what it was, major critique of his irresponsible actions online, if that's a fair representation of them, has been levied by someone who went into it prematurely categorized as a pedophile. It's like, great, that's brilliant. I would love for my greatest critic to be somebody who's outed as a pedophile. That works to my advantage tremendously. It works to his advantage tremendously. It also works to Stevens. Insofar as he even needs an advantage, because again, there was nothing new in this article. I don't understand why you would front yourself as a sex offender of various types in advance of trying to go on a media crusade against other figures with a much larger audience, in this case an audience upon which you depend. I just don't get the logic. I don't think there is.
Unfortunately, I am the wrong person to ask about what he was thinking. Yeah, but let's take Max's position here for a moment, if I may. He feels, right, that he was abused by Stephen. He feels that these other people that he put in the report also were in a very real way victims of Destiny, through, again, patterns of sexual misconduct, patterns of retaliation, patterns of this kind of like almost violent rhetoric against his enemies, misrepresenting, bullying, all these things. So as someone who is very much a leftist, right, is not criticizing him for his past statements kind of like victim blaming in a way?
No.
Okay, well,
no.
What? Like, should that matter? I guess what I'm asking, let me rephrase it. It was poorly phrased. Let me ask, should it matter?
And just very quickly, leftist does not mean 2016 SJW. The bare fact that Max has a history of abuse in his past, even if this was the case with the Destiny thing, and I don't believe that, to be honest. That does not make him royalty for me and associates. Okay, just making sure.
Okay. But I guess to kind of rephrase it a little bit, should it matter that this guy was a terrible person if he had actually been abused by Destiny?
No,
there you go.
These people? If he'd actually been abused and he had evidence of that, then bringing that to light is perfectly appropriate. The problem is what we got isn't that, and moreover the manner in which he went about the article itself. And I said this to him to his face when I talked to him, like, you've actually just added additional.
Welcome back to Insight.
You haven't actually taken down the person you say is responsible for victimizing these people, if indeed he has. In some cases he did. You haven't done anything to actually rectify the situation, even if you had established this in all cases and for yourself. And like additionally, you've actually protected, because you've done this so badly, you've protected Stephen from further critiques if he abuses somebody in future, because that will be treated in the same way. So that's it. Like if he was abused, he was abused. That's just a fact. It doesn't matter if he was an axe murderer beforehand.
And is there, what would it have needed to occur in your mind for you to say that Destiny had abused one of his orbiters? I'm talking not, we're gonna set the sexual side of stuff for now, right?
Yeah.
And we're just talking about in terms of interactions, both on and offline, both on and off stream. At what point would you consider someone's orbiter or someone affiliated with another streamer to have legitimately been abused? What lines need to be crossed, I guess, for this to happen?
Well, that's a super general question, so I can only really answer abstractly, but I think to make a public statement about it, you would need more than just, excuse me, sorry. You would need more than just his feelings, his statement that he felt like he had been abused. That's not sufficient. Abuse is like a description of a dynamic between two or more people. It's not, oh, this person spoke to me in a manner which triggered me in some way, therefore I have been abused by them. You can say in a certain like loose sense that I have suffered abuse or whatever in that sort of vague way, but if you're going to say that this person abused you, you need to establish like culpability for something wrong, which you can for Destiny in a lot of cases, but with respect to Max, like it's
Well,
it's
can you give me an
tenuous.
example of that cases, right? Like, outside of the sexual ones, right? Can you give me an example of a case where Destiny has abused one of his interact?
Well, my understanding of it is loose. I don't want to like harp it for too long because apparently.
No, I understand. Like, we're not writing a manifesto here.
No. Yeah, well, like my rough understanding of the Anna interactions would sort of count. I think he leveraged his significantly greater clout in a way to, you know, put someone who has an awkward relation to him on the back foot and in duress. I think I would characterize that one as abusive. What's her name, Mia Rose? I think that one is probably close to what Max is leaning for himself, because that's a fuzzy one where you have someone.
Mia Rose was the one that was groped, I believe.
Yes.
So are you referring to?
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Yeah. So this person also had their own reputation as well, so they weren't like diminutive at all socially, but like if she, for example, wanted to characterize that as sexual assault and Stephen resisted that description, there would be a lot of people who would be causing trouble for her as a result of that. She would be dealing with a lot of negative attention, and a lot of people have a lot of trouble handling that. So I think this is one case where Max was getting close to like an actual real point that, if it was delivered by somebody else, would probably have a serious conversation following it. When you have a massive following, especially a massive following that's interspersed with large communities of people who do not consider things that other parties would consider to be like assault or abuse or whatever, then it becomes extremely difficult for somebody without any following at all, or with a much smaller following, to resist when they are mistreated by him, because there is an immediate social cost to them that doesn't necessarily accrue to the larger channel.
So, well, you mentioned his larger audience, and let's talk about that for a minute. Do you think that the DGG community is, by and large, abusive?
I don't think the DGG community is a community. It's just a, like, Steven is a nexus of multiple different audiences. That's one of the reasons why him and Vosh had the same audience size exactly for so long, because it was just the same people watching both of them. But as a consequence of that, he has like the few people who will funnel through, who will fixate on someone and who will actually harass them and whatnot. They find people through Steven, and they target people by reference to like his interactions or the interactions of people in his orbit with them. So,
but I guess what responsibility, if any, does Steven bear there? Right, like
basically none. He has to be careful that he's not allowing people to be portrayed through his own negligence in a way that is unfair to them. He has to be careful not to be creating the kinds of interactions where somebody now needs to defend themselves from people who are, well, you know, like the Mia Rose thing again. Like a lot of people would actually jump down her throat if she characterized it as sexual assault. What do you mean? He just groped you on camera. Weren't you having sex anyways? That kind of thing, and those kinds of arguments come up. I think he has an obligation, besides like the obvious one, don't do stuff that you can characterize as sexual assault. He has an obligation to not do things that put people who are undeserving into such a situation as they have to deal with that in order to address that.
Undeserving. That let's talk about that, right? Like who deserves this?
Nobody in like a general sense. I wouldn't say somebody deserves Steven's abuse, but in this particular case, I think what I'm indicating by that word is like, this is not somebody who's doing the same thing back to you. This is not somebody who, like, not even the groping example, leave that aside. This is not somebody who is being antagonistic to you in a way that is abusive and overbearing and is sort of, you know, like if somebody else is treating Steven in a similar fashion, then you can't tell him not to respond in kind.
I mean,
within
I don't know
reason.
about that, like,
within reason.
yeah, I get it.
No, but if someone says like, "Fuck you, you're a bad father" or whatever to Steven, he's allowed to fire back with the same kind of thing. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I don't know if I would though. I think I'd still judge someone, even if someone makes fun of my family or my people not on stream. I don't think that gives me carte blanche to do the same to them. I just don't.
I don't think. No, I don't think so either. I think we're in agreement about this. Like, you would still consider
maybe,
in terms
right?
of like audience size and whatnot. But as like a general principle, you wouldn't say no. You just have to bear it. You would still say you have a larger audience. You have a responsibility not to like direct a disordinate amount of whatever to this person.
At what size of an audience do you think this kicks in? Like, so both you and I have an audience, right? We have varying sizes of subscribers, followers, people who tune into us every day.
Sorry about that.
What kind of
I literally did a Hassan.
responsibility? Do we have the same responsibility as Steven to the same level, or do you think because he is such like much higher in like follower count, sub count, existing in this space, do you think that his responsibility is just different than ours? Is this a matter of scale, or is this a matter of
It's a good question, by Wick.
different types?
I think it's different types corresponding to a certain scale. I don't know what the threshold is, but like if you and I get into a spat, other communities might pile in, but it won't be our dedicated followers who are just overwhelming the other person with like a million different negative comments left, right, and center. I think, yeah, I think it's just a different kind of thing. It's like if Donald Trump highlights somebody on Twitter, it's a different story than if Jesse Gender highlights someone on Twitter, right? Like, and that's like a similar difference in scale. If Jesse Gender, by contrast, highlights like your editor on Twitter, like that's unfair. They have no capacity to reciprocate. So
I was asked to ask
sure.
By my editor, in fact.
Oh
right?
boy.
Can you please unblock her on Twitter?
But she's
you
annoying.
blocked my editor. Weaponized Discord.
It's a she, right?
It's a she. She's a she.
She's a she.
My editor is a she. Weaponized Discord. I think it's Weppy_D on Twitter. She wants me to unblock. To ask you to unblock.
That's the actual reason for this conversation.
Yes, this was all a trap.
I have
on to get together and bond and like commiserate over our interviews with Max, all for the purpose of getting you to unblock my editor.
Oh my god, I was not paying attention at all.
We'll figure it doesn't have to be right now on the stream. We can talk about it because I'm a boomer on this. If you ask me to unblock someone, I'd be like, I don't know how.
Okay, sounds good.
Go on.
No, you were gonna say something.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to kind of understand, because we've interacted.
I do not like that slide. It's just not intuitive to me.
Both positively and negatively. And I've seen your interactions with others in the sphere. I've seen your interactions with Monsterity. I've seen your interactions with Death and a few others that I can't name off the top of my head right now. Do you think that there is a bridge to be built between you and Death? Do you
Nope.
think that there is a possibility of a more cordial, more warm relationship?
I don't know about a warm relationship, but in terms of the benefit to be gained by persistent hostility, at present I don't really see it. At this juncture, how I'm viewing it is, regardless of what he himself has done in the past. He is also a part of trying to actually impact politically with their channel or socially, or even just to grow it all.
Elaborate on that a little bit. Furniture, like
Well, one of the reasons why Vosh's orbit is stagnating, besides like the general closing up, he's no longer calls from orbiters as typically happens. All of the people around him falling clusters. The reason why he and Vosh we were basically scooped up all there was to get in the sphere as it had been, as it had sort of crystallized by that point. Destiny wanted growth, so he went afield from it. And so, for the time being right now, where he's located is at kind of the nexus of some very large communities. And so if you want to grow beyond this space, it's just kind of a dead zone at this point. You inevitably end up interacting with people who are either very close connected with him or are him. I think being able to make use of that positively is valuable. I don't think taking down Stephen is an important goal. He's ultimately just a guy with a weapon. So, like, in terms of myself,
I'm not not paying attention right now.
Times, but this is just kind of the nature of the beast I just outlined it. It's almost impossible to have any kind of communication in Vosh's orbit or like signifiers or people like that. It's almost impossible to do that in some way. Finding yourself interacting with people. There's so many ways. Because that's where the thing is supposed to happen.
I agree with you.
So
I agree with your assessment here, and seeing that that's the case.
Okay.
My next question, my follow-up question.
Well, before you go on though, just very quickly, just to sort of characterize my actual answer. Bridge building? No, I don't think Stephen and I are ever going to see eye to eye or be friends. But there is a bridge there. So I think the question right now is whether people are going to use it. Sorry,
Well, let's frame it in that in those words. Do you think that Destiny has a responsibility, given that he is at this nexus where he has an overlarge ability to make or break, right? Like if he cuts you off from any interaction, you are no longer allowed to any. The word comes down from him on high to all his followers. Hey, don't interact with this guy, right? Don't interact with this person's bad dude. We don't want anything to do with it. Do you think that Destiny has a responsibility to let people in, so to speak, kind of like not gatekeep as much? Where do you think his responsibility lies, given that he's moral responsibility, obviously, and his that he is kind of the nexus? Does that make sense? I don't know.
No, I tell you, there are a bunch of people who I still see now who are convinced that this is all a strategic, progressive move. Chicken waffles for 20 days. I think insofar as he has built a lot of his credibility off of situating himself that way, sure, I think he has a responsibility to not use that he has a responsibility not to betray faith that is generated by his actions and self-betrayal. And I think that's about it. In general, though,
has betrayed faith, like
I think by refusing to debate me. No, the issue with refusing to debate means that he sets up an inspection. That he's saying that after the fact, after he goes to the point. It's very good faith. Why don't we just cooperatively go through this next week? That's separate. That's just a lie. He has responsibility not to lie like everything else, especially when it's something that has consequences like that. In terms of does he have responsibility for not gatekeep? No, not in an overarching sense. What I'm referring to here is like if he's built up a certain kind of trust or expectation of the audience, and that ends up being used to mislead them, that he has kept people out and has
all right, I'm gonna have to leave in like a couple of minutes.
We cannot allow
Well, he's like quick looking at it.
Concert with other people kept them from being
Is that like a commercial coming in?
exposure.
It's like an ad, a commercial, an ad. I'm dating myself again.
If he's misleading his audience in order to do that, then I think that's a wrong. But if he's not, if it literally is just like, I know this guy's a stupid leftist, I don't talk to leftists. No, he doesn't have a responsibility. I mean, it would be a responsibility to him.
What?
Unless he has that kind of relationship with his audience, or there's nothing that's what he's misusing. No, he has no responsibility. Just like hip-hop and fashion doesn't have a responsibility to not be leftist. Sargon of Akkad doesn't have a responsibility.
I'm just curious as your morality on this. It could be an argument made, not that I agree with this, right? But there could be an argument made that if people in positions of power do have a responsibility to those under them in order to help them have opportunities for success, so that by providing these opportunities for success, you should do so as wisely as possible. Like I said, I don't necessarily agree with that argument, but it is an argument.
Well, I think obligations are born of like specific community relationships. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have the responsibility.
I don't know. I think we have obligations. We do have obligations based on our status, based on our social status, economic status, where we fall in kind of the hierarchy of life. I think that gives us responsibility. I think there is responsibility for those who are more fortunate to help the less fortunate. Moral responsibility. I
agree, but probably for different reasons. That he's a little bit curious. Why do you think so?
Because
Dude, this is like fucking nuts. I cannot see it. Honestly, guys, I can't see anything right now.
My value, the value that I hold that leads me to have this thought in my head, this idea, is that I think that people should be happy, healthy, and wealthy, right? Like, as much as possible. People should be free to live the best lives they can. And if I see someone struggling, right? It is my responsibility if I can. I mean, I'm obviously, like, within reason.
Pick me up, pick me up, pick me up.
Right? Sure. I think there is a responsibility to reach my hand out and pull someone up because that will help everyone be happier, healthier, wealthier.
Yeah, I don't have any defensive mods either, so I need to be like getting into these like sunspots.
The world is a better place.
And that's fair, and I definitely don't want to disabuse you of that notion. But when you say responsibility, that seems to imply that you feel that you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, okay. I do believe that. I think that.
So let's say for argument's sake, or just very quickly, let's say for argument's sake, you personally didn't give a shit. Let's say this wasn't an emotional key on your board. Would there remain anything that would actually act that out nonetheless? Like, would you still have responsibility?
Probably nothing that can tell me no. This is born out of my desire to help others. I mean, it is. It's an emotional thing, but it is something that is born there. And without that, yeah, I don't know if I'd have any kind of logical reason.
Sure. So when you say responsibility, you actually there's something about your mental constitution that makes you treat this as health, but it's not something that your arguments impose on as such.
Fair enough.
So they're fair enough. Then we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's very much an idea of I want to feel good about myself when I'm by myself, right? When I'm in there, I want to be able to share whoever's looking back at me in the eye. And I think that that value, right, is a good one to propagate, right? I think that those people who don't care about others, I think that they are. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with them. I think they're failing in their duty, right? I don't know. Again, this isn't strictly logical. A lot of this is emotional. So it's hard to defend from a strictly logical.
Well, it seems pretty logical. Just the question is whether or not the logic flows from something that comes from other people besides yourself. So when we're saying that destiny also has responsibility, we can't rely on your perception that you have a responsibility because that makes you feel good about yourself.
Because I don't like here. If I was able to read his mind and know his thoughts and be able to, if I was familiar with his situation completely, then I could make that judgment. But because I can't, and I can't do this for almost anyone, there's almost no one that I can pass judgment on this. While, yes, I think that I would judge someone harshly if for example, if I saw someone walking down the street and I saw them laugh at a homeless man and kind of just ignore him, and I knew this person was wealthy, had the means and the ability to do so, and did not give, then I would judge them. I might be wrong because there might be other things in play that I'm not aware of, but I would judge that person harshly for not giving. So when I see a bigger streamer, right, like Hassan, or like Walk, or like any of these others, and they do not give time, smaller entities and things like that, there's a little bit of a difference. It's not lying. And that's one of the things that I think, of all the criticisms I can make of Destiny, that's not one of them. Destiny does and will reach out to much smaller creators. Like I'm talking like 10 viewer Andrews, right? And actually
They just talk to him. Yeah, I do respect
give
that.
them a platform, and I think that's one of the best things he does for this space. I think it's a great.
And at that point, it's like on you, you know. Can you like carry that conversation and like keep him interested? Because there's some people who can just who just mouth breathe, and like you can tell like they're just like they haven't really thought out their positions.
He doesn't do very much to help build channels around him, which has negative effects beyond just like not partaking of the positive benefits that Destiny gets to, where he has a whole bunch of little panels and circuits and things like that that are all beautiful and it also means that the space as a whole, because it still occupies the same role Destiny did, he grew in the same circumstances and occupied a space because he was there, because he was a center of gravity. It means that there isn't really an avenue in this country for anyone to enter the discourse with like the people that was with, who Destiny doesn't like. So here's something that I find really weird. So you remember my initial conversation, first time I ever talked to you?
The one where you
the short one. The short one.
Yeah, the 10-minute one. We'll say the short one. Okay, I won't refer to other people.
The short one. So at one point in the middle of the conversation, I had been criticizing him for supplying. Well, not just platforming Fuentes, because I don't have a problem with him arguing with Fuentes on stream, but for allowing Fuentes through these casual interactions to sell himself on his own charisma when his political reputation had already been torched. I don't know if you followed like the stuff with him in Medicare before that, but he was not in good standing with a lot of the ladies. And he replied to arguing the same thing to me, I thought. And so what I said sarcastically was, it's a fake video. What frustrated me about that is not how that was perceived after the fact. The one-day things are annoying. I don't really give a shit. What frustrated me about that is that there's a more famous Destiny conversation that took place before. You recall that one with Demon Mama where he got his kitchen table, his kitchen back. And it's like, are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad at that one? Well, it's a classic. It's a classic. I recommend it.
I famously don't know a lot of the lore.
Well, you're missing. You're missing out. But
maybe
this was following a conversation that you had with this guy called this that did not go well. She called into Destiny. I think he called her. One or the other. They went into a call, and he was clowning on her the entire conversation. And at the end he said, wait, just answer 3 of my questions and I'll answer however many of yours. And after
Survivability's not there. I need to.
He said you're a miserable loser or whatever. Have a wonderful life.
I think I loosely remember this.
Follow up the conversation. That was shorter than my interaction with Steve. For some reason, he's allowed to do that to Demon Mom.
I would have to like look at that interaction again to really make like a judgment.
For me, that falls into what you're talking about.
I understand. So yeah. I think that what you this actually illuminates a few things for me, to be honest with you. Because again, I don't know the first time I even knew you existed was that video, right? And the only reason I saw that video is because Erudite covered that video, and I was friends with Erudite. So you are or were upset with how he treated someone you considered a colleague?
Oh, no. At that point, we weren't close at all. I was actually not well disposed to either her or Keffels. We had not mended those bridges. I was critical of Demon Mama from day one. Highly critical. I have videos that I've delisted.
Wow, dude, I have like no defenses.
It was unjust that he made a promise.
No.
He did not keep it.
Well, not exactly. It's more that there was a demonstrated history of this person being willing to weaponize the format itself and his control over his and his larger audience flow in order to frame the conversation. So Demon Mama was characterized as like someone who's completely by the bare fact, actually, of Steven prematurely ending the conversation before he had replied. That, I think, feeds into what you were talking about. We were building off of something when we came to this talk. What were we talking about before? I feel like I've lost the plot.
Okay, we've gone far afield. We were talking about the responsibility that people have.
Yes.
The reason I asked this, there was a reason I asked this question, was because I think that one of the criticisms Matt levied was that Destiny does have a responsibility. And in his mind, in Mox's mind, it's clear, Destiny had a responsibility to platform him because he was a smaller creator, right? And to give him that kind of influence and clout.
Okay, here's the problem. Yeah, okay, so here's the problem with that thing. If Destiny does have an option, for example, I think there's an argument to be made there. Me and other people, Merrick, etc., a bunch of people, were against Destiny platforming Mr. Girl in similar terms. This is a person who normalizes extremely negative, rather toxic attitudes towards things like consent. The person who weaponizes something under the sun himself go off. I'm sorry, you don't go into a conversation with somebody knows something. The problem is to be consistent. If Steven actually was responsible for his platform, Mr. Girls, we wouldn't have built up Mr. Girls personally.
So you were on this show for Get Close versus Colin show, right? And unless I misheard it, you just talked about how Destiny was irresponsible platform. Right? So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here, I guess the nuts and bolts is why is it irresponsible?
Dude, this is like crazy, man.
Why was it not irresponsible when you did it? Unless you think, oh, that was a mistake, I shouldn't have done that.
I have this build is actually pretty fun, but fundamentally, I think I need to.
When I talk to Destiny has the capacity to direct a tremendous amount of audience flow to me.
After that,
immediately,
we'll talk about what we can do
more
next.
people than would ever know I existed suddenly know I exist in a particular way, and if like a couple thousand of those people agree with me or they like me, that's enough to make my channel financially viable. If enough of them end up donating or following or sharing that interaction in turn.
True.
That can make some really bad actors actually capable of just spinning the wheel farther and farther down the line. So one of my criticisms of him platforming Nick Fuentes is that as a consequence of this, he's actually conferred some of the gravity that he has to Nick Fuentes. So now a bunch of right-wingers who now want to get access to a broader audience, now people like that are thinking, I need to be able to work with Nick Fuentes in order to be able to get access to this, because Nick Fuentes controls the channel that goes to Destiny, or he did. So that's one. I don't have the capacity to do that. Someone like Steven does. Someone like Max, compared to me, does. The second is, at that point in his career, Max was dead. He was on Rumble only. I was still criticizing him. Once again, I don't have a problem with Destiny talking to Nick Fuentes. I have a problem with him allowing Nick Fuentes carte blanche to portray himself as a nice and interesting guy to an audience of people for whom this is their first exposure. That's the danger with Nick Fuentes. In addition to like, and now a bunch of other people who are seeing that. Some of them will give him money, some of them will watch the show, some of them will share it in a very ambiguous but very serious way. That gives him a serious financial advantage. That allows him to do more of what he's doing. That allows him to build more bridges, whatever. So that's basically that. I don't consider myself as having.
Do you find that a fair characterization of their interaction, though? Like Fuentes and Destiny, I mean. Like as I understand it, and again, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't watch Destiny a lot, but when I did tune in, right, they were going at it, right? They were fighting, right? Yeah, I don't know.
They were arguing, but it was in a casual setting where, once again, he was able to deploy his charm in a much more. He had a lot more freedom. This wasn't
I'm gonna be
like,
right back, everybody.
Casualness of the
Sorry about that, folks. Just went and ate something real quick. All right, back to the show.
Setting was the problem. It was because it wasn't more of a formal, structured kind of debate.
Yeah, because it gives the general impression. I mean, it's literally inviting him into his bedroom. It gives the general impression, regardless of where Steve actually ends up in terms of arguing with him on particulars, it gives the general impression that, hey, this is a friendly space for these particular types of actors. The gates
I see where Sunday's coming from too. I wish he actually like spoke to Destiny about this and wasn't like some.
There's money and clout to be made, and there is. It really is. It's the casual
Torches,
lunch
eruption,
and the
char,
inviting into his
blistering.
bedroom thing. That's what does it. It's the friendliness.
So without those, if the chicken and waffles never happened, if they had been doing it outside of his home in a more formal setting,
or if chicken and waffles was just a novel setting for a framed debate. So for example, he made some like comment to somebody passing by. I think he asked like, "Are you Jewish?" or whatever. That ended up just being kind of like a laughing thing after the fact. That was like, oh, that's not funny. Look, I'm not trying to argue that there was some cataclysmic damage caused by that interaction in particular.
Sure.
But it could actually contribute to something down the line. Like this is allowing Nick Fuentes to sell himself in a way that in a formal debate structure he can't. And so what the general argument is that you shouldn't be giving like insurrectionist Nazis who want to destroy whole parts of the population the ability to sell themselves in ways they didn't have before. As a general rule, that's a bad idea. That's the major, that to me, from my perception, is the heart of the criticism of Steven having people like Nick Fuentes and Sneeko and whatnot in that casual kind of friendly capacity.
I want to get back to the Mac stuff.
Sure.
To be honest with you, what was your initial like? When did you first become aware of Max? I'm just trying to kind of get
the Vosh conversation.
The Vosh conversation.
The Vosh conversation.
Okay,
That was my first introduction to Mr. Girl too.
If it changed, how did it change over time? What were some? Can you give us like a TLDR, like some of the points where you're like, oh man, this.
It's been a hot minute, so probably not in any great detail. But my impression of him from the Vosh conversation is he's an idiot.
I'm gonna be real. You say that about a lot of people.
But I mean it in a particular way here.
Okay, please.
He's an idiot. He is strangely invested in normalizing the idea that the average adult male is healthily attracted to people in their mid to early teens.
Yeah.
And probably should not be given the ability to talk to thousands and thousands of impressionable young men. That was my initial impression.
Interesting.
Going forward from that, he's a very sensitive and hopelessly deluded individual who thinks that his own sense of self-righteousness and his feelings stand as an equal opponent to the bare facts of life.
God damn! What? How is Sunday so based in some things, but just
right now, like I think
just
Max
so like
believes in his heart of
off on
hearts
other things?
that he was trying to do something good, and that
what cipher is this?
Justice is being subverted because he can't take out the zombie king Stephen Bennell with this hack piece he slapped together by the looks of it at the last minute, because again there's no sources. I don't know why it was published
Guardian.
as it is at all.
Welcome.
But that also doesn't matter. Like this is a person with himself extremely toxic attitudes towards a whole host of people, many of which I cannot afford on many levels, moral and material, to throw under the bus for the sake of padding him. And in addition, his own relations with the people in his sphere are equally under the most charitable interpretation, equally as bad as Stevens. I would say considerably worse.
Can we, speaking of that,
Yes.
can we talk about Lav for a moment?
I don't know much about Lav, but we can.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Well, I guess we'll start there. So I guess one of the reasons I'm asking, and this is, again, was initially supposed to be an interview with Lav. Lav initially was the one I was supposed to be interviewing today.
Yeah.
She reached out after.
I see. I'm your fallback. I
You
see
are
how it
my
is.
fallback. That's okay though, because I wanted to have a conversation with you anyway. It would just have been on a different day. Initially, I wanted Lav reached out to me, okay, after the
Right.
Max interview I did,
Yeah.
because she was very disappointed in Max's performance and wanted to present the report in what she felt would be a better light. So she reached out to me and asked me to host her for an interview today, and we scheduled it. We set it up. We made a poster, and then she canceled on me.
Yeah, she does that a lot,
This is-
doesn't she?
This isn't the first time. Way back in the day, when she initially came on Destiny stream.
Mhm.
You remember that? The first day she was on Destiny stream?
No, but that was in a period when I wasn't paying attention to Destiny. Yeah.
She initially was supposed to be on my show that day. She canceled my show to come on Destiny's show. And what kind of a timeline we could be living in right now if she had actually kept her word and came on my show instead.
Okay.
How would life look different? That domino, right? That fell. Just set off lots of chain reactions.
Apparently,
And I wanna talk
someone in my chat saying Destiny threatened to sue her today.
I think that was yesterday, but yes, there is talk of that. And
Why
that's
her?
one of
Why
the
her
reasons-
specifically? Sorry to cut you off.
Because she continues to make allegations against him. And that's what I wanted to talk about with regards to Lav.
Sure.
I wanted to talk about both her relationship with Max and your thoughts on that.
Okay, well, I'm largely going to be in the dark, so this is going to be unsatisfying, but shoot.
Oh, unfortunate. Do you know Max and, well, I guess I'll ask. What do you know about Lav?
All I know is Max refers to her as her father, and I have not inquired further because I don't want to know.
Noted. Okay.
Smart
what do you
man.
know about her relationship with the report itself?
I know that she's the one who secured the DMs from Anna. I think I read to about the 60% point. I spent a long time on it, and then I just gave up because there were no sources. I jumped to the bottom. I've been deplatformed because I'm a Jew. This was a thing on Steven. What is going on here? I don't know. I don't know what role Lav played in all of this. I do know that she's been like a massive networking force for Max.
Yep.
But that's about it.
What do you mean by that? Because I'm not familiar with the networking thing. Can you elaborate on
Sorry. Let me rephrase that. Not networking. Well, as I said before, like she's the one who got the DMs from Anna.
Okay,
This was
so
a
for the report, she's been able to secure some of the information. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think concretely, like a major part of the Anna section comes from Anna's descriptions of her relationship with Destiny that she privately said to Lav. I don't know if those were acquired with any consent at all because Max will not elaborate on that for some reason.
What do you think Max should do now? Right? Given the situation he's in, given the fact that he has, maybe I'm biased here, but I think he's flubbed every single conversation I've seen him had on this. Like, it's not looked good for him. Even with people who are very not inclined to give Destiny any charity. Seeing that this is a situation he finds himself in, what would be your advice to him going forward? Like, from now.
Actually, yeah, that's
Given
actually
that
useful.
damage done, the report's out, right? So he can't take your advice of holding on to it and then releasing it with sources. What is the next step you think he should take?
I don't know. Like he's a good interviewer. If you wanted to do like the indie Lex Fridman type thing, I would hope he would do so responsibly in vain. Okay, I've got two answers to that. The first is, of course, consistent with my earliest appraisals of his character and the nature of his activity on the platform. I think he should retire and go back into fitness and whatever. I think he should leave the channel stuff. I think it's hurting him. I can see it really hurting his interpersonal relationships, like at a local level, after a period of time. I would say dial it all down and do something more benign, or just retire.
Do you think he should have? Do you think he should have been deplatformed like he was from YouTube?
I don't think he should have been platformed in the first place. That's been my stance from day one. I think I think we have a person who's front and centering their position that no, the average person is attracted to 14, 15-year-olds like in their 30s. I don't know if that's true, but like that certainly should not be the general perception that this is normal, because then people won't seek treatment for this. People will just view it as normal, and society is unjust for violating their natural urges or whatever. I think his attitude towards consent is warped in the extreme. I don't think he should be normalizing those attitudes. I was against even giving someone like this like a viable platform from day one. I was kind of astonished that he did, because I thought he had better judgment than that. I think he probably agrees with me in retrospect.
He probably does. This is something I think you both can break bread on.
Yeah. So yeah, he should.
Sure, they will.
For generations,
for him.
the Dreaming City
There's
housed one of
only
the
one outcome
Awoken's
from
most
this,
closely
and that's that
guarded
he
secrets.
destroys his reputation beyond
She is known
salvageability,
as
so that
Riven.
everybody who interacts
Riven
with him
of
in
a
real life
thousand voices.
knows who he is,
The
his
last known
interactions,
Ahamkara.
and
She has been
it actually
taken,
starts to cause
and
him,
her
like, serious
death is
material
your
harm
calling.
interpersonally. Right now, this is still obscure enough that the majority of the English-speaking world does not know of Mr. Girl's existence. This is a positive thing. If he can maintain that and he can return to private life,
I don't. Yeah, I mean.
Oh
it's a good
my God!
cautionary tale.
Nope.
I'll say that.
Fuck.
I guess. Yeah. So.
Okay, I gotta reset the checkpoint.
The whole not knowing much about lab thing kind of cuts off a lot of avenues for me. I guess I would just ask you two more questions, and then.
if you want to ask me hypothetical questions about Lav, I can answer tentatively. Like, given such and such, what do I think about this?
I don't.
But if you
guess
don't
I
want to,
could,
that's fine.
But I had more more based in reality. Hypotheticals only go so far with me. I think that well, first of all, what is your initial impression of Lav from what you do know? I am curious about that.
For generations, the Dreaming City housed one of the Awoken's most closely guarded
Let me think of how I ought
She is known as Riven.
to say this.
Riven of a thousand voices. The
be
last
honest, though,
known
just, let it
Ahamkara.
out.
She has been
No, I don't want to hit
And
other
her
people
death
with
is
strays.
your
I think
calling.
she is an extremely bigoted, extremely angry person who seems to severely lack in self-control and restraint. I think she looks way worse than she thinks she does in a social sense.
Brother Slayer.
I think this person engaging in
And you're
anything
still nothing but a retainer to the Awoken Queen.
like entertainment type media, I think her attempting to insert herself into political conversations has been disastrous for her reputation and for the people around her. I would give her I would suggest the same thing for her as for Mr.
Do you think it was that, or do you think it was her other behaviors? Like, people are dumb on the internet about political topics all the time, all the time.
Yeah.
But they're, yeah, I just absolutely disagree with that.
She
I don't
called
think that,
Brianna Wu a man recently. I
that's
think
a problem.
That's
right?
a problem.
But that's not just being wrong politically. That's being.
No, sorry. When I say that, what I mean is
Oh.
She has caused the general perception of her to degrade to such an extent that I don't think it's salvageable. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean reputationally.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm extremely tired, so I'm firing all cylinders.
I understand we won't keep
Yeah.
you too much longer. I won't keep you too much longer. My other question, I guess I would have for you is, where would you like your DGD bucks deposited? Like, where can people come to you, if they want to give you money for this, if they want to reward you financially for being a Destiny Orbiter and a Shield, one of the Dalaban's strongest soldiers, how can they do that?
I'll have my people talk to your people. I have an offshore account.
Excellent. We'll set this up.
The Dalaban dollars.
Wait, you can't just advertise your stream clips here. Hold on. This is a dangerous precedent to set.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get context for like this video here. This is from Hugin. It was posted 2 days ago, and it says the title is "I Tricked Vosh and So Can You: A Shameless Guide."
I fooled the one, the only Vosh, the Vosh man.
Hugin Odinson with the $5. New Crowder Mug Club lineup on Rumble includes this guy, shameless plug included. What?
Fucking actresses, would you like to watch me take a shower? He was asking 20.
Who are we talking about? Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna be? Let's spin the wheel.
Wait, you can't just advertise your stream clips here. Hold on.
I can, and I will.
This is a dangerous precedent to set. Shameless plug indeed.
That was actually pretty good.
Louis C.K. Is it Harvey Weinstein? A number of other people. There are so many I've forgotten. The wheel is spinning. Hey, I just noticed something here. Kuim. No, I like him. Thank you, Kuim.
Fucking Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein is the winner.
Jesus.
You think it's Revenge of the Nerds? Like him and Louis didn't get pussy before they were rich and famous.
It was both.
Fucking actresses, would you like to?
Well, say what you will about shameless advertising, but he fucking called it, didn't he? Jesus. YouTube shorts are so powerful.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
I got you, bitch.
Yes, they are. I should actually start doing that too. That would be like fucking shameless. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. All right, that's actually good, Hugin. That was good.
Wait, did he like it? I didn't know this.
Wait, play the clip. Play the clip.
Plug indeed.
Is it? There we go. That's what happens. He likes it. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Vosh. I appreciate that.
That was good.
Yes, a shameless plug indeed. And now I can make a video about it. I can leverage the Vosh name.
Go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and share this. That was good. That was good. That's just like good innocent fun, you know? That's just good innocent fun. Give it a like and subscribe if you like what you saw, folks. That was good. All right, let's go.
Hello, everyone. This morning, an announcement was posted in regards to a GoFundMe link to support Iron Mace. The GoFundMe link is legitimate, however, it was to be used later if necessary. It was posted this morning without approval due to a passionate member of the team taking matters into his own hands. We have currently paused the campaign for now, as it was prematurely announced. We appreciate the enormous amount of support shown in such a little amount of time. We are very sorry for the confusion and will take proper steps to resolve this within the next few hours. We will make another announcement on how the GoFundMe will be handled. Thank you all very much.
Here we go. Okay guys, so we're back with Dark and Darker. Now if I sound a little bit weird, I had a Wisdom Tooth out like 2 days ago. Feels a bit bad. Blood taste in my mouth all the time. It's fantastic really, so forgive me on that. But I did want to bring you this because this is really interesting, really illuminating, and it's not something I've seen reported in any of the widespread Western coverage of Dark and Darker and the whole, fiasco going on there.
Yeah.
Quick recap if you don't know, Dark and Darker, made by Anime Studios, Korean studio, essentially Nexon, yes, that Nexon, are saying that the Iron Mace developers worked on P3, a project within Nexon, and then left, stole files, and basically recreated the game in a one-to-one way so that they're identical, and essentially they're claiming they stole their trade secrets.
Sure.
Now, of course, since then, they've DMCA'd based on Dark and Darker being stolen, and Valve have, of course, complied, as they would do, and removed Dark and
Valve has to comply, by the way. They have to shoot first and ask questions later. It's not their decision, it's just the way the law works.
From the platform. At this stage, nobody knows what's going to happen with it, and Nexon are, at least from this, fully pursuing legal action because they sincerely believe they have a case for this being a stolen product. Now, what most people seem to believe is that this is a case of they're saying they stole assets, and then Dark and Darker have came out and said, we didn't steal assets because all of the assets we've used are Unreal Engine assets, so therefore, we've got you. This is the big mic drop moment. That is not really engaging in what the lawsuit's about, because...
Wow, what a surprise! What a surprise that upon further investigation, things are not that simple. And
that's usually how it goes.
The evidence they presented was curated in a way that would make them look innocent. How could we have possibly guessed this? What an elaborate fucking twist.
I'll say this. Like, a lot of people's like knee-jerk reaction, especially in the video game community, is always going to be big companies like Nexon, Activision, Activision Blizzard, Bungie, etc. They're always wrong. Fuck them. Every once in a while, what I'll say is every once in a while, they do have it right. You know what I mean? So that's why I always say, like, with these lawsuits, just take a moment. Wait, sometimes it's too good to be true at first. Just take a moment, see what's going to come out, and then you can make your assumptions. But for the purpose of content creation, you kind of want, like, something that's going to trend and like be kind of out there. Then you can like make a video, say, oh, I was wrong, guys. Then people can dunk on you, but then you get all the views and the likes and subs and whatnot. But like in real life, for everybody else who's not a content creator, just take a moment and just like wait on the information as it comes out.
So far, Nexon haven't really came out with anything publicly to be like, here's our receipts, because they don't need to, because that's going to get settled in either a criminal, which is still potentially ongoing, investigation, or when this goes to court and discovery, etc., etc. There's no real need for Nexon or anybody really to try and win the public here, unless they're trying to pressure public opinion to get this, resolved.
Well, now you can see why they're trying to pressure public opinion, because in order to pressure public opinion, they're going to they're going to do a GoFundMe. So now it makes sense why the public opinion is important to them.
Without it going to court and being dragged through that process. So there's quite a lot of ways that this can play out, and this information is going to be really important for people to keep in mind going forward. Iron Mace did release another set of statements here with more evidence. We have here a blind post from a Nexon insider.
Okay.
Now, you're going to say, how do you know this is real? Well, in Korea, they take stuff like this quite seriously, and they have a set of forums, essentially, where you can log into the website using your company email address, and then the website verifies that you work for that company, and then it puts the company you work for next to your anonymous profile. So essentially, these people are verified to work for Nexon, as they are in any of the links that come out on this blind forum. And they also show evidence of working for Project P3 and Project P7 and LF that came before those. And they're giving their take as somebody who was here throughout the entire time, what the opinions of Nexon employees are who worked with these people, who then took the files, potentially used them, potentially didn't, but definitely took the ideas, and made Dark and Darker. And we also have an internal memo here from Nexon Korea Audit and Legal Office. Now, in this memo, they basically just go over what happened, which is essentially to say the company's launched an investigation in July of 2021 and disciplined Mr. A, which is the person we've heard about multiple times. They don't name him here, but he's essentially actually the one who spun up the private server, the one who Iron Mace has also defended with their statements regarding this. In this process, as part of the investigation, we asked to submit the personal server to prevent further theft of company data, but Mr. A refused, claiming he wiped the server.
So he didn't want to give them back the server, and he just told them he cleared it, so you don't have to worry about it? Is Mr. A actually Hillary Clinton? Because I think we've had this happen before.
The emails.
Oh my God.
The emails.
Back at it again.
In August 2021,
She
the company
conveniently
filed a criminal complaint against Mr. A for violating the Act on the Prevention of Unfair Competition and Preventing Trade Secrets, and of course the Act of Aggravated Punishment for Specific Economic Crimes, etc. And the investigation is currently underway. Now, this is why the police got involved. These acts, I mentioned it in a previous video, when Iron Mace's studio was raided, people were telling me that doesn't matter because they're American, and in America, you can just call up the police and say, oh, you know, this man's kidnapping chickens in his office and you need to go and raid him, and then the SWAT show up with AR-15s and point guns at you.
That's because there is an immediate danger. Like, if anybody is trying to compare this to swatting, you are totally...
Yeah.
Like, it's just a completely different situation. Like, one situation, somebody could literally die and it's happening at this exact moment. Another one is like a fucking legal suit. How could you possibly compare the two?
Now, how it works in Korea, and this was an investigation that was over the course of months before any raid actually happened, and the police and the, I don't know what their version, district attorney is, but essentially the people in power there had this information and they processed it, found that they had grounds, and then executed a search and seizure, which lasted for over 6 hours. So it's not the same thing for people saying, oh, that doesn't matter. It does matter. How much it matters, we'll see when this obviously gets to any kind of court or conclusion. Also, this section, disciplinary dismissal and criminal prosecution, people, again, think that the Western idea of this is the right one, and it's not. In Korea, allegedly, from everything I've read and everything I've been told and everything I've seen on these forums, is that they have a very, very strict pro-worker union.
Yeah, they have, like, really strong unions, to the point to where if you get removed without a pension or something like that, it is a big fucking deal. And that's why they're able to have like 5-year non-competes.
Yep.
Because it wouldn't, like, the society wouldn't function if you couldn't pay people for years after that if you didn't give them money. It just makes sense.
Basically within Nexon, one of the first in video gaming in Korea, and they also have a ton of basically protections for workers, to the point where you basically don't get fired. You don't get fired at all. They ask you.
Yeah, this isn't like some right to work. If you post a tweet and the boss doesn't like it, he's like, oh, I don't like that shit. You're using profanity on the internet? Get out of here. Get out. Nope. This is a Christian establishment. Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Damn straight.
To resign if you've done something bad and they can't absolutely prove it. And if you do get fired and it's wrong, this union will help you. The union did not help Mr. A. They didn't at all, even though he was disciplined and fired during this process. Which means if there was an actual case here that he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't have been fired and he would have had help from the union. None of that.
Very interesting. I read this a few days ago too. Now, I read the abbreviated version of this. I didn't really talk about it, but yes. It's conjecture, not good evidence. Of course it's conjecture. What do you think it is? Yeah, what did you think?
Has happened. After the disciplinary dismissal of Mr. A, many of the P3 personnel, including Mr. B, the current CEO of Iron Mace and the head of the planning department, left the company. More than 50% of the staff in the P3 team, which had about 20 people, resigned. We can confirm that most of the employees who left the company at that time are now working for Iron Mace. After many thoughts on maintaining the development of P3, where all development data was stolen and the key developers were missing, the company changed its development direction and started the P7 project. So again, another point a lot of people I see keep bringing up is oh, Nexon are just mad because they cancelled the game and then Dark and Darker came out and it's really popular, so they're upset and they're just spiteful and they're trying to get this game shut down. The only reason they stopped making P3 is because all these people left, which means that some of these people got moved on to other jobs that they didn't want to be on after they'd worked on Project P3 for a long time, fucking over their careers. Which means that the damage is not only to Nexon but is to the other people who were working on P3 with them. Wow. And of course they would still be developing the game if these people didn't quit. So it's not even like they left a dead project, it's that they literally killed the project themselves.
Yeah, they sabotaged it.
And then of course appearance of similar games. After that,
I don't know why they left. Yeah, you're right. We can't know why they left.
August 2022, just a year later, Ironmace conducted an alpha test of Dark and Darker, which was very similar to P3. Ironmace was established in October 2021, so Dark and Darker alpha test was conducted in just 10 months based on the company's establishment. Dark and Darker is a core concept of Fantasy World, genre characteristics that combine PvP and user versus game, aka PvE.
Sure.
Major play methods including combat systems, major planning content such as classes, as well as user environments, UI design, art, etc. Almost everything in the game is very similar to the P3 project and cannot be considered independently developed. If the
I mean, if this is what they're saying, I feel like if you show the one-to-one, if they go out and they show what P3 was, and then you compare it to Dark and Darker, I think they're fucked. I do.
So it looks like so it's looking more and more like they actually stole the concept of the game. So it's really, the original, the way it was originally phrased was they were talking about the assets, right? But if you know anything about the Unreal Engine, those assets are readily available for you to develop a game. Like you right now can get the Unreal Engine, right? And develop the game with the already available assets that are free for you to use. So everyone thought that's what it was about originally. Even I thought that. But now it looks like it's not about the assets. Fuck the assets. The actual idea and concept behind the game was stolen by Ironmace. And that the people who originally were on P3, they somehow, see, from what I understand so far, if I'm reading this right, or if I'm understanding this correctly, they got a hold of those people, took the idea from them, and developed Dark and Darker. So if that's the case, and Nexon can prove that, they're fucked. Ironmace is fucked. So, who would have guessed it? There's more to this than meets the eye.
Well, not everybody followed them, right? There were just some people that left and other people didn't leave. It's not like everybody left Nexon. Yeah, I mean, come on. Bro, please stop. Well, it's astonishing to me that people can be so naive that they just believe what somebody says without even applying any sort of logic to it at all. To like differentiate like what the certainty of something being true is. Like, you have to, like, just because somebody says something doesn't make it true. Like, you have to use your own judgment and think about it. Like, does this make sense or not? It's crazy how many people just have no ability to do that. It's sad.
P3 project would have been developed in-house. It would have been presented to users under the name of the sub-brand MinRocket, which, as people have been saying, Nexon are trying to basically release indie games that are funded from Nexon's big bags of money, but released without monetization problems and under new studios that don't have the same problem name, right? They're aware of this, and it's why a lot of Korean people are very upset about this Ironmace situation, because essentially what they're alleging, the Korean people that are involved in this, is that Nexon are trying to do a good thing here, and they've built up some goodwill with the community by releasing games that have no monetization problems, that are really good, and then they were going to release...
That's the Square Enix approach. Bring out a couple of good games and then monetize the shit out of the other ones. Of course.
That's true.
This one as well, and then the people who formed Iron Mace basically put all this in jeopardy, because why would Nexon try to do this anymore if people are just going to be allowed to literally rip their game ideas, leave the company and remake them, and then turn around and say, oh, we're against big corporations and things like that and the monetization.
Which makes sense. Yeah, what is the benefit of them doing this if all the people are just going to leave and then, you know, basically use that as a platform to not only shit on these people who were funding it, but then also just do it themselves for profit? Yeah, of course.
So that's why Korean people originally were on the side of Iron Mace, and then when all this information has came out, have took this in and said, yeah, we think Nexon's actually got a really good point here, and Iron Mace are the ones that are probably in the wrong. It's just whether or not they can prove it legally. Now, this is the really, really interesting part. Okay. So, this is from, again, Korean Insider screenshot. This is allegedly evidence that shows that they were working on these projects. In red is the person who translated this, and is essentially giving context because this was written in Korean, basically like shorthand. Before we get into things, the P3 incidents timeline. I worked on both projects, LF and P3. For context, LF was the game before P3 that most of these developers worked on together before starting P3. It was cancelled as far as I'm aware. So this person worked under Mr. A, who, if we remember, is the person who's alleged to have done all these things. Yeah. I attached a screenshot confirming this. The other blind post being a Korean website where they post blind, was accurate about the P3 members. It was posted 2 days before this one. Current Iron Mace CEO, Terrence, former manager, was not the director of LF and P3. The director, Mr. A, who provoked the incident, was a different person. Okay. To fully understand the incident, first we should look into Project LF, which is the cancelled project, which was mentioned in a statement of Iron Mace from 3/27. Project LF in late 2019, while Nexon closed several large budget projects, the director of Project LF announced that they are recruiting personnel with Unreal Engine experience. It was a roguelike FPS game, and several employees were signed in. During the first meeting after the recruitment of the artist and level designer, the director was notified. Since we could not find any Unreal programmer, we'll make the game with Unity instead. At this point, the team consisted of 4 core members: director, manager, programmer, and character designer, with several employees who worked there before the LF. This announcement threw the team off, and some of them left. The team used Unity with Git. Some employees should learn how to use them from scratch. Since the pandemic started, they are now working from home, and the director notified Nexon that they are going to use a private server. Now remember, this is not talking about Project P3, which is what...
Yeah, so this is the game before Project P3. Okay. So I'm just trying to think about all this, because I feel like this is there's a lot of foundational information here.
Where the private server comes in later. As there was no art and level in the prototype, the level designer renewed and remade art, characters, and maps.
Sure.
This level designer still works at Nexon. Soon after work from home started, the company made and distributed the remote system for working from home employees, but the team still used the private server. So what this is saying, from somebody who worked on this project, so would have had access to both Nexon's distributed system
and the private
as
server,
well as the one that was spun up by Mr. A on LF.
Yeah.
What they're saying is there was a new system that Nexon was using that meant that you didn't need to use a private server anymore. Basically, the only reason to use the
but they were doing it anyway.
Yeah. Server initially, work from home first started, and Nexon didn't have any way for you to work from home efficiently, which is why they gave permission to use the private server in the first place. Since they did not have enough manpower, especially for art, the director, which is the same guy, Mr. A, ordered them to use assets from the store. There was 1 character designer, 1 background animator, and 1 TA. After 1 year, they finished pre-production. However, the project could not pass the hurdle and got dropped. He says he doesn't know what the hurdle here means. It might be a corporate term. Later on in this, they go over basically an internal playtest that Project P3 passed.
Maybe.
So I would assume that's what this didn't pass. Essentially, when a project gets to a certain point, they hand it over to other leads, other teams, and they play the game, and it's explained, and they say where they're going with it, etc., and basically pitch it. And if it doesn't look like it has merit, they drop it. It's basically what most companies do. You're not going to run dry on something and just keep going if it's not looking promising. The director got furious and told employees, I'm looking for a new company, let's leave here together. Same director, earlier project. As a matter of course, employees did not follow this, and his first attempt was failed. The scrapped Project LF was on display at Nexon Computer Museum. You can find it by Googling this. It's no longer there, but you can find the articles on Google. Soon, the P3 incident that you're waiting for will start.
So this director already had a problem with the thing. This was even before P3 even started.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Okay.
As you can see, the interview made by Ironmace has some errors, the one by Terrence. He said that they started P3 without any art design using Unreal Engine, but what he mentioned was the prototype of LF, nothing to do with P3. At this point, none of the core members, director, manager, programmer, and character designer, knew how to use Unreal Engine. However, basic art members from LF were present in the team when Project P3 started. So they carried over the same art members, so there was artists that were familiar with using Unreal Engine. In addition, the director, who's Mr. A, the one who's alleged all this stuff, kept the Project LF files in its still running private server without permission, which were found later.
I feel like, yeah, that's kind of that's a big report right there, because it's obvious that he was trying to go and like do his own thing. So then he keeps the private server running even after this. I don't know.
In order for him to
That's
maintain
very
access
sussy, yep.
to like those
Mr. A,
assets
there you go.
and like the concepts. Okay.
So obviously when Nexon distributed their system, there was no reason to keep this running. And of course, as we've shown here from this employee's testimony, that he was upset and he wanted to leave and make his own game because his game got cancelled. The game he was developing for Nexon as Project LF. So then they went into gathering ideas portion of trying to build out what would Project P3 be. The director decided to start a new project with the team. He ordered the members to make groups and start brainstorming. We did this for about a month. Here, the director drops another bombshell, like the first Project LF meeting. He rejected every idea from the employees for various reasons. After several weeks passed, the employees asked the director, quote, "Why would you ask us for an idea? Stop pretending to listen and do whatever you want then." He replied, "Yes, I will." We literally gasped.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Is to accept it.
This guy's going out. He's doing his own thing. All right.
After hearing that. After that, the brainstorming was stopped and changed into a meeting among several members.
Okay.
Project P3 begins in proper now. After a month, the project was decided to be a roguelike, Tarkov-like game using Unreal Engine. We expected the gameplay and practicality by playing games like Escape from Tarkov and GTFO. Since the core members know nothing about Unreal Engine at one point, they tried to shift the project into Unity. However, it failed due to the strong opposition of art members, which, again, if we remember, are the artists from Project LF that were still on this project. After recruiting Unreal programmers, the development of Project P3 got started. Like Project LF, the director ordered the art members to use store assets. Again, as we're seeing here, art
I think that's fine. I mean, it makes sense just as placeholders.
From the director, so it's Mr. A directs them to use store assets for making Project P3, which later on he goes and uses the same store assets to make Dark and Darker, which of course is the part where people are getting confused, where they think all of this lawsuit and this problem is about art assets being stolen. It's not. It's that he made the game once and then just went somewhere else and made the exact same game again, using the exact same assets from the Unreal Store, using the exact same designs, using the exact same people in this case.
Yeah.
What Nexon are alleging is that he could only make Dark and Darker the way that it is because he already made it while being paid for Nexon to make it. So again,
I feel like that's kind of true.
Yeah. People are not gonna like it.
Yeah, I mean, I
Nexon doesn't have the greatest of reputations, but it sounds like it's all true.
How that's not true.
People are gonna lose.
Argument? Yes. Because basically what he was saying, how could we have stolen these assets and used these assets if they're from the store? But they had used these store assets while they were working at Nexon as placeholders. You see what I'm saying? So it's again, something that is technically true. So what that means is that he is recreating the same game. Does that make sense? He is recreating the same game that he made at Nexon, that they paid him to make, that he then left the company to make on his own. Is that illegal? That's so... Yes, absolutely. It's massively fucking illegal. It's not stealing, no. Yes, it's not technically stealing, no. Of course it is. Are you crazy? It's 100% illegal, yes.
Very much so. I don't think you guys like understand. Maybe because it's like digital assets, like people don't understand. But that is actually stealing.
You signed a non-compete? Yes. What do you mean?
Don't sign the non-compete, man. That's easier said than done, but that's how that business works.
Cat Spatchel? Well, it's because they, I mean, like, how many people here have probably ever read any of this stuff? Yeah, why would they know? Company owns the intellectual property to make it work, yes? Okay, here we go. It's common sense, yes.
And another argument between the director and ARP members happened at this time. While the director ordered the team to use Git, the ARP members insist on using Perforce. Eventually, they agreed to use Git with Unreal, and the team used external Git to store data. Right. And then the red text clarifies they have no idea what this means, because then they know nothing about engines. At this point, the previously mentioned remote system for work-from-home employees was fully established in the company, and external Git was not necessary anymore. So the servers that were external are now completely worthless.
We are now leaving.
The system for work from home, which everyone within Nexon was using, was perfectly fine to use. There was no issues. Now these sections, I'm just...
So I guess with the assets, so Nexon saying that they're using the same assets isn't necessarily saying that they had stolen the assets, because the assets were from the store, but the fact that they were using the same assets was compounding evidence for the fact that they are recreating the same game that they made while they were employed at Nexon.
Normally, I'd advise we retreat, regroup.
Does that make sense? I think that's what's going on.
We all know what Amanda would say about that, don't we?
I believe she would say, let us get this done.
Which again,
I do not have
any time that
you got it, Mizrax.
Something is communicated in a way that's incomplete, and the incomplete nature of that communication is beneficial towards the person who's communicating it in the incomplete way, I will assume that they are selectively removing that information to make themselves sound good. And whenever I see that happen, just once, I immediately am like, hey, I don't know what to believe here. So it's just that people do that all the time. They do. And whenever people do that, there's probably a reason for it. Because think about it like this. What is the easiest thing?
Oh, wow. Who is... Oh, it's that guy.
It is the easiest thing to do is to just repeat what actually happened. So, guess what? Whenever they're going out of their way to make up another story, why do you think that is? There's a reason for that.
I'm going to skip over, and you can go and read them if you want, but it's basically talking about how they built the game with basically the first version, second version, third version, fourth version, and it explains how they went from basically a small map in a 1v1 like battle arena type thing to the point where they got a map which basically rotated 90 degrees each time, but always connected to each other, and then eventually they made another one which was randomly generated and basically just had a high skill ceiling for people to enjoy, but also where new users could have a chance against veterans by it not being like just completely memorized and etc. At this point during L3 and L4 the Project P3 successfully passed the internal employee test play, however things weren't looking good. So this is the point where LF, the previous game...
Somebody in chat says something very true. Easy to repeat the work done while not repeating effort to overcome the original challenges to get there. That's right. Any of you guys, if you ever do your second playthrough of the game, it's probably a lot faster than the first playthrough. There you go.
That this team worked on with the director, Mr. A, was cancelled because the game wasn't good enough. So now that it's passed, this game is going to get developed and released.
Oh, this is much better.
At this point, there is nothing bad going on. Nexon are not cancelling the project, and everything seems to be going well. Apart from, of course, as we say, the director expressed dissatisfaction about the company to the team. He complained about the slow process of sub-branding, which again would be the small company that Nexon would be launching this game under, so as not to, sully the name and make people not play because Nexon bad. and the lack of reinforcement of Unreal Engine from other teams. At this point, sub-branding was in progress, and the reinforcement was rejected due to the problem in another project called Project R.
Okay.
So basically, he was upset that things were taking too long and they weren't getting given the developers that they needed to get the game finished quicker. I assume
Thank you.
that he's very proud of his project and thought it was his own creation. He seemed to be very bothered by the fact it was under the control of the company.
Okay.
Suddenly, the director used his vacation frequently and left the office much earlier. Since the director and other core members held their meetings almost every day, other members could not work properly. Then
Here we
the
go.
incident happened, and he called
All
it
right,
D-Day.
all right. Now here comes the spicy part.
Which is a little bit funny. On D-Day,
Fuck
the
this guy
director
for making
suddenly held a
Nexon look
meeting
good,
and
dude.
drops the bombs. He said, quote, "We, the 4 core members, decided to make a game outside of Nexon, and quote, we already made a deal with another agency/company, so you have nothing to worry about." And I'd just like to say that while obviously we have to take this with a pinch of salt because it's one person's testimony, this has been reported by multiple insiders at Nexon, and also what Nexon is saying. Now, you could say, wow, oh, Nexon's just lying, because a lot of people are going with the angle of South Korea is the most corrupt place on the planet, and corporations there run everything, and, no person that ever works in a corporation could ever tell the truth, and therefore Iron Mace is a small company and they're good, so we believe them. But I would say, based on what I've seen and the evidence that's presented on both sides, this story
People are so fucking stupid, man. It's sad.
makes way more sense than the Iron Mace one does. Just again trying to give you the raw on it, because obviously people are coping a little bit here, thinking that everything's going to be okay, and when we get to the end of this video and I give you my take on what is probably going to happen, everything's probably not going to be okay. But again, this is what he said. After the statement, every single team member were dumbfounded, and the director started a one-on-one meeting.
I hope you guys got your
He told me and the other members, I even contacted big men like XXX, which I, the writer of the post, will never specify here. And again, there have been leaks of emails of big, essentially competitors to Nexon that have given like $500,000 as investment to start Iron Mace for a small percentage of equity within the company, which was discovered from an email which you can find if you just Google the Korean coverage of this.
That sounds very sus as well.
In the last video, I believe. So essentially this again lines up, and also what you need to know about this, just as additional context, at the time that Dark and Darker was not yet under, full investigation, they had Tencent, Kakao Games, 2 of the biggest gaming companies in the world, at the table as investors, looking to put money into Iron Mace and subsequently Dark and Darker. Wow. And then this Nexon stuff came out where Nexon was saying they've stolen our trade secrets, and all of these investors fucking vanished. They just left, which yet again is just another small piece of context that goes to show that there's something more going on here, and maybe Nexon have more.
Yeah, I think the fact that they had people like, again, what was it? The Kakao Games. That's like, those are the guys that did BDO, and like, what was the other one? It was like Tencent, right, or something like that. The fact that those
There's a
guys
lot of money we're talking about here too.
pretty telling. Because like, you've got to assume that they understand it better than any of us. Like the people that are investing in this stuff, they know all the laws. They probably have people that are living there, or they live there. They know this shit really well. So if all of them dropped out, that's really fucking bad.
Point and people are giving them credit for, whether we want to believe them or not, whether we like the outcome or not, that seems to yet again just be another piece of context where other people in corporations that would have wanted to get in on this don't want to anymore because they think something stinks. His attempt continued for about 2 weeks, but many veterans were freaked out and rejected his offer. The veterans seemed to worry about their decision and did not know what to do. Some of them argued with him because of his phone calls at midnight. Now Nexon realized what was going on in the team, and an internal investigation and audit began. The director was pulled out by the company controllers, and the members were frustrated by this whole situation. So at this point, they can't continue making the game because the person who's given them the direction, the director, as he's named, he's basically being investigated.
Anderson.
He wasn't there anyway. Then he wants
Mr. Anderson.
they just can't continue making the game. During the audit, his private server was found.
So Iron Mace says they don't like Nexon because of pay to win, but then they talk to Kakao and Tencent. What do you expect? Jesus.
From what I heard after the incident, the higher-ups were very shocked by this discovery, since they allowed this only at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. They seem to think that someone in the position of director would not do such an obvious violation of terms. Now, all this lines up. He had the server at the beginning of Project LF, and of course he was using that maybe in good faith, but he wanted to leave, and he kept those files that people didn't leave with him. Then he kept more files, kept the server he shouldn't have, and then of course left and said he wouldn't turn over the server for them to look at, which essentially means there's multiple points here of common sense. You could go like, oh, you know, maybe he just forgot, but you could also say he was planning to leave repeatedly and just kept building up files for games that he considered.
Well, he said that he was planning to leave before P3 even started. Like, he wanted to leave even before they started the he forgot? No, he didn't fucking, like, what do you mean he forgot? Yeah, right, are you kidding me?
Was his, and then did leave. Early timelines suggested by others were messed up because so many things happened in this period, and they're referring to other blind posts and articles about the incident, because again, this is just a massive dollop of information that's coming out from multiple different sources. In most cases, developers decide to quit the company after their project is canned.
Yeah, sure.
Then, also in most cases, they ask other team members after things are settled. The company seems to have never experienced an incident like this before. As a result, the director got disciplinary dismissal, some of the team members quit, and others moved to R or P7, etc.
Wow. Okay.
After the incident, every computer belonging to Nexon got sealed, and security procedures multiplied. The company even made a statement about this incident, which is the one we just went over, which I will leave in a link in the video description. You can go read this if it wasn't clear in any way, and of course come to your own conclusions. And then of course he goes through some communication and some Q&A stuff. The story never ends.
Damn.
At some point after the incident, the members who choose to remain had conversations like, aren't they going to make the same game? No chance, unless they're stupid. Ha 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 ha. But that actually happened.
Yeah,
in September 2022, the games that should have been published under the Mint Rocket, which is the Nexon sub-brand, were played side by side with another Mint Rocket game, Maybe Dave the Diver by YouTube. We, the members who choose to remain, initially got startled, but after seeing their statement, he's talking about, again, there's some stuff lost in translation here. He's talking about Iron Mace's statement on their website where they're like, you know, we just want to go back to the roots of being normal gamers, and we hate big greedy corporations despite the fact we were just working for a big greedy corporation. And
oh my god.
I know.
Oh my god.
It's wild, man.
Wow.
And he says that they were furious, and if you can look at this from the perspective of people who are working on these games with these people, they were working to a game that wasn't a big greedy game with all the people that were working towards that same goal, and then they just fucked them and left.
Yeah,
at least if we accept this narrative, which again is backed up by multiple sources. Since the dust is settled now, referring to the chaos after the first blind post of the former P3 member, I hope this gave you a more organised view of the series of events. So conclusions. So here we go, there's some really important distinctions here being made, and this addresses some of the stuff that people are bringing up in the community. Did they steal our resources? No, those are store assets. This is, again, what I said in the last video, and people keep doing this thing of like, oh, you know, Nexon are accusing them of stealing assets. No, they're accusing them of stealing the game, the whole game.
Yeah, they're accusing them of stealing the game, and the fact that they reproduce the game with the same assets is evidence that they're trying to reproduce the same game. That's what they're saying. It's different.
And they're accusing them of stealing, like, company resources onto that server.
Yeah.
And then who knows what they did with those after. That has not come up yet, because nobody can prove one way or the other until they do like a forensic investigation of that server, of the development of the game, compare it to Nexon stuff. And
that is good. That is fucking great. Look at that. Look at that. Damn.
It does. Because if they release evidence, or at least their version of evidence, or something that makes the community believe that they're in the right, and then they have a GoFundMe to have people help pay for their legal fees to fight the big bad company Nexon that's pushing them around. The pieces are starting to come together. Yeah. This is very interesting. I'm still not convinced they're in the wrong. I'm not convinced they're in the wrong, but I'm certainly not convinced that they're not in the wrong. That's what I'm definitely not convinced of.
Files and things like that. Because what Nexon reveals at this point, which they're not going to because they don't need to, it's going to happen in a courtroom. What matters is that we can prove here employee A and B worked on this game, did all the things for this game, built this game up.
Shout out to Kira. Shout out to Kira for like doing this like fucking work, man. He's so good. He's so good at this stuff. And I'm glad that he's like he's doing like more. He's doing a lot of like the controversies around like the manosphere and stuff like that too. But he's so good at this stuff too. Like he's just digging down in deep. I wish I had like the ability to do what he's doing too. It's just like I'm just a dumb streamer that likes to react to videos. But like this is like really the fact that he's digging down deep like this. This is completely changing the narrative now. Like I'm not a big fan of Nexon, to be honest with you. But like this is just like, and this is the reason why I said it again. I'm gonna say it again. Asmund gonna say it too. Like you should wait for like all the evidence. Like the initial impulse is like, you know, corporation's bad. Every once in a while, they're kind of right. You know, like this makes you look stupid, you know, that's why you should like take a minute. If it's true, couch your language, take them. If it's true, okay, then Nexon wins. If it's not true, then like Iron Mace is going to win and they'll get vindicated. But this is just so amazing.
Files that they shouldn't have had, they were told not to have, were fired, took team members, and then made an identical game. We can have our own opinions on morality and, you know, whether this is right or wrong, and we can also say whether or not that's legal or illegal. But what we can't argue is that they didn't make this game based on what they did at Nexon. They absolutely did, based on everything I can see. I don't even see anyone...
Well, how could you have a company where the development studio... It's possible for a development studio to... at like the 11th hour, whenever the game is in a playable state, they leave and then they recreate the game themselves to take all of the money. You could not you could not develop software if that was possible. It would be impossible. Like every single game studio would have this problem every single time. Like you wouldn't have a Blizzard, you wouldn't have like a Riot or anything like that, because people that develop the game would get enough resources from the company to where they could just leave and make their own game. Like it would not work. So I understand that you might not think it's a big deal, but if people did this in mass, which they obviously would if it was legal, which by the way it's not, the game development could not function. You wouldn't be able to fund the games in the first place. The only reason that the game got funded and they were able to research and develop the idea and the IP of what Dark and Darker turned into, or what turned into Dark and Darker, is because Nexon paid the bill for it. And you can't just fucking go and take all of that time and money that they invested into it and then go and make your own game and say, hey, we're Robin Hood. And then make a GoFundMe, start robbing the hood. Which it seems like that's what's happening. Or Nexon made all of this up and released it. Yep, that's true. This is a Nexon paid actor. It's all fake.
Goddamn right.
Yep, it's all fake. You're right. Totally fake. It's fake. Anything, bro, if I hear something that doesn't agree with what I think, it's fake.
It's fake, baby.
Problem solved.
Obviously.
Read something that says I'm wrong, it's fake. Read something that disagrees with me, fake. It's fine as long as they build it from scratch. They don't believe I don't believe anything until the court case, so it's fine until they rebuilt this from scratch. I don't even think that it would be fine if they rebuilt it from scratch. If you're effectively taking the exact same game concept and porting it over. Because it's very different, like for example, like you can look at League, like Dota and Warcraft 3. Like if people from Warcraft 3 quit Warcraft 3 and they decided, hey, we're not going to make Warcraft 3 anymore, and now we're going to go make Dota instead, I think that Blizzard would have sued them and won.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's not a problem if somebody remakes the same game from scratch, but it is a problem if that person remakes the same game from scratch that just previously worked at the company that was paying them to make it. That's the difference.
Based Asmongold.
Yeah, Blizzard would have won, exactly.
Arguing against this point, it's just the argument of whether or not this is actually fair, right, or has any kind of legal repercussions. The only
Blizzard
thing
did try the sue and lost. Yes, I understand that that's what you're. That's just not what happened. Like you intentionally ignored the core points of what I was saying in order to say something. Like yeah, that's not what happened. Warcraft 3 was released. You understand?
Yep. I know exactly what he's talking about too.
Warcraft 3 got canceled, and then somebody went to another studio to make Warcraft 3 or Dota. Warcraft 3 was released. They're not publicly domain assets. Yes, I know that. P3 not even released, exactly. When you work for a company, a tech company, of course you signed something saying you're not allowed to extract company information after quitting. It's confidential. Yes. You should watch the Devin Nash video on this. He goes over the Korean law side of it more. Yep.
Scene is like, oh, you know, if you put 7 developers in a room and told them to make a game based on this small brief, they'd make a very similar game, which is not really engaging with reality, because a similar game and an identical game are not the same thing.
No.
Especially not when the law's involved. So what about programming resources? I have no idea. Only they will know. True. So why do you say that it's stolen by Iron Mace? Because they are extremely look-alike. Dark and Dark is like a beta version, while P3 is an alpha. The bar where you can have fun and fight, how the door works, the way the door breaks, the way that chest opens, the gameplay around torches, the battle mechanism and classes are all identical. Shrines, lighting, shading mechanisms, etc. They share so many things, so it would be easy to count what is different from the original. He's basically saying that they're so close together, there's no point listing what's close. You might as well list what isn't. You know, what is different about the game would be a shorter list than what is similar, because they're so fucking identical as games. Of course, I know those who worked in P3 are not happy about this. I'm very disappointed by them, the director and those who followed him, since they obviously misdirect the public about the whole situation.
Of course.
I think it all started with the director's mindset of, this is my game, while he's working under the corporate. Why do they ask me to do this or that? This is my game after all. I don't understand why they bully me for making my own game. Quotes. So question...
Seems like a bit of an ego, Andy. And that's just what I think. Yeah, of course.
My game,
no
baby.
Shit.
Listen, man, I understand, like, when you put your heart, sweat, and tears into something, and, you know, you feel like you're not getting, like, the recognition you want. But, you know, listen, you work for these big corporations. That's the deal. Where's my phone? Oh, is it still downstairs? Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Like, if I don't get my phone now, I'm gonna completely forget it. Like tomorrow. Alright, sorry about that, folks. Back to Asmongold and Kira TV.
Use asset watermark to prove it isn't stolen, even if there's a lot of similarities. I think that at a certain point, again, do you understand how, like, video game development could not function if people were able to leave a company that paid them to develop a game and then they just cross the finish line on their own and then release it privately or in another company?
Let's get started.
Like, this would, like, you could not develop video games if this was possible. Because you would never have a company that would be willing to develop a game, because if they did, they would run the risk of like 100% chance.
Oh shit, I don't have any enhancement cores. Okay.
After they make their game.
You
see what I'm saying? So your argument is fundamentally pragmatic in nature? Well, I think that there's a number of parts of the argument. But what I'm saying is that I think that if all of this stuff is true, I think that Nexon is morally in the wrong. I do think that they are morally or ethically and not morally. I think that they are ethically in the wrong, and I think that they are engaging in unethical behavior by working on a game and then leaving the company and then remaking their seemingly the exact same game, according to people that work for P3, work for Nexon under P3, making the exact same game anyway. Iron Mace? Yeah, sorry. Losing brain cells by reading the idiots in the chat. The reason why there's a lot of people that disagree with this is because they're probably kids. They're kids, they've never like dealt with anything like this before. So in their mind, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal. Yeah, they like the game. I get it, guys. I get it. You like the game a lot. You're not experienced with this kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense to you. And that's why I'm trying to explain it in a pragmatic way. That imagine if every single developer could do this. Every single development studio could do this. If they could do this and then at the last minute, at the 11th hour, leave the company and then recreate the exact same game that the company paid them to make and then release it and make all of the money with it, you understand how this would effectively kill any sort of game development studio. And no game development studio could possibly work because it would obviously, that would obviously be what everybody would do. So any company really, yes, any company. So you can't look at this and say, oh, it's not a big deal. No, just blacklist them. You're not blacklisting anybody because they're making their own game. How can you blacklist somebody whenever it's being promoted to the public? Yeah, I don't understand how this is, as a game designer, you're a developer, you're simply wrong on this. Okay. They tried to sue them and lost. Employees rotate around Fang Law. Okay, so what am I wrong about? Let's see. We have a game developer in chat. So what am I wrong about? I am simply wrong. That is how it works. Fang fundamentally works like this. What you're saying is impossible. Okay. Quoting Fang, but not game dev.
Lead from gold.
Here we go. Where's the proof? Yep, let's go. Oh boy. As a developer, you're definitely not wrong about this. The guy's being an idiot. Yes, I know that. I know. Recreating a game from scratch takes longer than you think. Yeah, but does it take less time than creating it in the first place? Yeah. It's just common sense. If I steal my company's code to make the same app and sell it for myself, I will go to jail. Yeah, well, that's how it has to work. There are literally clauses in every tech contract telling you that everything developed with company equipment or on company time belongs to the fucking company. It's cut and dry to me. This info is believed to be believed. Yeah, okay, and we have no response, as always. Yep, there we go. Oh wait, no, we just got one. Okay. You can't just leave and make your own game from scratch when what you're leaving is years of development with significant backing.
If you have all, if you have all the assets and access to all the original game files, and all you have to do is like copy it, rename the game, and all the original assets are you can copy from the Unreal Engine, and you're keeping the core concept of the game. Yes, you can. And especially if you have like get money backing from some VC or hedge fund, this isn't like hard to understand. Like, I'm not like an expert game developer. You can't. If you want to make the same type of game that you were making at Nexon, when Nexon's with the type of budget that Nexon was dealing with, where it's like intensely like high end fucking 2080 3000 4000k, like it's like you're actually there in real life, like the fucking Matrix, then no, you can't. But if you make something like Dark and Darker, oh, this is getting like frustrating. People are being like very obtuse right now.
You can't leave and just make your own game from scratch when what you're leaving is years of development with it.
Oh no.
Sometimes I like to bring people up like this and just, yeah, he agrees with me, exactly. I like to bring people up like this just for you to see this is the mind of a person who's like typing wrong in chat. They don't even know what they're saying. That guy's probably a dev on Diablo Immortal. I mean, you can't blame him. Here we go.
Seems like the level designer contributed a lot. Did he leave too? Answer, no, of course not. So this is obviously a lot. Did he leave too? Answer, no, of course not.
Okay, the level designer
this is obviously a long, pretty dense.
And the level designer didn't leave. Keep in mind, doesn't Dark and Darker only have one map?
Video in terms of like information. I just hope that people listen. And again, I'm not trying to say that I'm right here. I'm not trying to say Nexon's right here. Okay. I'm just trying to say there's two sides to this story, and the one Iron Mace is giving is not lining up exactly with what we can tell from what Nexon's saying. If Nexon's lying, fair enough, which they absolutely could be. I don't think that would be a very clever idea. And obviously they have receipts here from this. Yep. So if it does go to civil court, we're going to see that. But I think they have a very strong case in terms of the point they're making. Not a legally strong case, because I don't know fuck all about Korean law. But yeah, I just think this is mad interesting, and I'm going to continue following it, especially the Korean side, because again, that's not really getting reported in Western media at all, and that's where we're going to get the best, the juiciest, the realest information that we can go forward with as an opinion. What do I think is going to happen? Well, I think Nexon's probably going to win out on this one. One, because Iron Mace has no investment, so they can probably just bleed them dry in a court, even if they have no point. I hope that's not the case, of course, but that is realistically a distinct possibility. Two, because in my mind, again, not as a lawyer, not as anyone who knows fuck all about Korean law, it just makes sense that Iron Mace did things wrong here, or at least the people who run Iron Mace and have given them direction to make this game. It just makes sense that they are in the wrong as long as Nexon are being truthful about this stuff. And people might say, oh, that's naive to believe a corporation. I just don't see them lying about this one, to be honest. I just don't personally see it. And I could be completely wrong.
It's not financially beneficial for them to lie about it because they canceled the game. It is financially beneficial for Iron Mace to lie about it. And also, Nexon is not making a statement about this. These are insiders that work at Nexon, not speaking for Nexon.
Wrong, and I will accept it if I am. There's a possibility that this is settled, like a distinct possibility that this is settled, but I think with how serious Nexon are taking this, with what they're trying to do with like the indie arm of their company and trying to like build a reputation on that, I don't think they will, because they see this as a literal attack on everything they're trying to do with this, like, call it goodwill, call it whatever you want. It's a corporation, it's probably not goodwill, but this new way to monetize their products and to build goodwill in specifically Korea, but the world as well. They see this as an attack, so I think they go all in on this. And if they want to, they can just kill Iron Mace, like overtime in courts. That's it. Which I absolutely don't agree with as a concept, and I hope that isn't going to be the case. I hope this gets settled. I hope it gets resolved. And realistically, I, as a consumer, hope Iron Mace is right, and the game comes out and we get to play it. But also realistically, as someone who covers stuff like this, I don't want to be in the world where basically any company, we can just say, oh, you know, I don't like this company and I don't like what they do, so therefore I'm okay with people doing bad things to them. Because then it's a bit of a slippery slope for me, where do you draw the line that, you know, other people...
Everybody draws a different line. The world can't function that way.
Yep.
You can't, like, nothing would function if everybody was able to use their own discretion of when they're able to and when they're not able to follow the rules. Nothing could work that way.
People don't like a certain group of people, so it's fine if stuff happens to them. I just don't like that line of thinking generally. But there we go. There's my ramblings, and thank you for sticking around till this point if you watched. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Peace out.
Wow.
Well, end of an era.
Yeah, it sure is.
Okay, guys, so...
didn't agree with you at first, but this information is confirmed, definitely sheds a different light on the situation. I still say they're innocent until proven guilty, but Korean law may be different. I think that it is very telling that we have a lot of people that are in Korea that it seems like the Korean community is siding with Nexon.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Nexon doesn't have the greatest reputation
Very
even in
interesting.
Korea.
Do you think the game will survive?
No. I mean, why not just at this point, if it's Nexon then, and they have the game, right? And this is essentially, and the game is essentially P3. Why not you just Well, Your Honor. I mean, I don't know how this works in Korea. The game is functional. This is our game. What we'll do is we will buy out the game, right? We'll buy out the game at whatever the quarter point in price is, and we should buy it at a discount. Pay this guy off, right? And if he broke the law, then let the criminal courts. We're not going to deal with that too. And then now this is a Nexon published game, and the people who are working on the game outside the guy who stole the files can continue to work on the game. And now they're an arm of Nexon. Now they're publishing company, and this game now is a Nexon game. And then we'll go through our monetization with Nexon games. So the game's out now, but it's now being published by Nexon. Iron Mace is still there. Iron Mace now is a subsidiary of Nexon, and you got to deal with Nexon now. Why not just do that? So you make, because the game is popular, people enjoyed playing the game. Not my cup of tea personally, maybe because I was getting like killed every other second by like a mob of 3 people, right? If the game is actually pretty decent, to be honest with you, it's just they just need like single player like BR mode. Like the 3 players was like way too. I was just getting swarmed every time. I couldn't find anybody to play with me too. So. But people enjoy it. Why don't you just do that then? Iron Mace becomes a subsidiary of Nexon, and you guys, and they just get it. If it's P3, then now it's called Dark and Darker.
No, I don't. AstroTurfing? Yep, so it's fake, brother. Fake, brother. It's all fake. It's just Nexon pulling the strings. It's fake, brother. Nope. Stay woke. I hope this is a good lesson. I really do. I hope this is a good lesson. It won't be. It will never be a good lesson, and people will never learn, and this won't change anything. But I hope that it is. That maybe you shouldn't just take people at their word whenever it's beneficial for them, whenever you listen to them. It's crazy, man. People will never learn. No, they never will. They never will, because everybody gets such a fucking hard-on for like these Robin Hood, David and Goliath situations, and there is no way that you're going to reason them out of it, because they just feel like they're fucking fighting they're fighting the good fight. They're doing the right thing. You know? Nexon's from Korean. Korean hates Nexon more than you Westerners, yet Korean are siding with Nexon, or at least they do not side with Iron Mace. Yeah. Man. I don't know. It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, so is Nexon that sold it? Maybe. I don't know. It's interesting to see. Korean hate Nexon? I have no idea. It's just naturally lazy for people to go with the flow, stick to their own impressions, and opinions are no different story. Lack of intelligence. Well, I think that it's also, sorry, I cope so hard. I did not want to realize that believe your analyzation of the situation. I don't know why so many people aren't willing to just accept what's obvious. It's like people will fucking do such mental gymnastics to dance around the obvious truths of life. And it's like, oh no, it's not this other thing, it's something else, and there's another reason for it. Like, just, oh my god, just look at it, just take your fucking, your biases, your emotions out of it, and just look at it objectively. People can't do that. They always want something to be true. Which is why they can never find out what really is. Not sure why you care so much when you play the game
deep.
after 5 minutes. Why, I didn't. Where is it? Is it still on here? Yeah. There's no way I played it for 34 minutes. I played for hours. I didn't play it as much as Soda. Yeah, I did play it for a few hours. Probably like, I would say I played it for like probably 5 or 6 hours total. Yeah, I don't know why it got reset. It might have been because there was another demo before then. 34. Hey, I have a YouTube video of myself playing the fucking game, and that's more than 34 minutes, okay? So I don't know what to say. Anyway, the point is that a lot of people, they don't want to believe it because, and also they've already decided what they believe. They've already decided, so they don't need to read anything else. Yeah, you read 100 articles and laws that tell you it's wrong, but you read one out of the 100 that says it's right, and you believe the one article that goes against the law and logic. Exactly. Yes, that's right. People are too quick to judge. Well, not only are they too quick to judge, so public apology if you're proven wrong. What would I apologize for? Well, wait a second. So what would I apologize for? That my analysis of the situation based off of the facts presented shows that Nexon is probably not completely in the wrong and Iron Mace is not completely in the right? Like, that's what my assumption, like, why would I apologize for that? Like, I'm reading, like for example, remember whenever we watch, there's a good example of this, whenever I watched the video, the Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate video, and everybody was like, oh, you don't watch the whole thing, and I watched the trailer, and I was like, Andrew Tate looks like an idiot, and then I watched the whole thing, and it was like actually not really that simple. Changing your mind whenever more evidence is presented does not require an apology. That's the way that learning works. Yeah, I mean, you learn enough about it, and then after you've learned enough about it, you make a decision. And if something new comes out, well then, okay, that's different. Things have changed. No, but being an arrogant idiot making fun of the other opinion is? Well, because the people that believe the opposite based off of the current evidence are just stupid and naive. Well, that's why I'm making fun of them. It's because they're stupid. Like, of course. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Okay. Yeah, and also be honest with you, yeah, I feel like I'm pretty honest. If I'm wrong about something, I will have to admit it, because if I don't, people will keep bringing it up. Yeah, they'll get pissed off, man. Some people are too young to understand much. Yeah, the court of public opinion is worth more to people than any other court. Yeah, I know, but the difference is that, like, once somebody loses an actual court, I feel like that does change a lot of, like, what people's opinions are. Have you considered the person on the other side might be more educated? I have no doubt that there are people on the other side of this argument that are more educated, but it doesn't mean that they're more intelligent or they're more they're able to discern and understand it better than I am. No, I that's like me saying that, that's like you saying that, well, have you ever considered that somebody that believes in astrology has like a higher education than you? Yeah, I could believe that. No, that doesn't make that doesn't mean that them believing in astrology is true. That's just like, it's so dumb. Like, how do people think like this? I love how, like, whenever I say, oh, voters are really stupid and they vote on really dumb things, and they're like, no, that's not true. And then we talk about something else, and people are using this argumentation that's fucking brain dead. Isn't it obvious? Oh my god. It's sad, man. Maybe they meant more educated on the matter, who knows? If somebody can know more, there are people that have PhDs in science and they believe in creationism.
He's actually very much right about that. That's actually kind of wild.
Dinosaurs. Like, it's just such a stupid argument. I can't believe, how can people think like this? Oh my god. Brain gymnastics, they're trying so hard. They're going for gold. Oh my god. Oh, you know, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. All I'm gonna say though is that with this story, it is true, isn't it?
Jesus
that
Christ,
I
why do we
only
have
become
24
more
mobility?
right over time? And there has only been more evidence that supports my viewpoint over time. And even when everybody else disagreed with me, and I was getting spammed with wrongs and told that I was an asshole and a simp and a dick and everything, and I held my opinion. I never apologized. I never changed what I thought. And here we are. Here we are. Isn't that something?
This man knows. He knows.
All right, so if you watched our previous episode this week, you know that we filmed it a little earlier than usual, so Ricky could get to the Dodger Stadium on time for opening day.
And they won, and as of the time we filmed this, undefeated.
So
it was the first game.
All thanks to you. But yeah, therefore, the news about Donald Trump being criminally indicted after weeks of speculation, it finally came true right as we were about to film. Side note, everyone who complains about our uploads going up super late at night, that's why. We like waiting for the normal news day to be pretty much over before we start filming. We're like the night shift of the news business.
I also like it because we're not telling you to stay up late and watch it. You wake up and there's a new episode. And also it comes out at a time when no one else is uploading. You put it out in the middle of the day with all the riffraff out there, it's going to get lost in the sauce.
It's like just because Santa leaves presents under your tree in the middle of the night doesn't mean you gotta fucking wake up and go open them. They're he puts them there for when you wake up in the morning.
But we got a bunch of night owls who watch the show as well, and they appreciate it, and so does Europe.
Hardworking, blue collar, a lot of security guards,
a lot of truck drivers who listen.
A lot of salt of the earth people here,
and British people.
If you got a problem with our schedule, maybe that's because you're a little too bougie for this crowd.
According to the comments, people still enjoyed the video, so that's good.
All right, well.
Anyways, we were hoping that with 24 hours to catch up, we would have a lot more to add to this story. Maybe a mugshot.
Please.
But no. He's been indicted, but has not been arrested. Normal people get indicted and cops go break down their door, but things are different when you're the former president. The situation is a bit more delicate, as shown in the way the Manhattan DA waited several weeks to act, even after Trump himself just came out and announced that he was about to be arrested. Here's NPR with more.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted by a New York grand jury for his role in covering up hush money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office said it has contacted Trump's attorney to coordinate his surrender for arraignment. Trump is now scheduled to appear in criminal court at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday for the arraignment hearing. A spokesman for the New York Office of Court Administration confirmed to NPR. The grand jury's indictment and Trump's charges remain under seal.
It continues, Trump is likely to be charged with a violation of New York Penal Code 175.10, falsifying business records in the first degree, says Kim Well, a former U.S. attorney and now a law professor at the University of Baltimore. It's quite serious, even if the charge itself doesn't reach the heights that some people would expect from a former president, Well told NPR's Adrian Florido on All Things Considered. Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, negotiated a deal with porn star Stormy Daniels, paying her $130,000 in exchange for keeping quiet about an alleged affair with Trump.
So yeah, as for why that's a crime, I mean, we've gone over it so many times over the past 6 years. But here's NPR summing it up. Cohen transferred that money to Daniels less than 2 weeks before the election. And then after Trump won, Trump reimbursed Cohen, including with his own personal checks. Trump has denied having had an affair with Daniels, although he has admitted reimbursing Cohen for money paid to her. Why would you pay her money? Okay, whatever. The Trump Organization said that those reimbursement payments were for legal fees, which is not true. In New York, that's a felony if it was done to cover up another crime. In this case, probably the violation of campaign finance laws, well, he says. As a Class E felony, a conviction on falsifying business records could come with a prison sentence of up to 4 years, well, he said.
So as we've said before, this case doesn't exactly seem like a slam dunk, but the actual details of the case remain confidential until he's arraigned. So maybe there's more to this than meets the eye. They said 34 counts, but I saw reports that allude to just that a substantial amount of those counts comes from each check that was written is a different count.
Yeah, I mean, it all hinges on the idea that hush money payments are a gift to your own campaign that need to be recorded as such, and that's like...
It's the obfuscation of how and why the payments were made and with what money, where, and when. And we personally don't know that, so you would assume that they would have this, you would assume, airtight before indicting a former president.
You would think.
Especially with the political backlash that they are likely to receive and have already been yelled at. No for. From all the people.
Trump is kind of loving this.
Yeah, I mean, it really helped him in the past 2 weeks when DeSantis was seeming like he was about to announce a run. It kind of boosted Trump back into the foreground. So this might be good for Trump, all things considered. But hey, depending on whether Trump cooperates, we may see a Trump mugshot as soon as Tuesday. So he had the day right, just not the date.
Yeah, it was wrong month.
Yeah,
wrong week.
He biffed that part, but he was, Tuesday. He was right. He might not cooperate, though, since he is, of course, a Florida man. And the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, a man Trump is clearly no fan of, has stepped up to defend the honor of his biggest hater. And this is, it felt like they were, on the rocks.
That's what I'm talking
Trump
about.
Still hates him, but it feels like everything DeSantis has done in the past 2 weeks has been an attempt to claw his way back into the good graces of the Republican Party and Trump himself.
Yeah.
And so this was put out immediately after the indictment was announced.
If not Trump, then Trump's fans.
Yes,
hey,
exactly.
You can like us both. You can stand both of us.
The flip-flopping on Ukraine, initially 2 weeks ago or whatever it was when Trump said he was going to get arrested, DeSantis initially said that he would not get in the way of any extradition.
I wouldn't know anything about paying hush money to porn stars.
But then he said he also wouldn't use the powers to block him getting extradited. So now, a little bit of change of heart. Here's what he wrote on Twitter.
The weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan district attorney has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he is stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. Side note, there is people looked into this, like, what is the Soros connection here? There is apparently none.
No,
it's just anyone they don't like is Soros backed.
Yes, it's because their constituents can only remember a few names, and this one really pisses them off for multiple reasons, one of which is very unsettling.
Yeah, and arguably pretty anti-Semitic.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're framing it as this is a rich Jewish person in charge of pulling the strings in the U.S. government and everywhere else. It's a pretty loud dog whistle.
Yeah.
But it's still a dog whistle, I guess.
So yeah, this is a valiant attempt from Ronnie D to get back in Trump's good graces. But Trump's lawyers have publicly stated that he plans on cooperating and surrendering. So swing and a miss for Meatball Ron. Trump would rather risk 4 years in prison than feel like he owes anything to Ron DeSantis. It comes down to that. He was probably all planning on just hunkering down in his mansion and making them come bust the door down. But as soon as Ron DeSantis offered to protect him, he's like, oh, fuck. All right, take me to New York.
Yeah, put
me in the cuffs.
It's a fun game to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
That's not to say that he is taking this well. Trump is not taking this well. He is very upset, and so are his adult sons.
Oh, yeah.
Who, it is just the most beautiful thing to see, specifically Don Jr., either on the verge of tears or appearing as though he had just finished crying, and then screaming.
Or just finished doing cocaine.
And then screaming into the camera, all while the graphic bug on the corner says triggered. With Donald Trump Jr.
Looks like he's the one who's triggered this time.
Yes. So on Daddy Trump, though, on Truth Social, his own website, Trump wrote, "These thugs and radical left monsters have just indicated the 45th president. Are you kidding me? The 45th president of the United States of America.
It's so silly, but it's great.
By far, for the 2024 nomination for president. This is an attack on our country, the likes of which has never been seen before. It is likewise a continuing attack on our once free and fair elections. The USA is now a third world nation, a nation in serious decline. So sad." And anyway,
sad.
As you might expect, QAnon weirdos are taking Trump's misspelling of the word indictment as some sort of sign.
Some sort of indication.
Of something, instead of just an old man spelling a word wrong, which he is known to do.
Yeah. I mean, you get so excited on the toilet typing up these truths that, sometimes a finger slips.
The damn Soros phone autocorrected me.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
This Soros-backed phone.
It's true. He, the autocorrect, it's out to get Mr. Donald Trump.
So yeah, I guess we'll find out more about all this next week, but let's just do one more very quick politics story before we move into the more apolitical weekly weird news bread and butter. Turns out Ricky wasn't the only one super excited about the start of baseball season. Here's House Representative George Santos of New York's 3rd Congressional District.
Hey guys, today is opening day. As a good old Mets fan, I know you guys aren't going to be playing until April 6th back home, but in good old fashion, let's go Mets!
Well, how do you do, fellow baseball fans?
Oh my God, it's so, and especially seeing like Mets fans be like, no one says it like that or says that.
We don't claim him.
It's quite literally, again, a scene directly from The Simpsons where Apu is wearing a Mets jersey and is like, hello, should we slack off at work and watch the old baseball game? And he's literally wearing a Mets jersey. It couldn't be more on the nose.
So yeah, someone really needs to follow up with George Santos about his clearly obvious lifelong love of baseball. I'm sure he has a lot of great, very believable stories about it, especially regarding his years as a player, of course, and all the records that he broke as a professional baseball player.
Yes, when he was playing for the Mets in the 80s.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful. What I think should happen is just put him in a room with Max Scherzer. George Santos will come out a different type of person. I would never want to look Max Scherzer in the eyes. And I believe, falsely representing the Mets is something that Scherzer would be very upset about and would give you that look for. And you don't want to be on the receiving end of that. He's scary. And I wish he was still on our team.
Well, George Santos, he has the gift of no fear, because that video is the most sociopathic thing he's done so far.
Yeah.
There's just nothing behind those eyes. This is a man going through the motions of life.
And you know what? Let him throw out a first pitch.
They should let him throw out a first pitch. I bet it would be the best first pitch anyone's ever done.
I think that it would actually, it would be a weird reception because people, I don't think, would know how to react. It would be like a laughing or a, well, yeah, there he is, the goofball. I don't know if it would actually be boos.
It would be boos.
You would hope. Speaking of those, Karen Bass came out and handed off the balls last night for the first ceremonial pitch, and was it was not great.
That's what you get when you're the mayor of Los Angeles.
You're never not going to get booed.
L.A., Chicago, New York. When you're the mayor of any huge U.S. metropolis, no one likes you. The only people that like you are centrist party shills, and she's getting it from all angles as she should.
Yeah, it was a humbling moment, and maybe
it's
they
part
need
of the job.
Exactly. But let's move on now to some.
It is honestly part of the job. It's one of the worst political jobs that you can get, to be honest with you, is to be mayor of one of these big cities. It's horrible. The governor, being a governor is probably the best thing too. But if honestly, to tell you the truth, if you want to advance your political career, I would really stay at local level, or city council, work your way, get into the House specifically, get into the House, and then if you want, you can move. It's not a lateral move to move into the Senate either. You know what I mean? It's actually a pretty good move, or go for governor. To tell you the truth, if you can be the governor, that's a good shot that you can end up running for presidency. End up running to be the next president. But it depends, though, where you are.
With the governor of Florida, we've seen scientific ventures pop up in recent years that aim to bring back extinct species by basically doing what they did in Jurassic Park, but minus the dinosaurs, because unlike what Jurassic Park would have you believe, 65 million year old dino DNA isn't exactly readily available.
Yeah, you can't just find a little rock with a mosquito in it and zip, zip, got that dino DNA.
Now, with more recent extinct animals, DNA is a lot easier to come by. So the big candidates for de-extinction are the Tasmanian tiger, the dumbass-looking dodo bird, and the woolly mammoth, all of which went extinct thanks to us humans.
We did it.
Oops.
So actually bringing back any of these animals, or at least something that shares some of its DNA with these animals, which is a very important caveat. It's all still in the planning stages. But in the meantime, if you were ever wondering how delicious a woolly mammoth must taste for early humans to just hunt them to complete extinction with primitive weapons, they must have been so goddamn delicious.
Goddamn, this woolly mammoth is delicious.
So, good news for you then. For the first time in 4,000 years, looks like mammoth's back on the menu, boys.
Hell yeah.
Here's CBS News.
A meatball made of lab-grown mammoth meat was unveiled at a science museum in the Netherlands on Tuesday. Vow, the startup that made the meatball, created it using genetic information from the long-extinct mammoth, company researchers said in Tuesday's media event. Some holes in the genetic sequence were filled using data from the mammoth's closest living relative, the African elephant. The process for making cultured meat usually starts with cells taken from a living animal. Those cells are immersed in nutrients and grown into meat in a lab. In this case, the mammoth genes were inserted into a sheep cell, Vow Chief Scientific Officer James Ryall said in the unveiling. The mammoth gene was then overexpressed so it would be more prevalent in the final product than the sheep.
So basically, this is just, it's a publicity stunt by a lab-grown meat company to show what their technology is capable of. And color me impressed. This is impressive, especially the size of that damn thing. I would expect nothing less. That's the biggest meatball I've ever seen.
If it's a woolly mammoth meat, it needs to be mammoth size.
Yeah.
That's right.
So lab-grown meat companies, they've got a long way to go before their methods are a cost-effective alternative to factory farming. But it's really the only way to consume actual animal meat that doesn't involve killing animals and completely destroying the environment in the process. So hopefully they can make progress on that soon. And yeah, doing a little stunt like this to bring attention to what they're capable of.
Great.
Good. But back to that mammoth meatball. So the big question is, of course, how does it taste?
I have a good imagination. I'm guessing that it's like the difference between, you know, a steak or a burger and a bison burger.
It's gamey. What the fuck does gamey mean? It's pretty gamey.
You know, it's something you can't describe. It's like that umami flavor.
Yeah.
You kind of just have to experience it, you know?
So yeah, what does it taste like? I mean, you're gonna serve up a dish that no one's tried in thousands of years and not tell us what it tastes like?
Just make it a little danker, that's all.
Well, it's not so simple. Here's CBS again.
No one has tasted the mammoth meat.
Boo!
Vow founder Tim Noakesmith disclosed. And it doesn't mean that you can't eat it, but because this protein is literally 4,000 years old, we haven't seen it for a very, very long time, Noakesmith said. It means that we would want to put it through seriously rigorous testing, like we do with any product that we want to bring to market. And for this purpose, we wanted to present it to the world faster and not necessarily bring it immediately to market.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Human civilization was built on a steady diet of mammoth meat. Yeah. I think we'll be fine. Someone at Vow has definitely taken at least a little nibble. They just won't admit it because they don't want to share anything.
I hope you brought enough mammoth meatballs for the whole class.
Yeah. But yeah, for the rest of us, mammoth meat remains forbidden. Like that mummy juice.
It is
I want to wash down my mammoth meat with some of that mummy juice.
One day we will have the forbidden dinner.
Yeah.
That has all of it.
I can't remember what were the other servings with that there was that year of just forbidden substances.
First you're going to want to get, I don't drink anymore, but you're going to want to get a little buzz going with the toe.
Yeah,
toe alcohol.
Sour toe for sure.
Yeah.
And there was like whale semen beer.
Didn't someone they had their a body part amputated and they kept it so that they could eat their own flesh?
Oh.
Because then it's ethical. You're eating your own flesh, but it was going to get removed anyway.
See, that one I'm just not interested in. Mammoth, yes.
Mammoth, look.
Oh, this is horrible. What is this?
And then it's going to happen. I'm telling you. They're going to make mammoth ribs, and they're going to come out and set it on the side of your car. At the drive-in, you just honk.
Yeah, it's honk. You know, we're not heading towards the Jetsons. We're heading towards the Flintstones.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's fine. Things were simpler back then.
Exactly. I want to wash my dishes with a mammoth snout.
We're gonna cut down on all of the greenhouse gases from cars by cutting a hole underneath the driver's seat so that you
pedal power.
You just use your feet to move it.
Exactly.
But yeah, even if you're not especially interested in a future where meat comes from a lab, you should definitely support these companies' efforts, because if they succeed, it means someday being able to order mammoth with your spaghetti and finally enjoy a flavor that your distant ancestors stole from you. Very selfishly, they stole it. They wanted to have all the mammoth for themselves, and the original boomers, they're like, oh, life is so good here eating mammoth all the time. And then The next generation is like, I can't find a mammoth. Like, these Ice Age millennials, they've killed the mammoth. Like, no, you killed the mammoth.
It was just too damn good. And now we have to try it.
I know, I'm so fucking curious.
Yeah, well, you've had bison, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm just assuming that this tastes like... This is what I really think it tastes like. I think it tastes like a really good meatball with, like, just some shavings of truffle, just ground up inside, like a dank kind of taste to it.
Well, the thing about mammoths is they lived in the cold, and cold weather animals have a lot more fat on them.
Ooh, that's probably delicious.
Yeah, that's why.
Could you imagine putting some mammoth ribs on the Traeger?
Oh my god.
You might start a grease fire in that bag.
I think I'd need to upgrade my Traeger because there's not enough room.
Oh, you'd have to get one like the people that live in Texas that drive a bus-sized smoker.
Yeah, it's like a former grain silo that's just been turned sideways and cut open.
Hopefully Franklin's Barbecue is on top of this. Yeah, we're gonna be wanting to eat this stuff as soon as they bring it to the market.
Hell yeah. And no mammoths were harmed in the making of this meal, except for the entire species, which not my fault.
Yeah, not my fault. Thousands of years ago.
Yeah, we didn't do that.
But let's move on to a story about a type of person that definitely exists, but who we rarely see detailed examples of. One of the top scammer tactics of the last few years is pretending to be Elon Musk and offering to give people free money. And this would not be a trend if it didn't work. But who is falling for this shit? Who are these gullible rubes? Well, we know who one of them is, and can you guess what state they live in? Correct. You guessed it correctly. Here's local Florida news outlet WESH.
A principal of a charter school in Volusia County.
That's right, you did it right.
Yeah. Resigned after writing a $100,000 check to an internet scammer posing as Elon Musk. Dr. Jan McGee worked at Burns Science and Technology Charter in Oak Hill since its inception. The school and McGee have always been well thought of. Burns Science and Technology is A-rated with just under 1,000 students and a huge waiting list. The principal, who has guided it all these years, is a superstar in many circles. But a huge lapse in judgment has cost her her job.
Well, luckily she didn't show anyone Michelangelo's David.
I know, it's equally bad.
Yeah.
Quote, I am a very smart lady, well educated. I fell for a scam. Are you that smart? I mean, dude, she does have the doctorate.
Street smarts and book smarts, not the same.
McGee told a packed audience she was taken in by a fake Elon Musk, someone posing online as the space pioneer. Someone she'd been talking with for at least 4 months, despite being warned by staff that the person was a fraud. She claims he groomed her. Quote, grooming is when you talk to somebody and you believe in them and they get you to trust them that this is really real, and so I fell for it, McGee said. Fuck off, that is not... I was groomed.
Jan, can you please explain what woke is next?
Yeah. Grooming is when something happens to me that's not my fault.
Yeah, and woke is, well, I can't explain it because that would make me look racist.
This wouldn't have happened if the world wasn't so woke.
Uh-huh. Look, it was either this or, getting in trouble for showing children a work of art.
Yeah, which is equally bad.
And in the same, well, no, this is a different place. This is across the state. I'm thinking of the sheriff who told people that Nazis was bad and got yelled at for it.
A lot of things happening in Florida these days.
Yeah, it is.
Quite a place.
As it's been explained before, it's Florida is like if you take a greasy pan and you just lift it up and tilt it, it all goes down there to the side.
It really does.
Yeah. So Principal Jan has apparently been kind of obsessed for years now about finding out a way to get Elon Musk to invest in her school. So this might have been a scammer who just got lucky by finding the perfect mark, or someone who knew how susceptible that she would be. In any case, during the months she was communicating with this fake Elon Musk, she told lots of people about it, who told her it sounded like she was being scammed.
No, it's real.
You're just jealous of me and Elon's relationship.
Yeah.
Our situationship. It's not clear why she thought Elon Musk would need her to send him a check for $100,000 so that he would send back $6 million. But luckily the amount of the check was so high that it was flagged internally, and the school's business manager was able to stop the principal from actually sending.
What are you doing? No! I need this check.
You're just jealous. It sounded like the principal initially tried to write this off as an oopsie until multiple school administrators threatened to quit if she didn't resign immediately.
The video of her doing the town hall thing, she has like 3 other administrators sitting next to her while she's explaining all this, and they look so fucking uncomfortable and just tired. None of them are making eye contact with anyone. They're all just slumped over, just like, fuck, let's get this shit over with.
Look, I didn't want to have to like rush this through or anything, but she's just rambling. So we're just gonna say that she brought in a book about lesbians.
Yeah, same thing. Equally bad.
Yeah.
You show kids Michelangelo's David that is just as bad as trying to send $100,000 to an internet scammer.
Yep.
Anyway, speaking of fun local news from the state with the funnest local news, here's another.
I'm allowed to say that about Florida.
No.
I'm only allowed to say the bad things.
No.
Okay.
No, you don't get to claim that.
All right.
Here's another doozy for you, which we are pretty much just going to read in its entirety because every sentence is insane. A couple ended up in handcuffs, not the fuzzy kind, after inviting a disrespectful woman over for a threesome, according to police. According to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, officers received a complaint on March 6th from a woman named Della Draper, 29, who claimed to have been beaten by a couple after she accepted an invitation to join them at their house for a sexual threesome. Citing arrest records, the Smoking Gun reported that Stephen Lopez, 31, met Draper while working as a taxi driver. Lopez said he was in an open relationship with Angela Vasquez, 20, and invited Draper over to have sex with them. During sex, Vasquez claimed that Draper became very disrespectful towards the couple and told police she, quote, told Stephen he had a little dick and his wife had a stank pussy, according to the police report. First of all, how are you meeting women? You're just a cab driver, like, hey, how do you feel about threesomes?
The fact that it worked initially is pretty astonishing.
If you're like not getting laid, like it's gotta be upsetting that this dude is just driving. I mean, if you look at these people, you won't feel as jealous. In fact, you won't feel jealous at all. But still, had sex.
Yeah, so it continues. Draper complained to the police that Vasquez tried to dominate her sexually inside the house. The couple then asked Draper to leave the house, but she retreated to the couch and refused to move.
I ain't going.
But both Lopez and Vasquez told police. Draper said Lopez then grabbed her by the hair and threw her against a wall, and the couple both threw her outside. Draper claimed Vasquez then repeatedly punched her. However, in Lopez and Vasquez's version of events, Draper got into her car and then reversed towards the door of the home where the couple was standing, striking Vasquez on the leg. Lopez then picked up a cinder block and threw it through the back window of the vehicle, he told police. Draper then returned to the house and tried to punch Vasquez but missed, and Vasquez said she returned the blow, knocking Draper to the ground and telling her to leave the property. She then reportedly left the residence in her car but parked down the street, and Lopez went running after her, but she left before he reached her vehicle.
I mean, this all sounds very exciting if that's what you're into. If your fetish is being sloppy and messy, this is a dream come true.
I'm sure the neighbors love it. Sitting out. Oh, here we go. We got another one.
Another threesome.
Yes.
Great. How does he keep finding these women while driving his fucking taxi cab?
Because he got fired from Uber for propositioning people. You can't get reported if you own the cab company.
That's right. And then the article gets into some background information on this Draper woman, who weirdly is the only one who escaped charges for this threesome incident. Draper was not arrested for the incident, but 2 days later, she was arrested for hitting a man in the face with a glass vase filled with gravel and rocks. According to the Smoking Gun, the 31-year-old victim was identified by police as the father of her children.
Jesus.
Police also said she was out on bond for another crime a year earlier, in which she resisted arrest after being pulled over. In July 2022, she was the passenger in an SUV driven by a 39-year-old female friend. When the pair were pulled over, Draper allegedly tried to toss an open bottle of tequila. When police found drug paraphernalia beneath her seat, she fought the arresting officers. She was charged with battery to a police officer, resisting arrest, possession of drug paraphernalia, and tampering with evidence. According to court records, the arresting officer reported that as Draper and her friend were being driven to the Key West jail, they, quote, began engaging in romantic acts in the back of the squad car. The officer stopped the car and moved Draper's handcuffs so her hands were behind her back, at which point she pulled her bathing suit to one side and asked, "You want to see my asshole?"
That is the most Florida part of the whole story. Key West? Damn.
Where's Monroe County? This is all down south. It's like Everglades and then Key West. Yeah.
Key West is multiple hours, even from Miami.
Yeah.
Because you're just driving on like a
the world's longest bridge in the middle of nowhere. They blew one up in True Lies. It's pretty cool.
So this is way the hell down there.
But then the place where the threesome took place is like, it's like the west side of the tip, which I think is like
Largo?
It was like Miami.
I don't know. I've never actually been down to
Miami's on like the east side, Palm Beach, all that's there, and then like the west side I think is like not as exciting.
Of Florida?
Yeah.
That's like near Naples? Okay. Yeah, I never spent too much time all the way down there, so I have the geography of it is still a mystery to me.
Okay, well this lady, she gets around, and also, okay, it makes sense. If you're a cab driver in Florida,
Key West.
Yeah, well, like you're probably picking up a lot of people who have lost the legal right to drive because of their own sloppiness. So yeah, your chances of finding someone crazy enough to come home with you and have a threesome with you and your girlfriend off of just being asked probably slightly higher. I don't know.
Maybe. Want to see my ass?
You want to see my asshole? What's wrong, officer? Jealous?
You can have a little peek.
You got a tiny dick and she got a stank puss.
Jesus.
What did I say?
All right, calm down. I think we have to do an ad break. So yeah, let some beats pass here.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Before we move on to the headlines half of the show, this episode is sponsored by Athletic Greens. We both take AG1 by Athletic Greens every morning because it solves a very annoying problem. Getting all the vitamins and minerals your body needs without having to buy a bunch of different supplement pills that you have to remember to take every morning. AG1 is just 1 scoop of powder in water and it tastes great and makes you feel good.
It can be hard to know where to even start with supplements or who to trust, but AG1 makes that so much easier. Why take a bunch of different things when you can just mix 1 scoop of powder in water once a day? AG1 was designed with ease in mind, making it easy to cover your nutritional bases every day. Every scoop is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, and whole food-sourced ingredients which support your immune system, digestion, mood, energy, and even your hair, skin, and fingernails.
AG1 has quickly become just as important as that first cup of coffee for us. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving away free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/weird. That is athleticgreens.com/weird. Check it out.
This episode is also sponsored by Native. It's starting to warm up, and we're all going to be hopefully spending a lot more time outside touching grass. But with great sun comes great responsibility. And with Native sunscreen, I can give my skin the protection that it needs while soaking up all that much needed sun. Native's quickly absorbing, ultra sheer, hydrating, and lightweight sunscreen formula offers broad spectrum SPF 30 protection from UVA and UVB rays. All Native sunscreen is made with a 20% active zinc oxide formula that is dermatologist tested and suitable for sensitive skin. All Native sunscreen is made with oils derived from plants that seal in skin moisture and is vegan and cruelty free. And take it from someone from Florida. You're gonna want to protect that skin, and you're gonna want to do it in the safest way possible.
You don't want to turn into one of them gators.
And you don't want to get all leathered out like everyone in Florida.
Choose from one of Native's 3 delicious but subtle scents like coconut and pineapple, rosé, or sweet peach and nectar for your face and body. Or try Native's unscented option. With all Native sunscreen, you get protection from the sun that is free of chemical additives, oxybenzone, octanoxate, and avobenzone, which makes Native sunscreen compliant with the Hawaii Act 104, which was passed in an effort to protect Hawaii's reefs. So you can go in the ocean wearing this stuff, and you're not going to destroy the environment.
Good. Give your skin the protection it deserves with Native's mineral sunscreens. Go to nativevo.com/weird or use promo code WEIRD at checkout.
Oh, dude, my fucking frame rate is tanking right now.
nativedeo.com/weird or use promo code WEIRD at checkout. nativedeo.com/weird or use promo code WEIRD.
Now for the headlines part of the show, with starting with one that this one's for all the vinyl heads out there, all the collectors. I know you got quite a collection going.
I certainly do.
An Australian punk band have released the world's first urine-filled vinyl album.
Oh, it must be limited then.
So they did.
I'll have to pick one up.
They first announced, like, they put up pre-orders for the record, and there was an option for the gold record.
Yeah.
So people already placed their orders.
They can't not get the fifth one now?
They get the fifth one now. It's they're those liquid albums that have, usually they've got
blood or like blood-looking one?
Yeah, or they got, it looks like a lava lamp. It's got like oil color and then water-based color, so they, it's
I've always heard
this one's got piss in it.
Unconfirmed, personally, because I don't buy the gimmicky stuff. I don't get picture discs or anything like that. But I've heard that picture disc, glow in the dark, and liquid filled all play terribly.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Yeah. I go for the 180 gram audiophile collection personally. Yeah. But I would be very interested to see what this is marked up to on like Discogs already.
It hasn't been released yet. They're still like, they had to invent a way to do this because when they first tried it, they're like, oh, like. Unless you do a bunch of stuff to the piss, like it expands and then the record will explode. So we don't want that to happen. So we have to kill all the bacteria in it, and then we have to like neutralize the pH. So they haven't actually released it yet. They said it's going to be a couple more months. Like it was a very involved manufacturing process. But I think they're only releasing 50 of these, and it's got all the band's pissed. They all pissed, and they mix their piss together, and that's going in the record.
I can't wait to see the secondary market. No lowballing. I know what I got. This is band piss.
Yeah. How do we know it's really your piss? I need a certificate of authenticity.
Yep,
authenticity.
That's right. Man arrested after bong shaped like an AK-47 causes alarm.
This is Australia, again.
Well, yeah, when you cause alarm here in America, then go about your day.
Australia.
Wait, hold on, that's weed? Actually, you're under arrest.
Right. Australia, a country that actually did successfully make owning guns a lot harder, and the numbers speak for themselves. But yeah, some dude walking around with a fucking AK-47 bong, which it does not look like a bong. It looks like a gun.
Yeah.
And they got like helicopters. It was the fucking whole police was after this guy. So think about that next time you buy a bong that looks like
something else.
A gun.
Yeah.
Also, there's so many tequila brands now that sell gun-shaped bottles.
Yeah.
It's like, first of all,
in America, it's fine. You know.
Right. Yeah.
It's actually encouraged.
Well, it's you walk around with that, you get arrested because it's alcohol. If you walked around with the real gun version, that would be no problem.
Go about your day.
Yeah, you're free to
Thank you for your service.
Mathematicians excited about new 13-sided shape called the hat. You thought they ran out of shapes? The new shape just dropped.
It's beautiful that they can keep finding new things in this world of ours.
New shape. You've never seen this one. Yeah, it's basically like a tile. It has 13 sides, and it is like vaguely shaped. It does kind of look like a hat, but like, yeah, it fits together. And like the example picture of it, it looks like if you had tiles of this in your house, it would be the kind of thing that like gives you a headache. It's like
vertigo.
Yeah, there's just something about it. Like everything fits together perfectly, but it's like too complex, and it would hurt your head a little bit looking at it too.
There's definitely some weirdo who would tile their house with this and then paint their walls with that like Bantam black or whatever it is. The world's blackest black. Yeah, Banta black. Yeah, just falling into the void. I saw the Gesaffelstein when he did the Vanta Black set, and it was noticeably different, I'd say, but I didn't feel like I was going to throw up or anything.
Yeah.
So, just pretty cool. Also, I heard the guy that like copyrighted that's kind of a dick about it. So.
Yeah, but there's knockoffs now.
Yeah.
Only one person is like actually officially licensed to use Vanta Black, but luckily other people have figured out how to do it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Serial sperm donor who fathered 550 children sued for increasing incest risk.
This is not the U.S. where I feel like there's probably hundreds of these people just fathering children, no problem.
Isn't it like some like Nordic countries? Nordic countries,
yeah,
like
one of the mothers of the
I forget which country, like in that area. It's like there's an app, and it can tell you how, if like you're dating someone, like it can tell you like how like closely related you are, because it's like they're kind of isolated compared to like everybody else. So like they tend to like only date people within that country. So as a result of that, people tend to be closely related, so that app tells you how closely related like somebody is, which is, I know how that sounds. So when someone like Nick Fuentes tells you, oh, I'm against immigration's a good thing, folks. Okay. You don't want to be your first cousin and you never even met them before. That would be awkward conversation the next day. All right, let me be right back. Get on, run and use the bathroom.
Tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you agree that this loving is true? I said, tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you can see me in your future too? Do you feel like I feel? You're not like the girls I knew before. Their diamonds shine, but you're shining more. They don't make me smile the way you do. I'd run 1,000 miles just to be with you. Smile the way you do. I'd run 1,000 miles just to be with you. Run up on me now, show me a sign. Show me a sign. Show me. Don't play with my heart like you play with my mind, my mind, my mind. Tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you agree that this loving is true? I said, tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you can see me in the future too? Do you feel like I feel?
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. You think about how many times I fell. I learn, but I'm weak when you smile at me, can't you tell? I yearn for that someone to bear with me. I'm hanging on to, I'm kind of fragile, so to speak, but my heavy heart knew you could be the new beginning. Knew you could be the new beginning. My heavy heart is broken, but you could mend it for the night. You think about how many times I fell. I learned I'm weak when you smile at me, can't you tell? That I yearn for that someone to bear with me. I'm hanging on to, I'm kind of fragile, so to speak, but my heavy heart knew you could be the new beginning. Knew
Stay close, think quick, think purely behind your soul. You're in control. Open your mind, your prize, your eyes. Deep inside. Let's go through all the worlds this time. I've got something for us to keep in mind. I remember back in those days when we used to play. I remember back when we used to ride this sleigh. Don't move on.
night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden. Blaming me for playing with fire. Leave your fears and worries behind you. A better light, you're flying solo. I wish you'd stay to make it worthwhile. We scream loud on a coast of sunshine. Nothing can stop us, we're on the best ride. Only you can keep me smiling. Beautiful that you are hiding. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise and you are golden. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden. The sunrise and you are golden. The sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden.
All right, let's get back to the show.
He's had how many kids? Like this is a problem. My daughter is like gonna have to like
get that Icelandic app.
Yeah, like this is someone should stop this man. And I guess they tried to, but he started donating sperm under like different names.
He runs away.
He would like go travel to other EU countries and donate sperm there. Like he's got that Genghis Khan complex, but like without any commitment to actually having children of his own. He just wants to know that they're out there somewhere.
It does make me wonder if someone like Elon Musk donates his sperm with the sole purpose of just spreading his seed around.
I mean, it seems like that's what he did with that that Tesla employee who, like, I don't think there were like any relationship there.
But what I'm saying is like that, you know, that's weird, obviously. But at least, you know, I think it would be stranger if he was a completely inactive participant in it, but was doing it with the sole purpose of fathering potentially thousands upon thousands of children.
I would not put it past him at all. Yeah, he probably is.
I'm going to go ahead and say that as a likely rumor that we can start. Not saying it's happening. I'm just saying it should give everyone pause.
He was pissed when he found out about Getter turning into a semen marketplace.
No,
that was my idea. Twitter was going to add the Elon Musk semen marketplace. That was how we were going to turn this site around, by selling this white gold of mine. You want your kid to be a really cool guy like me? Well, pay up.
By the way, he backtracked again and now is letting like 10,000 brands keep their...
Yeah, because the New York Times was like, all right, well, we're just not paying for it. It's not worth it to us. Because
but the White House said it too.
Every media, every brand says, like, will tell you, like, based on their analytics, it's like, we don't get anything out of being on Twitter. Even like major newspapers, they're like, yeah, people will share like our tweets, but almost no one actually clicks the link. Compared to even like Facebook. People on Facebook actually open links sometimes.
Yeah. So LeBron James was also like, well, I guess I guess my check's going away because you know me, I ain't paying $5.
Yeah. He's notoriously thrifty.
By the way, it's not $5, it's $8. And by the way, it's not $8, it's actually $11. And by the way, it might be $15 or $1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
There you go.
Who can say?
You'll just have to find out or don't.
Russia recruits Steven Seagal to teach martial arts to its soldiers.
I'll be honest, I thought this was already happening.
I mean, yeah, it would have made sense, but now it's official, and it's official. Russia is fucked in this war. They're gonna lose. Sorry.
Now, when their hands are deadly weapons, how can you stop someone?
Steven Seagal is no longer that man. He is, if you watch any demonstration he's done over the past 15 years, it's just like, it's a bunch of jobbers like flying at him and him like barely moving and just sort of like swatting them away. And they're like, oh my God, how did he do that? He's unstoppable. So if he teaches his ways to an entire army of Russians, like, I don't think it's going to be helpful.
Yeah, well, there's the end of that war.
Hopefully. That would be nice. You know, I'd change my tune on Steven Seagal if he's inadvertently brought an end to this war.
Yeah, and just by, like, you know, not killing people, just taking them down.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's an Aikido master, and Aikido is a purely defensive martial art. It's all about taking your opponent's energy and using it against them.
Yeah. Don't let Putin find out about that, though. He thinks it's an aggressive form.
Well, Putin's not. He's not. I think he's judo.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That's the one he's more into.
I'm just saying, don't let the Russian military find out that this is just a defensive martial art.
Yeah, Aikido absolutely fucking useless on the battlefield. By the way. The only it's like the Israelis have Krav Maga that they actually teach their soldiers, and like. It's useful in the military because it is just the most like...
It's like hand-to-hand combat, right?
It's just the most dishonorable fucking martial art. It's like it's just face scratching and kicking people into balls and shit.
Yeah.
Like it's not cool or good.
Well,
anyway.
Amazon driver seen delivering package during reported armed police standoff.
The video, this is wild. The whole neighborhood surrounded by cop cars. And
I gotta drop
Amazon
this
driver's like, look, I'm on the clock.
Yeah, and you know I'm getting timed.
Yeah, and people are like, oh man, like so dedicated to his job. It's like, no, he will just literally be like
fired,
written up if he fails to deliver this. There's no option on the form for. There's a SWAT team here, so he's just gonna go do it because he's that beaten down by his soul-sucking delivery job.
This isn't like your grandpa's. Postal service were like rain, sleet, or snow because I've got a wonderful pension.
Yeah.
I've got a manageable job and I can afford a house and some cars and the wife doesn't have to work. Amazon is like, if I lose this job, I will be destitute.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you gotta roll with the punches. And sometimes, especially in this country, the punches are having to deliver during, armed standoffs.
Yeah. You just get out there, you do it, you deliver the package, you get back in the truck, you piss in a water bottle, and you get to your next destination. You do it.
Yeah, it is.
Power through.
It is quite striking, though, to see, militarized police and then just an Amazon driver with, a reflective vest.
Amazon!
Blop. Here you go. All right, see you guys later. And they're just, fully decked out with shields and tanks. I salute our brave Amazon drivers. That's right.
Give them a tank. Here's some news about the British. 1 in 10 Britons have performed dentistry on themselves, half in the last 2 years.
Wow, you couldn't tell.
Yeah. We can tell.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is a very funny headline because they got bad teeth. But it's also, I guess the NHS under the Tory party has made getting actual dental care much harder.
Yeah.
There's entire areas where you got to drive hours to get to the nearest dentist. So,
yes, because they're trying to make the NHS look terrible by defunding it.
Yes.
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 That's the whole plan.
Also, it's just very weird that, I guess, worldwide, dentistry is treated as somehow, for some reason, a different type of medicine.
Yeah. Weird. Because it has absolutely detrimental effects to your actual health.
Yeah, it's extremely important, but it's just not considered. It's considered a totally separate thing from the rest of your healthcare.
Oh, we're a fun world.
Fun world.
Mm-hmm.
Amsterdam launches Stay Away ad campaign targeting young British men.
I agree with them.
If you've been to Amsterdam, especially in the nighttime, you know exactly what the fuck they're talking about here.
What's it called? Stag do?
Yeah. So Amsterdam is basically the Vegas for people from England, but it's even worse than that because they just treat it like it's not a real place. There's signs up all over central Amsterdam. There's people live here. Please remember that.
This is what's so unfortunate about Amsterdam is it is one of the most beautiful,
gorgeous cities
with the most amazing cuisine and museums and art and anything that you could want out of a cultural experience. Living in California has completely ruined Amsterdam. The weed here is so much more insane. But and it is fun to stroll the red light district or whatever, but it's crazy because Vegas is its own thing. It's out in the desert. It should be disrespected.
Have I not? Is it still
Amsterdam
loading?
is a cultural zenith. It's amazing, and it just gets treated like absolute trash.
Yeah, you just get hordes of British. Yeah, one of the last times
What's going on here?
Long time ago, but I was in a shop buying mushrooms back when you still could do that there, and the owner was a British guy, and he's like, "Oh, are you guys gonna be here tomorrow?" And we're like, "No." He's like, "Oh, well then you're missing the Netherlands versus UK game." And I'm like, "Oh, that's too bad." And he's like, "No, it's good. You would not you don't want to be here when that happens. The British are the worst. Trust me, I know." They treat this city like a fucking playground. I'm like, damn. And yeah, it's apparently it's such a problem. They are now actively urging British people, do not come.
Stay away. There's also, I can't remember what the name of it is. There's in Eastern Europe, there's a beach, I think it maybe the Black Sea or something, and they tend to gravitate towards that for spring break.
Oh, I thought they were all about Mallorca, the Brits. That's where the in-betweeners went, I think.
There's no shortage of BBC documentaries about the goings-on of the British youth and their
Yeah. No, they're just like us. They go on vacation in the Mediterranean and get fucking mad when when they hear the Spanish language. It's shit like that.
Yeah.
We know where we came from. The resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah.
We learned it from you, Dad.
I'm just glad that other people are embarrassed when they travel now too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if Americans could actually afford to go to Amsterdam more often, you'd have the same problem.
Well, that's the problem.
Is for British people, it's a 20-minute flight.
Yeah, it's way too accessible. But also, the Americans, because of the way it had been marketed for, 25 years, Americans were going there with the sole purpose of smoking weed, doing shrooms, and banging prostitutes.
Yeah.
So it gets a bad rap. It's a wonderful city. I can't wait to
But
go
it's
back.
also good for all those things.
Yeah, you can do all of it. It's great.
You can.
Yeah. Take some shrooms, go to the Anne Frank house. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't.
Respect it.
Yeah.
Go to the Van Gogh Museum or some shit.
Yeah. Or the what's the Rembrandt Museum called?
Oh, the Rijksmuseum.
Yeah.
That's a great one. Those paintings are so goddamn big. It's gonna blow your mind. And some of them have penises on them.
Uh-oh. Don't show the children. Here's a little update to a story from a few months back. 2 fishermen caught cheating at Ohio tournament plead guilty. Those guys who put the weights in all their fish.
Yeah. Shame on them.
They're not going to prison though.
Well, obviously.
They pleaded down. They got like, I don't know, a couple months probation. They'll never
Whoa,
compete
what is
in
going
a
on
fishing
here?
tournament ever again.
Which is the real punishment.
I guess some people tried to like sue them for previous tournaments, but
Well, yeah, if they got prize money, I mean,
there's no way to like prove that they cheated, even though they almost certainly did.
Yeah.
So they kind of got away with it.
No, I think the real punishment is that they can't compete anymore. Because fishing's one of those things you can do throughout your entire life. You don't really age out of it.
Yeah.
Now they can only do it recreationally, which isn't going to feel the same.
I mean, is a bait shop even going to sell to them?
I would hope not.
Their pictures should be
Dude,
on the
it
wall.
took like
Do not
forever to
serve
load
these
in.
men.
Yeah, right next to the bad checks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, that's a nice update.
Good.
You know. Yeah. Maryland man facing years in prison after calling ex-girlfriend over 800 times in 2 days.
Yeah, I did the math on this. It's like 17 times per hour. And that's spread out. Like, assuming this guy went to bed at some point, it's more than that. Someone should tell this lady about how you can block phone numbers, because like that would drive me insane.
Yeah, block.
Getting called like 20 times an hour for 2
Report
straight days.
as spam.
Yeah, but
restraining order.
This is worthy of prison. Send this man away. That is too much. It's first of all, calling on the phone, very rude.
Yes, don't ever do it.
Don't call people on the phone ever, unless you really need
You
something.
better be in the hospital or something.
Yeah. I don't care who's calling.
Boop.
Yeah. If it's that important, you'll leave a message. And for some reason they never do. So it must not have been that important.
I don't even have a voicemail, so it goes out into space somewhere.
I have one. It's not like set up, but they leave messages.
Well, the old way to do it is you just let it fill up, and then no one can leave messages anymore after that.
I mean, sometimes, like, you know, if I'm looking for like a contractor for my house or some shit, like I've sent out stuff that maybe they're calling, they'll leave a message, and I'm like, oh, good.
You'll get the iPhone one day. You get the voice. They'll send you a voice note on iMessage. Yeah, it's nice. Japanese penis festival shrine distances itself from penis mascot.
Yeah, they got this penis parade in Japan. They, you know, it's the one they walk around.
Yeah.
The big penis statues. This mascot guy's been showing up the last couple of years, and they're like, we just want to clarify, he's not with us. He's not the official mascot, because, he's pretty horrific. We can't show him, but it's like, it looked like something out of like Nothing But Trouble, mixed with like a children's like TV. It's bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, this penis festival, the actual lore behind it is very interesting. This demon was like really into this woman, and she rejected him because he was a demon. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna shrink myself down. I'm gonna fly up your vagina, and then every time someone else tries to get in there, I'm gonna claw at it and bite at it. And so
Like a magic school bus.
Yeah. So she went to a blacksmith and had him forge a metal penis. She stuck that in there. And the demon like tried to bite down on it, broke all his teeth.
Oh yeah, of
because
course.
he thought it was a real dick. And then her fertility was restored. So that's what this festival is all about.
Tragic story, but a happy ending, I guess.
Yeah,
And
it's very good thinking.
And a festival to celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. We need to go back to Japan. You haven't been, right?
I've never been.
I went and when we first started this channel, I blessed the business at the Business Blessing Festival. They got a festival
how often do you have to renew that?
I think every year. We haven't gone in a while, but things have been okay, so we might need to go.
That's why the views are down.
They're not down. We need to go and renew it though. It's the Rake Festival or something.
Yeah.
So I'll get you there one day.
We're gonna hit 1,000 videos sometime around June. It's looking like.
Yeah, and it's the 5-year anniversary. So
man,
subscribe to the channel so we can hit 250,000 subscribers.
Let's
what are you
hit
guys
all of
doing?
milestones at once, please.
Yeah, and make sure that you're watching all of our previous videos in case you missed them, because you might have been looking for a Trump video yesterday and you're like, what is this Gwyneth Paltrow? but the clips are worth it, and I put in a vast...
Oh, she won, by the way.
Yeah, I put that in there, too.
I wish you well.
I also put in it's not exactly super short, but a compilation of the reactions of the Trump indictment on Fox News at the end of the episode. So there's plenty to watch. And we also have our AI episode from earlier in the week where even the tech giants are like, wait, hold on.
Can we hit pause on this?
Yes. So please check out those videos. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you leave a like so we hit 10,000 likes. And leave a comment. Do whatever you want. It's the weekend. That's up to you. See you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
And I apologize to Moist Critical for showing a picture on stream of you and your girlfriend. That was not very Christ-like. I'm sorry.
Sneeko, the man who's been at war with the internet for the last few weeks, has decided to release a video apologizing, and he called this video I Love the New Sneeko, referencing of course the classic Kanye West song. The point of this video is to apologize and justify acting the way that he did, though of course in Sneeko fashion he didn't really apologize and instead doubled down on what he's apologizing for, and then of course pushed his course on how to make money online like a true guru. This video is completely tone deaf and misses the entire point of why all this happened in the first place.
3 things you can't say on YouTube but you could say on Rumble. The COVID vaccine doesn't. The 2020 election was against Trump, and billionaire pedophiles use wokeness to keep you depressed and poor.
Hopefully you noticed the Kanye West 2024 merch sitting in the background, by the way. That's of course always a classic.
Around 3 years ago, when I was 21 years old, I went to a swinger party with one of my girlfriends and joked about how traumatizing it was on a podcast. I was cheating on her a lot and I felt bad, and I thought it would make us even if we swapped with the couple. I don't do it anymore, I don't recommend it, and seeing how many people call me a cuck for what I thought was a funny story, you should probably not do the same.
I'm like feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her. I think you should go through that trauma.
No,
I think everyone should go through
Why
that.
you say that?
So later on, after the whole traumatic hotel incident,
You're opening up more to this.
I'm less traumatized now. Yeah.
So apparently this was a joke he kept telling with less laughs for months after the fact and very clearly visibly upset about. Also, Sneeko seems to think that letting other men have sex with your girlfriend in front of you is what the quote woke mind virus is pushing.
I tried the lifestyle that the woke mind virus pushes, and it ends up being what the woke YouTubers try to shame me for. Kind of ironic.
Whatever the fuck the woke mind virus even means in the first place. But I've never heard anyone advocate for getting cooked as being part of a woke anything.
That must mean 2 things. 1, social media breeds negativity, and 2, the biggest haters just don't go outside.
Sneeko is actually right here. Social media does breed negativity, and he's been part of that now for over a year, and still is a part of it in this video since he just sneak jabs people on their looks and lifestyle, despite claiming he's done with that. What's interesting is using the fact nobody comes up and insults him in public as a gotcha for anyone disagreeing with him is really silly. Most people voice opinions online they otherwise wouldn't voice in person. That's the truth for everyone and everything. Most people are just going to be polite in real life. They're not going to come up to you and just start,
That's
talking
true.
shit. Most people separate social media from reality. A lot of people see a famous person and get a picture or just say what's up even if they don't like them. That doesn't mean everyone you meet agrees with you, and it also doesn't mean everyone who disagrees with you is hiding like a social recluse.
I was depressed and broke. I was out of shape. I was gaming. I was watching porn. I got high every single day. I was miserable.
Now, there's a lot of stuff to clown Sneeko for. This isn't one of them. Good for you, Sneeko. I'm being serious here. Some people love their life, sitting around smoking weed all day, playing video games and whacking off. That's their shit. And they shouldn't change it just because it wasn't right for you. You are not the arbiter, Sneeko, of what is a good life. You can say this is how I live my life and I don't agree with that, but to act as if anyone who lives differently is wrong is just completely missing any nuance in life at all, which is something you seem to struggle with. And again, I will say, if you were depressed and you feel happier and healthier now, that's great, sincerely. There is great advice here for anyone who is in a similar situation, but good advice doesn't need to come with preaching or the other conspiracy nonsense or self-help courses that you tack onto the side like a fucking grifter. If anyone's unhappy in life, make a change, little by little. Do what you can, seek therapy if you can afford it, talk to people, exercise, try your best to change what it is that's making your life worse. This is all true. The issue with this coming from you is the next part.
I don't say this to flex, but to show you that there's an option. Look at the lives of anyone making a hit piece video on Sneako, and look at the life that I am currently living in the present. Genuinely, which one would you rather live?
Again, Sneako's right. There is an option. The problem is Sneako's so absorbed in his own narcissism that yet again he can't uncouple himself from the idea that his is the only way to live life, and anyone living otherwise has a shit life that they must hate or only sell to people because it's in their best interest to do so.
I don't dislike him. He's just the perfect example of a popular YouTuber that's brainwashed. I used to watch his videos when I was a teenager, just like a lot of my other haters, and today he's everything that I don't want to be when I'm 30 years old. When I'm his age, I don't want to be playing children's video games, playing with dildos for content, and using Satanism to be edgy. I don't want to drop the Antichrist for fun. What is this? Please someone tell me what they enjoy about this.
She begs me quick, got me screaming, rides my dick.
This is just Charlie living the life he wants, doing what he wants to do, entertaining people with his sense of humor. That isn't being brainwashed, and it's ironic that Sneako of all people uses the term brainwashed when this was Sneako discovering Andrew Tate the first time.
Alright, bro, like, as accomplished I am with the genetic gifts of a man and the physical superiority of my body. So why are you, like, bro, you're wearing a shiny fucking bomber gold jacket with open and sunglasses on? You look like a video game character. You look like what a 12-year-old would pick as his GTA character. Alright, there's self-help for men, and then there's also just jerking yourself off to other men.
And then within a few months, Sneako was copying every word Tate uses, dressing exactly like him, wearing shades indoors like him, selling courses like him, going where he goes, living life the way that he lives, and generally repeating the exact same 4 words like he's fucking Woody from Toy Story. Except when you pull Sneako's string, it just says NPC, Soy Boy, Bot, and The Matrix. If being yourself on the internet like Charlie is being brainwashed, then what the fuck
Holy
is
shit,
this?
dude. This is legend difficulty?
Bot takes on YouTube and Twitch, not being able to say the words that we really want to say, not being able to talk about the opinion that we really want to talk about. Big Tech is censoring all of us. The Matrix is attacking in real time.
Sneako went from one day talking about how women want to be charmed and have a good time, completely disagreeing with Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, to just repeating everything his new friends say. Now, I'm not sure if Sneako saw this as a way to fast-track his life and become a millionaire as quickly as possible, as his life did genuinely blow up and start earning 6 figures a month doing this nonsense, where previously he'd been grinding for years earning nowhere close to this, or whether or not Sneako genuinely believes in everything he's saying. Either way though, it is ironic to say other people are brainwashed when his entire life changed in a complete 180 breakneck.
What does Moist Critical stand for? What does he believe in? Do you know?
Dude, what the
Again,
fuck?
The tone-deaf nature of this is unreal. So Charlie's brainwashed for doing what he wants to do the way that he wants to do it, copying nobody and being himself. And Sneako doesn't know what he stands for. Yet Sneako changed every single facet of his existence within a 3-month period to copy other men, to buy into a different ideology. How do you claim to stand for anything when you threw away your entire personality and worldview overnight? This is just so insanely ironic.
Fresh knows he's an average-looking guy, but he's known all over Miami as a playboy. Moist Critical just can't comprehend that somebody like Fresh, who's the same age and on the same level of attractiveness, can be with beautiful women because instead of networking, working hard, and looking fresh, he's playing with dildos and video games.
Again, Sneako picking just the worst target here and also just continuing to display he hasn't learned or changed, and he's just apologising until people stop saying mean things about it.
I think most of us have some... You got bullied? I'm a victim. You were passionate about something.
Bring bullying back. Bullying is necessary, or else you turn into this dude.
To act like Charlie couldn't get women if
What
he
the
wanted
fuck?
to, he's
What
probably
is...
the biggest cope on the planet, which is hilarious when you're also talking about people brainwashing their audience to push a narrative. The dude's a multi-millionaire who's going to continue amassing wealth, isn't even remotely unattractive, he's ripped, has over 10 million subscribers based purely on his personality, as his videos don't have any good production quality, and somehow you're yet again going after his ability to get women, which is all hilarious when you consider you repeatedly go on podcasts where you talk about high-value men, and having a ton of social media clout and money means you can get any woman you want, and you can have as many of them as you want at the same time. time, because in your worldview, that's all women want, and yet you're giving an example of a very
I don't-
successful,
why am I
attractive
not,
man that has a ton of money, not being able to do it.
Bro.
Real.
You see the BXR I have, right?
For the young men watching, is that the life you want to live at 30 years old?
Yeah, you're right. Rich, healthy, attractive, capable of going anywhere, anytime, live an incredible lifestyle while doing so, having great lifelong friends, a loving long-term girlfriend, and wake up every day capable of pursuing any hobby he wants and monetize it to millions of people. No, Sneeko, nobody wants that. You are completely right. I guess we should buy your course to learn why that's actually a very bad life.
Just did a call today for an hour and talked to everybody, gave a lesson about making money online.
This part, Sneeko uses the most recent, or I guess depending on when this video comes out, maybe not the most recent school in America to push the rest of his agenda.
In Japan, there is no wokeness, there is no LGBT trans nonsense, and society is civilized. Somebody
What are
swirls
you
over their
talking
back, and
about?
Everybody comes to help them out because they see each other as extended family. There's no culture war. There is a life outside of the woke degeneracy, and that's why I will continue to defend the movie Cuties until Moist Critical decides to debate me about it.
Oh, Sneeko, please, my brother. You're actually right here for totally the wrong reasons. You're right, there's no public us versus them on this topic that gets into any kind of spotlight. But not because there are just no trans or gay people, my guy. It's because Japan is a culture built, as you rightly pointed out, on the collective being strong. They are outwardly polite to a fault and incredibly respect-driven. There are a ton of gay and trans people, though, which have more rights than many Western countries. The Pride rallies going on for over a decade. Begin to twist an entire
Dude,
country
what the
in
hell,
view
dude? It's
to suit
so
your
insane, like how
stupid
fucking
narrative.
hard
It's not
they
that
hit.
trans and gay people
This is
don't
on
exist in
legend
Japan.
difficulty.
What are you talking about? And
Dude,
this
they
isn't
weren't-
to say Japan still doesn't have issues regarding acceptance on a societal or political level.
There is no wokeness, there is no LGBT trans nonsense, and society is civilized.
I just don't understand how you can be so unaware of everything around you that you don't see that the solution is in what you're presenting and you're just using it in the completely wrong way. You are literally fighting the culture war by saying this.
And that's why I will continue to defend the movie Cuties until Moist Critical decides to debate me about it. Nobody who hates the movie Cuties has seen it. It's about an Islamic family that moves from West Africa to France, a woke country that's literally on fire right now. And the daughter of the family
Oh
gets
my
corrupted
God.
by TikTok and starts dancing provocatively and leaves her Islamic values behind.
Then he, of course, goes on record defending Cuties again, because of course he does. I'm skipping this part because I just don't want to engage with this at all.
I started YouTube at 11 years old, and following the trends of social media before God led me to complete degeneracy. But rejecting these values, I have found a new direction, purpose, and meaning for my life. A lot of the hatred is justified. I should not have been attacking the people in the Soy Boy collage as much as I was, but I held a lot of resentment because they actively tried to get me banned on YouTube. They encouraged their followers to go.
It was
on
that
the
one
Soy Boy
guy,
page.
and
They
the vast
celebrated
majority of
when I
them
was
did not
canceled
actually
for
like
telling
that.
the truth.
Now let me just say, I fucking love that you call this the Soy Boy collage, Sneeko, but again, you have advocated for certain people to not have rights, and therefore they shouldn't even exist. So the fact you're upset at people saying you should get banned on a single social media platform, yet again shows you have zero self-awareness and no logical consistency at all. Perhaps if you didn't heel turn to a thoroughly unlikable and hateful person who attacked these people constantly, they wouldn't have assisted in getting you banned. And by the way, it wasn't for
telling the truth.
It was for doing exactly what you've just explained throughout this apology video, for attacking people and saying these things.
So the only option now is to be a force for good. And let's be honest,
Fuck me,
there's
dude.
a clear pattern with the people that I don't say it to be cocky, but I am tall, I'm good looking, and I'm successful. This is why the #1 criticism is wannabe alpha male Sneeko. Oh, this alpha male. It's rooted in jealousy and the
You have
idea
to
that
just, like, take a
masculinity
side.
is a bad thing. I
Take
don't
a
think I'm
side.
an alpha male. I've never once called myself that. I promote the ideas of masculinity because it is so desperately needed.
I can tell you with complete sincerity from me to you, people are not saying these things because they're jealous of you. You can't use your ego and narcissism to explain away the opinions of a large number of people by saying they're just jealous. Well, I mean, you can because you just did, but you're wrong. People just fundamentally disagree with you and how you behave. They didn't before, of course, and many of the people who are doing now would have liked you if you were still that person.
Oh my
You're
God.
just currently
Dude.
suffering from the consequences of your actions, and your actions are the only things that can change that again. Truly, if you do turn another leaf, most of the people you're talking about here would give you the courtesy of another chance. I know I would.
I'm officially retiring the soy boy image. I forgive everybody who advocated for my cancellation and made documentaries about me, and I'm ditching my
you have to like take a
style of
side,
streaming.
dude.
And I apologize to Moist Critical for showing a picture on stream of you and your girlfriend. That was not very good.
And that's it. That's the apology, which was full of cutting to images mocking other people when discussing masculinity. Again, just flying in the face of saying he wouldn't be attacking people anymore like this. He can't even make an I've changed apology video and remain consistent within it. But what's even funnier is that after this shit went live, he expected all big content creators to literally drop to their knees and immediately prostrate at the altar of Sneako. Instead, they didn't, and he took to Discord yet again to just start going off. Not everyone's hooked on Sneako's life to the point where they would have even known this release. They don't use Rumble, the Shadow Realm platform, and they probably don't follow you on Twitter, and if they do, they probably muted you because you just post absolute shite on there about whatever conspiracy theory, anti-Matrix bullshit you're on that day. Give people time before you start going off and then not reacting to the video. It's even a contradictory message. You're saying that you're a trending topic for views, then you say that people don't react to you because they're only about views. It just makes no sense, brother. Anyway, that's Sneako's response video. He's clearly changed, guys, and I'm sure all his old fans will be returning any second now.
Ayman. Okay, so Ayman, let's go through this one by one. You say I said it eliminated the risk of poverty. No, I think what I said was at the time it got 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty, and I think right now you'll find that like somewhere around 30. I think the numbers are 30% of people would be in poverty. Never mind, living close to poverty. The rest would be very, well, not the rest, but a huge another cohort would be very close. But at least 30% would be living in poverty were it not for Social Security. Do you have a problem with that fact, or you just don't think it's important?
No one has a problem with people not living in poverty, which I think is the argument that usually is used against Republicans, like they're heartless or whatever. The fact is, this program was never designed to operate into the future this way.
Well, wait. Let's just we're going to get to there because I got the average life expectancy and et cetera, and population decline and but just in terms of like you brought up that it. You said it. I said it eliminates the risk of poverty. It doesn't eliminate it, but it does actually eliminate the risk of poverty for all but 9%. It eliminates the risk of poverty. But it directly keeps at least 30% out of poverty. You accept that fact, correct or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
totally.
You don't have an issue with that.
Nobody has an issue with that.
Okay, so we can agree that at the very least, it keeps 30% of elderly out of poverty. It's about another 30% that it keeps just living above.
Oh my God, dude.
Poverty. And I think you would also agree, in addition, that diminishes pressure on people's kids to worry about their parents and helps them in terms of their wealth or wealth, essentially. I mean, so are we in agreement on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to average life expectancy. Now, you say the government didn't realize that life expectancy would grow, even though, I mean, that, I don't know why you make that assumption. They had actuarial tables at the time. They knew that life expectancy had grown from 1900 to 1940. What's the point about, just let's go with life expectancy.
Okay, so at the time, it's easy to pass legislation like this when you don't factor in what's going to happen over time. And you can say they have actuarial tables, but we know how congressmen and senators are. They're not factoring that in. It's about the near future instead of the long-term future. And so that's why we have the problem now. It's because the math isn't going to work out for the way the population is.
What is the problem? What is the problem now?
There aren't enough workers, and there are way more people retired than this program can support. And we know this. The calculations are very clear.
Okay.
It's just a math problem.
Okay. It's a math problem. All right, well, first off, let's just start with, like, what's the problem? In other words, like, you're saying that we have a problem because the worker to retiree ratio, and we'll get to that.
Oh,
What is the
wow, man.
problem that
I
you're saying?
can't.
Like, what is-
how
when
do
you say
people do
there's
the
a
bonk
problem,
hammer thing?
I
It is
get that
so.
you're
The
talking
bonk
about
hammer thing is
worker,
so
to
stupid.
employee ratio. We can discuss that. It certainly has changed. What is the
Like, he just, like,
problem,
fucking. I just, like, whiffed on him so hard. I think the bonk hammer thing.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's not sustainable. That's the argument I'm making. And giving people the false sense that
Oh, dude, you guys have to, like, fucking.
is going to set people up for failure. And I think it's important to tell people now that probably anyone under 40
Are you aware
probably
of?
shouldn't expect it the same way.
Okay, what should they expect? If I'm under 40 and the U.S. government does nothing, what should they expect in terms of benefits?
They have to start planning now.
No.
And also, I think,
I know they have to start planning now. What should they expect in terms of benefits from Social Security?
I think to be safe, they should expect to not have the same sort of Social Security.
Dude, this is a legend. How do you do this on master difficulty?
We know exactly.
GMs are gonna be brutal, dude.
I mean, surely, if you're wait,
we know it's actually going to go into debt.
Amen. You're on Twitter saying, what was the first part of that? I'm a fucking idiot because I don't understand about Social Security. Now you tell me.
You're giving people the false impression that this is a program that can work.
You tell us the true impression. You tell us the true impression. How much if I'm 40 today and the U.S. government does nothing?
Come on, dude.
Nothing.
All right, hold on.
To reform.
I love you, Sam. You'll take care of this guy, but, like, come on, man. Help, stay together and just, like, help with these champions, man. This is, like, fucking ridiculous. We have to, like, these guys are like fucking meat shields, dude. Bro, this shit's like, this is a nightfall that everyone has done. Oh my god, this is like so annoying, dude. I hate this. Why are they where are these other guys, man? What are you guys doing? Bro, what are you guys doing here? Don't, like, fucking... I have to, like, burn this super just to, like, fucking help me do damage. Take out this champion. Bro, like, just help with, like, the champions. Do you guys have, like, champion Bro, kind of, like, help out with this champion, dude. Holy shit, I'm, like, losing my shit here. I'm not picking up any of these guys again. They say there's like a fucking surge. Take out these little guys. Oh my god, he's fucking back here. I hate this dude. I hate the fact that he's here and that he's just like chilling. Bro, you should be able to disrupt their fucking shields or something. This is so stupid. Their fucking shield, they're rotating shields, Bungie. I hate it so much. Dude, this is so ridiculous, dude. I have all these surge mods and it's still not doing anything. This thing sucks, man. I'm sorry. Low level like solar tie-ins suck, dude, without the Lorelei helm. So stupid. This boss needs like more. They gotta rework this boss. The fact that you have to wait till his shields like rotate, it's so ridiculous. Dude, you do realize we should be doing this in like under like fucking 15 minutes flat, dude. Oh my god, these things are fucking... Just survive so until he spawns back in. I'm not picking him up, dude. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Just clear out like these small ads. There's no like good ad clear. This build sucks for ad clear, man. Like the ignitions, dude. I don't know what they did with incandescent, but it sucks. Starting ignitions, oh my god, this is like fucking ridiculous.
Down.
Fuck. Dude, ignitions. No. Do I have fucking... I can't change the build, too. Dude, this is so ridiculous, man. How you do this on...
Here they come.
I've seen people like do this on like master and shit. I have like no like fucking ammo and shit too. I can't change this out? Come on, man. On Legend, you're not gonna let me change this out? On like maybe master, you need like dude, this is like ridiculous. Like with the shields, you have to wait for his shields to like. He does so much damage. You have to wait till the shields turn and like hide. No, there's like a. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, what? This is so silly, man. We're just like hiding in a fucking corner. I fucking hate this, dude. I really hate this on like on hard difficulties, and like people die all the time on this. Yeah, just funnel everything like through here. Oh, dude, he's trying to do that, this stupid fucking... They hit so... I don't know why those Hydras hit so hard. And it's not intuitive, too. Like, you can... But then they immediately... Dude, I hate these wyverns, man. I fucking hate these wyverns so much too, because their weak spot when they're not damaging ups in their back, but they turn on a dime though. Dude, Solar fucking Titan sucks, dude. Yeah, look at this. Look at this score continuously go down like that. Dude. I hate this boss. This boss sucks, dude. This boss sucks so much. What is up with that stupid fucking shield? He can like the shield too is not like obvious to me as well. Like apparently he can. Dude, this is like come on, man. This is so ridiculous. Bro. The 200s and like the Titan, like there's no heals going out too. I hate this. This is on legend difficulty too. Bro, how is this on legendary? Come here, come here, come here. Shit, dude. Dude, how is that so large, that blast radius? Just survive, dude. Just don't come, don't save us, just survive. Oh, dude, why did you fucking res me right there? Don't res me there, man, with the fucking 3 bad guys there. I can't. I gotta finish this. We're on the last. Yeah, he just left. No. This is on legend difficulty, man. This isn't like that hard.
Social Security taxes, let's say, or cut, they do nothing. How much can I expect And at what age can I expect it? You're the genius on this. You tell me.
It depends on the age that they are and how much they're saving.
They're 40 years old. No, 40 years old.
Ooh.
They're going for Social Security. How much of their benefits can they expect when they retire? And at what age is full retirement for a 40-year-old today?
To be safe.
No, don't say be safe. Just tell me if they do nothing.
We're making predictions about the future, dude. We're making predictions about the future. I'm telling you, the math says it will become insolvent. It will become insolvent.
You're saying that Social Security will be insolvent. They will get zero benefits if they retire.
There is a possibility of that.
There is a possibility of that?
Possibility of that.
Are you including that possibility that a massive meteor hits the planet and we all die? Or have you not even looked at the Social Security report that will tell you the math is the math
always print more money.
The math.
The government could always print more money.
No.
That's what
they don't have to print.
Oh my God, this is like so insane, dude.
They will become insolvent.
You know what you're doing, Eamon? You're showing everybody that you haven't even read the Social Security report.
I did.
Really? Then tell me what they say benefits will be if I'm 40.
I'm not going to read it verbatim for you, dude.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
There's one number that is important. 80%. If the government does nothing,
dude, this is like super frustrating. I'm just trying to get like that one. I cannot believe like it hits that hard. I'm like losing my shit right now. That one guy that he kept going like off on his like own. It was like so silly. This is just, it's a Legend Nightfall, and they're hitting like a Legend. It's like a Legend Nightfall is the equivalent of a Legend Lost Sector now. This Solar Titan build I've looked at so many different Solar Titan builds. They all fucking suck. Solar Titans suck, dude. I'm sorry. This, like, the Lorelei helm is just like so good. I'm sorry. And it's on Legend too. Like this survivability is just this too. Like survivability, like Solar Titans. I mean, how are Solar Titans? Tell me if I'm like doing this wrong. Those gameplay videos are. It's always like they're lying to you in those gameplay videos with Solar Titan. Like, unless I'm playing this like wrong, I don't know how you play this build on higher difficulties. Maybe solo because you can take your time, but like they were not doing that one point. So fucking frustrating. I'm gonna do an LFG for this. I'm like losing my fucking shit, dude. So all I want to do is a Legend Nightfall, and I'm getting destroyed. It's not that difficult. This Nightfall sucks though, to be honest with you. You have to do it on legendary or higher. That's the only thing. Yeah. I actually like the BXR. That's why I want to keep it. Right. Dude, I'm about to lose my... Oh. Dude, I'm about to like lose my shit, dude. This is 600 RPM. I want to check this out. I can't believe like they locked Legend difficulty too. So it's only Legend and they really made like so because they used to have Adept, Hero, Legend, and Master. So Hero is basically what Legend used to be. Legends, this is nuts. I don't see like the difference between these two. I don't know why your equipment is locked on Legend. Solar Surge. Okay. Just bring ARB, yeah. Okay. All right. Ready. Right here. What? All right. There we go. It was that other guy. He just kept like dying. I actually want to try this. Zen, that's actually not a bad roll, too. This I don't know so much. The ricochet rounds is pretty decent. We'll see how this works. I got the armor. I just don't like it, to be honest with you. Dude. The solar ignitions, you need to be able to, like, form up a ton of solar ignitions.
Are attempting another incursion. Shut them down.
I hate this Nightfall too. It's fucking horrible. I will be going through and playing all the Grandmaster. I do want to unlock the Grandmasters. That you gain a ton of stuff in Grandmaster Nightfalls. Ooh, me likey. This is what I'm talking about.
Elizabeth, you must know why Clovis built the portal.
Greed. Obsession. The list is long. If you ask
We got a
him,
world
he would
drop,
have told you
baby.
he was saving humanity.
This gun is fucking great, man.
Collecting the radiolarian fluid from the Vex that came through was the prime purpose. I wanted it shut down. Clovis wouldn't have it. Once again, he flew too close to the sun, and once again, the rest of us paid for it. Bastard.
Guardian down.
I'm sorry. Arb is still the best.
Guardian down.
Pick this guy up.
Guardian down.
can't escape.
Oh my god, fuck! Why'd I jump? Oh, shh. Thank you.
Guardian down.
Oh, I really like this gun.
Guardian down.
Oh, fuck. That's... Raise him. Raise him. Survive, survive, survive. Get around the back. Get around the back. Oh my god. Thank god. I hate those wyverns, dude.
the lesson.
GG's.
Good riddance, evil bastards. Until next time.
Oh, okay. There we go. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's how it's supposed to go.
Now you don't understand what I'm saying because you don't know what you're talking about. Now tell me what
don't know what
age?
you're talking about.
What
You're giving
age
people false
does a
hope
40-year-old?
that this can actually
What
work.
age
It
does a
won't work.
40-year-old retire at? Full retirement benefits. If I'm 40 today, how old do I have to be to fully retire?
Dude,
how old?
This ain't a fucking.
How old?
This ain't a quiz, dude.
No,
We're
it
talking
isn't.
about, I want to talk about solutions for the future.
Well, you don't know what the problem is.
There are ways we can actually.
You don't even know what the problem is. You don't know what the full retirement
the math
age is
doesn't work.
for a
The math
40-year-old.
doesn't work for people in the future.
How do you know that the math
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't even let it interrupt
is
Sam.
not going to work if you don't know the numbers that Sam is
Look at the fucking
referencing?
tables. Look at the trust fund. It's clear the numbers don't work.
It's good
Now,
you brought up the
argument
trust fund.
Yes, the
That's
trust fund
interesting
is
that you
going to
brought
be.
up.
Listen, I hate that talking point too. The trust fund's separate from the actual fund. The trust fund is separate from people like paying into like actual Social Security. The trust fund will probably like go out. But Social Security is not going to like get the funding like that unless we actually defund it. This has been like talked about like so many fucking times. I don't know, like this is such a bad talking point. People have explained this like so many times ad nauseum.
At 0%, but the way the program works, 80% of benefits are going to be paid. What age, who has looked at the trust fund and all the tables, what age is full retirement for a 40-year-old today?
I'm looking at the future. I'm looking at solutions for the future, and it's
Oh my, hey, dude, come on, man. Stop with like these like Republican talking points. You're trying to like get what? Don't call in to the majority report to challenge Sam. Sam is like probably one of the most knowledgeable lefty like that's on the internet. He's gonna get you every single time.
You answer that question, Eamon? Let me help you out. I don't know,
Get out of
Sam.
the way and allow us to build the technology.
I don't even
Let
know
people live
what
lives
the
that they
full
want as they get
retirement
older.
age is. Okay, so let's move on to your next thing. It's 67. When was it raised, Eamon? Why is it that as a
It was raised in
56-year-old...
1980 or something.
When?
I think it was 1980 something.
Yeah, 1981. And what did the government do?
What do you mean?
What did the government do in 1981? There was a big reform to Social Security. What did they do then?
Dude, he's gonna get him.
You want me to read the fucking paper for you?
No, I know the answer. I know the answer.
I'm talking about the future, dude. I'm talking about the future.
Dude, the future. All right, dude. Listen. So, dude, let's talk about the other
I'm
issue.
talking about
you had.
technology, man.
Yeah, no, I know
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about
about
technology.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
I want
you should develop
to be
a
able to
machine.
have the kind of lives that they deserve.
You should
And
develop a
you keep
machine
talking about,
that
like,
can
this
read the
number,
Social
this
Security
dollar
Trust Fund
figure.
report to you. That's the first thing you should do with the future with your technology.
No, I should.
But
I
let's get
should
to-
build machines that help reduce medical costs, so this could all be affordable for everybody.
Great.
This is the problem. You're focused on the numbers instead of the actual thing that.
He's
needs to be
getting
fixed.
like
Wait,
angry
didn't you
too.
start this by telling me it was about math?
Yeah.
Yeah, the math for this won't work out. We have to focus on other ways. People my age and younger have to expect we're not going to have the same Social Security benefits.
You're going to have 80% if
for our future.
Listen,
dude, you keep talking like.
Now, let's go on to your next issue. The government did not expect.
You're losing your
now,
shit,
you're going
dude.
back in the past, which you had a problem with me talking about 1981 when this deal where they expected exactly everything you're talking about. In fact, they expected this before then. You can see that the Social Security was tweaked all along the way. But in 1981, we were aware of the baby boom. We were aware of things like there's going to be X
and it was
number of
nice.
workers and there's
They
going to
could
be X
collect a
number
lot
of
of
retirees.
money. It was a beautiful thing in that time until things flipped the other way.
Okay, now
That's
flip the other
nature
way.
of all populations.
Your big contribution to this is that there is a different ratio of workers to retirees. Is that correct?
Yeah.
When was the biggest change in that ratio? Because right now...
What does it matter when? I know what it is now. I don't know what it was.
What is it now?
3.
3 to 1. 3 to 1. And what's it projected to be in terms of workers to retirees by 2050?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you imagine it's going to be a problem, right?
It's already too low.
Okay, it's already too low. What was it when Social Security started?
Dude,
40.
you're losing your shit, dude.
42,
Calm
I think
down.
Dude, why are you quizzing me on fucking numbers, man?
Because you keep talking about math. What was the biggest change? Do you remember what happened in 1950?
Dude, you gotta stop, man. You're coming off as like completely unhinged. You don't come after like Sam like that, man. Cause Sam knows it. Sam knows like the numbers. This dude, he's gonna, dude. Don't call him to the majority part like that too. Wait. You came in hot, man.
When I talk about tax
actually
more,
lifestyle changes.
when I talk about,
I want people to live the lives that they deserve in old age, and here you are, just focus on stupid shit.
Wait, you
This
said
is what
that
I'm
you have
talking
a
about. This is why people
company,
get
a medical device
I do a
company?
podcast.
no,
I
okay,
do
no,
a
listen, I'm not
podcast
care. I don't care about your podcast.
anything
I let you on.
It's interesting
I
that you
let
have
you
a
on a much
financial
bigger
incentive.
Don't talk
podcast.
about politics because of this.
Oh my god. This guy completely lost the plot, man. He's completely lost the plot. And Sam is just like cool as a cucumber the entire time. And he's actually like, Sam is actually like addressing like the points that like this guy's like bringing up. He's like, he's trying to get Sam. He's like trying to like, hey, I got this podcast here too. I wonder if like anyone's gonna pick him up like after this talk with Sam. You know what I mean? Sam doesn't really give a shit, to be honest. Sam doesn't give a shit, but like guys like this, like the guy called him like a fucking idiot too. Dude, I want like Sam to go on Joe Rogan. I want Sam to go on Joe Rogan. I just want to see what the fuck would happen when Sam goes on to Joe Rogan.
Because of this,
In
you guys
1950,
focus on the negativity and you don't focus on solutions for the future.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to talk. That's why I
You
called
want
in.
solutions for the future? Raise the cap.
Yeah,
and we're done.
I listened to you talk about raising the cap. Yeah. So
Okay,
you want to
calm down for a second. Hold on. Hey, buddy, listen.
This is a 34-minute
I invited you on
talk.
here to talk about your video that you posted.
Yeah.
It's very jump cutty. I'm giving you the opportunity to do it now, like in real time. From 1950 to 1965, we had the biggest change in the ratio of worker to retiree that we have ever experienced. And that went from 18 to 1 in 1950, because from 1936 to 1950, it also diminished greatly, but that big part of that was it was the beginning of the program. 18 to 1 in 1950, 4 to 1 in 1965. And do you know what happened to Social Security in 1965?
Shit, you talked about.
You know what happened in 1965? Do you know what happened in 1965
Go ahead.
to
Tell
Social
everybody.
Security? Nothing. Now, why is that? I'm going to explain something to you. It's called increase in productivity. As each worker becomes more productive and creates more activity in terms of increases the GDP, more money goes into the coffers of Social Security to pay for current retirees. So the reason why Social Security has not collapsed, even though there has been I don't even know how to express it in like multiples of a diminishment in that ratio between workers and retirees, much larger than we are going to experience in the next 50 or 60 years, is because of increases in productivity, which is why even if we do nothing,
You're not even anticipating
80%.
automation. You're not even anticipating automation. There will be no workers eventually. Do you understand that?
What? Bro, that's like decades into like the future, and you can like prevent that too. There's always gonna be like some form of like workers, like people using their hands. What are you talking about? Not everything's going to be automated. There's like, I know like they're experimenting on like automating like pizza delivery, the automating like McDonald's, and like those are a lot of the automation that people are talking about. It's for like quote unquote like low skill jobs that don't really require like a college education like to do. But that's like far and away into the future. They don't have the technology to do it yet at a mass scale.
Like, that's the problem with all this like future prediction shit. It can go one way, it can go another way.
There's going to be no workers.
I'm thinking about a way for this to work.
Dude, Eamon, you've
been hearing about automation.
People's lifestyle.
We've been hearing about automation taking away workers' jobs for, I don't know, 15, 20 years.
No, more.
More. And
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. Oh.
Is this guy like trolling now? Is this like trolling? ChatGPT, like it seems like nice right now, but like people are showing like it has like serious like limitations. This guy has to be like trolling right now. This guy has to be trolling. Come on, man. You have to be trolling at this point. Dude, I do not.
Oh, right.
I'm already losing.
I don't know. Technology is the only way to ensure the lifestyle that our retirees deserve.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Happen. So I'm thinking.
Well, what is the idiot part of? I'm just curious. Why am I a fucking idiot for an understand?
I don't mind it.
How's that?
I don't mind it. But I don't think you can get it to happen because the way our government works. You can yell, you can complain, you can have your show and complain about all this stuff.
But wait a second.
I'm talking about actual reality here.
Okay,
reality here.
I'm going to give you 2 minutes, 2 more minutes to tell us the actual reality of your solution to this. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So anyone under 40 should expect we're not going to get Social Security the same way our parents and grandparents have.
Pause it. Hold on. I'm going to restart the clock. I'm going to restart the clock.
Come on, bro.
Because the premise in what you're saying, again, 80%. If you want to remind people, if you want to tell people information, not about your plan to fix this, but if you want to tell them about the situation now, you need to be accurate on my program. On your Twitter feed, you can say whatever you want, but you got to say, if government does nothing right now and you're 40 years old, you can expect only 80% of your Social Security benefits. All right, I'll reset the clock for you. Go ahead.
Well, I said under 40, so that applies to you.
Under 40,
too,
if you're of working age, whatever.
Okay. So,
dude, this is not me. Sam is. Oh my god, dude.
Planning that you're not going to get as much. How about that? Is that cool?
Sure.
All right. 2, I think the government has to get out of the way when it comes to technological innovation, especially in the medical field. Like, the distribution of how much the government pays in Medicare and all that stuff. So that is way more expensive than it needs to be, and a lot of it is driven by regulation and big corporations who are probably in bed with government. So get out of the way so we can reduce the cost there. Also, technology to reduce the cost of housing and food production so that people can actually live good retired lives. And that, if we can do that through technology, then the actual dollar figure won't matter so much because everyone will be able to afford it.
How do you do that?
That's the argument.
Okay.
Okay, well, you did that in a minute. You did that in a minute, and I think that's pretty compelling. Government, get out of the way so that medical costs go down. Of course, if people will live longer there, but the technological advances that you are talking about are going to make everything better. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know how I could argue with that.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I think we would agree on 60% of things, and on the 40% we disagree.
You know what? I was being facetious. It's just that I didn't think you would have said anything. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I don't want you to feel like,
Look,
I just don't know how
deserves better businessmen, and I'm going to give it to them.
All right. Well, I wish
you can talk all you want.
You are.
I hope you hate politics and you don't like how negative it is. Listen to the Table Moments podcast. We don't talk politics. Typically, that slipped out. My bad.
Okay.
That's a good pitch to people turning into a dry political podcast. They definitely will do that, sir.
I appreciate the call.
Holy shit. They're being fucking ruthless with this dude.
I hope that as a business person, he is better than he is in sort of understanding broad policy questions.
God forbid anyone considers him, you know, like say a fucking idiot or something like that.
That's right. I mean, that was, but understand and I don't even know if he's aware that's what he's doing, but that whole libertarian business mindset, which is that like,
God,
I'm gonna make an assertion about how things are gonna get bad. I'm going to then depoliticize you by telling you that politics are stupid to talk about, to expect politicians to help you out is folly, and it's a waste of your time, which of course is completely depoliticizing. Is it going to be a struggle to get politicians to raise the cap and fund Social Security properly? Of course. But if you'd asked me 10 years ago, is it a struggle to keep Social Security politicians, Democrats and Republicans, mostly no, all Republicans, some Democrats, from cutting Social Security benefits, I would have said that is going to be very hard. But that's where we are today. And so the idea that these libertarian brainiacs, part of either what their agenda is or what they're acting upon is this sense of depoliticization, because they want the rest of you to feel like there is no point in demanding stuff from politicians or from government. Allow really wealthy business people to provide for you, because that's in their interest.
It's in his interest. Didn't he say that's what his line of work is?
Apparently.
Medical technology?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like, yeah.
Medical technology is going to save us.
I mean, we're not in the business of Social Security. We're not making money off of Social Security and making these arguments. You can make your judgment about what that guy's motives might be.
But it is also amazing too, dude. If you're gonna, and it's not like you didn't have a 2 days to know this. Like, go back and read the report. Be able to answer the two basic questions that your whole thing was premised on. One, that there's going to be no money in Social Security. You shouldn't need me to tell you what the Social Security Trust report says, trustees report says, 80% benefits. And you should know, if you're talking to 40-year-olds, what the retirement age is for 40-year-olds, because it's different than it is for me. Because in 1981, they made a deal that would raise the retirement age starting, I think it was in 2000, by a couple of months every year. And so by the time a 40-year-old retires, it's going to be 67 for full retirement. They've already raised the age. And you should also know about all of your assumptions about productivity. If you are saying that we go from 3-to-1 workers to 2-to-1 workers, and that's going to be a disaster, you need to be able to answer why it is that we went from 30-to-1 workers to 3-to-1 workers, and it wasn't a disaster. Like, just, I invite you on the show, call in, I take you out of the thing, you didn't even do any effort. That's rude. It's rude.
That's ruder than him calling you a fucking idiot?
I mean, if you're going to call me a fucking idiot, at least back it up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe you just don't understand
Show the
machines,
effort. Show the effort. What's your love language? It doesn't seem to be, do your homework.
Love language, doing homework.
That's one of them, right?
Yeah. Acts of service.
Yeah, acts of service. That's what I'm talking about.
Doing your partner's homework.
Displays of affection.
Yeah, exactly.
Adam from Indiana, I think we can infer that Eamon came on the show to stump for personal responsibility in regards to retirement savings. Personal responsibility should roll in tandem with a policy to create the best outcome. Advocating solely for personal responsibility with low taxes and Social Security is capitalist libertarian hell. His vision is people clambering over one another, buying rental properties and passive incoming food out of people's mouths. I mean, we've run that experiment before.
Yeah.
That's why Social Security exists. We've run that experiment, and it didn't work out well. And if you look at the 401k savings rates, it is a failed experiment. For some people, it's good, but it turns out not everybody is A, great at investing, B, great at saving on their own. I mean, this is true. And the question is, as a society, should we say to someone who's 65 or 67 or 70 or 62, maybe they've been working as a doctor and they didn't save any money or whatever, they lost their shirt in the stock market, or maybe they've been working like make an income like 50% of the people and never had an extra dollar or never had the opportunity to have a 401k. Maybe they were responsible with their money, maybe they weren't. As a society, should we say to those people, sorry, dude.
Yep.
Cat food. Work it out better in the next life? Or do we create a social insurance program that makes sure it doesn't matter if you're dumb or smart, whether you're brilliant with money or you're an idiot with money, whether you're super buttoned up and responsible or if you just love to party or whatever it is, as a society, should we say, you know what, we're not going to be moralistic about this. Regardless of what type of human you are, so when you're not out there hurting other people, in which case, you may run afoul of the law. But if you're just a person, by the fact that you're a human being, we're going to determine as a society that we're going to create a policy that's going to make sure that you are going to be able to eat and you are going to be able to have housing. And we're going to morally judge you, but we're not going to do so in such a way. We can do that in your homes. We can say that person's a real loser or bad, irresponsible, or, whatever it is you want to say. But as a human being, you deserve the right to be able to live however many years you have left after working the majority of your life, to live in a way to make sure that at the very least, you're going to be able to eat. You're going to be able to pay for heat. You're going to be able to live in your apartment. Maybe every now and then you'll be able to go out and see a movie. Or you're going to be able to pay for like cable television so you can watch a movie. Like that should be the absolute bare minimum as a society that we provide. And it really gets down to whether you believe that's the case or you don't. All the other stuff that they talk about is just absolute BS. There is a way for us to figure that out. Period. End of story. Political economy. That's the bottom line. We're making the decision. We made a decision during COVID that we weren't going to have as many children in poverty, and like that, almost overnight, several months, we eliminated 40% of child poverty in this country. And then just as quick, we decided, that was an interesting experiment. Let's go back to the way it was. And boom, I guarantee you in 8 months, I don't know what the timeline's going to be. It's not going to be much longer than that. Maybe it's already here. We're going to see that child poverty is back up to pre-COVID levels. Political economy. The economy does not make these people poor. Our decisions as a society, as manifested through our government, makes these people poor. And makes these people rich. Not each individual, but says there's going to be a cohort like this and there's going to be a cohort like that. And we decide how big these cohorts are. And everything you hear about technology or all these other things, that's just a way to obscure that fundamental decision that we're making as a society, because they're afraid if we are conscious that we're making a decision about this, that you can make a conscious decision that the economy is not like the weather. And even we know we could actually do have influence over the weather long term, not on a daily basis, but long term. We have the ability to make the weather more extreme. We have the ability to change the temperature based upon what we do. But they want to make it like it's just You're born, you die. Those are irrefutable. And economics is like that. No, it's not. We create economics. It is done within the context of a society and a system. We decide. That's why this guy's calling up and going, all you do is talk about politics and wanting government officials to do stuff, and you're not, developing, technology. Give me a break. Devoid reality. I'm 64. I had a good middle-class job. I put 20% of my income into my 401k. And just as Dr. Wolf says, every 47 years of my working career, the system collapses, and I'm right back where I started. Thanks, Clinton, W, and Trump. It's the system, stupid. Mm-hmm. There you go. Apocalypse soon. Libertarian caller will be calling in from a 408 area code today. It's staring right at me. It's caller number 7. Look at poor Emma. Look at poor Emma.
You want to do it?
Call from 408 area code.
This fucking guy, dude. Let's go to this one right here. It's another Majority Report one.
It's going good.
This is Matt Taibbi.
Oh, Matt Taibbi. What's happening?
Yeah. Well, I just noticed.
In a long time since you've.
Yeah, you're being kind of a hypocrite. Being kind of a hypocrite because you're upset that Joe won't have you on your show, but you talk a lot of shit about the Twitter files and. Yeah, you won't just say it to my face. So,
I've actually, if you'll recall, I gave you an open invitation several years ago, and then the only other thing I heard from you was when you complained to me about criticizing Glenn Greenwald for his promotional interview of Alex Jones. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, I thought it was really super unfair how you treated GG, and that's Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah.
And the other day I was hanging out with some of my buddies, TC and JJ. That's Ted Cruz and Jim Jordan, and we were just talking about how libs like you kind of don't get it,
Like in what way?
Well, like the thing about the Twitter files is it's like a super slippery slope. First, they made polite requests for light content moderation in accordance with the terms of service of a private company. And I said nothing because I didn't need content moderation. And then the next thing you know, they're coming around to journalists asking for them to pay their taxes because they forgot to pay their taxes. And I said nothing because I wasn't a journalist. And so it's just like a super slippery slope, and I just don't think that you really understand that.
I gotta be honest, I did not fully understand everything you just said. I'm gonna cop to that.
Well, exactly. I think that pretty much proved my point, and anyhow, I just need to get back to my Substack, but I wanted to say, I think you're being really unfair about the Twitter files, and
All right. Well,
have a nice day.
Yeah. Well, it was great. It's great reconnecting. It's great to hear from you. Okay. Oh boy. Tom from Yakubia. Sam, being that the internet has Matt Leck's net worth at
the free state of Florida, this is Bruce.
Bruce from the free state of Florida. What's on your mind, Bruce?
Are you there yet?
Well, I just, speaking of Matt Taibbi, he's always been like a very, kind of the darling of liberal, reporter. He's been on Amy Goodman many times, and he had this huge reputation, which I kind of think he and Glenn Greenwald are kind of the two sides of the same coin in that, he is always, if you put it into the perspective that, he takes kind of a Putin talking point line, on Ukraine, he complains that our aid to Ukraine is just, a bunch of political pork. With the Twitter files, these aren't Russian bots. These are liberals. All the bots. That's what he's uncovered. It's just like Glenn saying that the Democrats are controlled by the CIA, runs the party.
My sense is that there's some similarities there, without a doubt. I think that Glenn is frankly a lot more disingenuous. I think Matt may be sort of entering that territory, but I think with people, what can happen to people is, particularly if you are contrarian, and to be clear, Matt was also sort of a contrarian back in the early aughts as well. And he had a specific type of journalism. And I think that, I think, his perspective has been sort of warped on some level by, what I perceive was an unfair treatment of his book that was written while he was in Russia, and he got Me Too'd in a way that I thought was not commensurate with what he had done, frankly, and was unfairly treated in that way.
He had a great baseball career in Russia.
Well, I don't know about his baseball career, but I'm saying that that I think he was unfairly treated with that, and I think it sort of broke his brain, to be honest with you. Glenn was it had to do with just sort of like him feeling disrespected by Rachel Maddow, ultimately, and I think he's always been sort of a libertarian type of guy who, some people really crave a certain amount of celebrity, and it will warp their perspective on things too. So, there's some similarity. I don't think these guys, I don't think Taibbi is a Russian agent. Let's put it that way. I don't know where Glenn gets his money. He gets it from a lot of different people, and I imagine much of it is from, sort of libertarian sources and business deals that he's made. I don't know where they get their money, but he's just following a path that's going to make him lucrative. And I think Taibbi is just following a path that makes him feel better. But
I just find it very interesting that he calls his podcast "Useful Idiots." Like, why would you pick Why would you pick that as the topic of your?
I think that honestly,
the title of your podcast?
Honestly, I think that I think it is explained by my perspective. I think that he felt that he was effed over, and this is a way of sticking his finger in those people's eyes. Like, that type of appropriation is exactly consistent, in my mind, with someone who is acting out of a personal grievance. And that's what I think is going on there.
I just feel like he is kind of the origin of the Russia, and it's all Russiagate. He's basically... Glenn
was, and I think Taibbi adopted it. But I appreciate the call.
And can I say one thing about Alan Bragg?
Sure.
I think that it's kind of interesting that he has chosen this case to prosecute when he passed on the tax case. That was a much stronger case, much more consequential, and he basically he had several people under him quit who had worked up that case because he wasn't acting on it and prosecuting it, and I think he didn't want to take the fire for prosecuting Trump on that, and it's kind of ironic now that he's brought this much weaker case.
I mean,
that could also be pled down to a misdemeanor. That I think he's taking a lot of heat.
I think personally that. I have a theory that I only talk about when I'm drunk on the show about why there may be cases that follow trails of money that are more difficult for prosecutors to pursue. But you got to wait for me to be drunk to talk about that again. Appreciate the call.
Go ahead and go to the next video. Yeah, Sam's not wrong about that too. There was a back in the they could have charged him like previously, but they chose not to. And you gotta remember the Southern District of New York chose not to pursue like federal charges against like Donald Trump too. I mean, I don't want to go into like conspiracy theory stuff like with this. Oh, fuck me. Jesus Christ. Go ahead and play like this Destiny video without
Have you ever tried him? I was surprised you deleted the tweets about the college girl after she apologized. Thought you said you don't care for apologies. No, but at least she realized what she was wrong, so I'll delete it.
You saw the Brittany comments. Destiny sweats today.
No, I don't even know. I don't care.
Single one escape.
Oh, real quick thing, okay? Real quick thing. I don't know how to get this across, okay? Who just joined? You're about to say some fucking retarded shit.
No, I was gonna ask you, did you want any background on the targeted U.S. killings that Cole was talking about, or are you just concerned about the
targeted U.S. killings? Oh, no, I'll go over Tim Pool's shit at some point, but not right now. I'll do it later.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay. Here's the thing, okay? Firstly, people are arguing over whether or not I doxed that girl, okay? I did dox that person, okay? Collecting information, even if public, for the purposes of harassing somebody, is doxing, and that is what I did. I did do it, and I would do it again. If you're going to post pictures of where I'm at, and even jokingly suggest or offer to pay people to come and attack me, I will do whatever the fuck I can, okay, to fuck with your life. Absolutely.
Abso-fucking-lutely. And anybody that thinks even run, well, isn't it blah, 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 fucking off yourselves. And don't unfollow me and leave, because I will do this over and over and over again. I will keep doing it. If you're deranged enough to, on an account where your information is so easily locatable, to take a fucking picture of me, post it somewhere, Destiny is here at this time, and I'll pay you money if you go and attack him, fuck you. Yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking bring down the weight of the world on you. You're fucking crazy to think that that's even remotely acceptable. You're absolutely fucking out of your mind. And I will do it more and more and more in the future if I ever see somebody do it again. I did go through the account. I made sure it was at first before I tweet everything out, and then I fucking went hard, and I will do it. The fact that somebody would even think that's acceptable, a 26-year-old person think that that's acceptable, you are out of your fucking mind, okay? I do not care. Runday was saying, well, he advertised where he was. I don't care. First of all, I don't think I did for this event. First of all, I do not believe that I did. I think we didn't purposely advertise this one because we didn't want fans to show up. Number one. Number two, even if I did advertise it, I don't know how to make you guys understand this. Like, if you really disagree with this, post an email and I'll pay people to follow you and do this. I don't know how, you need to have some empathy for me. For me to check my phone and see that somebody's posted a fucking picture of where I'm at right now, saying, hey, somebody go egg this dude or somebody go attack this guy, like I'll fucking pay money for it. You're out of your mind to think.
I think most people understand where he's coming from, but like the thing is, it's like
you're out of your fucking mind for that.
It's him and like his fans, somebody in his community.
This is like, it's one of those things where like sometimes somebody say, yo, this guy, he punched a dude in the face and it looked like he was reaching for a knife and the other guy took out a gun and shot him, and I'm like, I'd have to think about that one. I don't know if that's right or not, right? This is one where somebody's like, a guy,
I think it's the issue of scope.
Of this dude,
that's the
said,
thing.
I'll pay money for somebody to go egg this guy, and then the guy docks. I'm like, oh, that's fine. I don't even.
I understand he has a history of this too. Like, that has to be put into. He has a history of people doing this to him too, and there's like, and believe it or not, there are people out there. If you post that sort of information, they're willing to act on it too. There's an issue with like his son too. Like, people were like doxing where he goes to school and stuff like that. Like where Mel used to live before they moved in together too, his current wife, like shit like that, man. Like, so you gotta understand, like, he's very sensitive about it too. I would not have done it. I would. My first instinct, if I was in his position, I had that history, I would have done like something. I probably would have done something like that too. And it sounds like kind of like crazy, but you gotta understand too, like, he's like very sensitive about stuff like that too. I would have hoped there would have been someone in my ear immediately telling me like not to do that, because what if somebody like did something to that person, like they hurt that person, they like, would you have had like a legal defense? Oh, well, they doxed me, and then, you know, you probably, this is a fair argument to say that you probably would have put yourself in legal jeopardy that way, and that even though in your mind legally, I don't know, like you would have had like a right to self-defense or something like that. You know what I mean? Because you are a public figure too. But I thought he publicized like he was gonna be on this like campus at this school. Maybe he's saying that he didn't, but he's saying that he didn't, or like he doesn't recall at that time. But like, I understand like where he's coming from too. And again, you know, you gotta realize he's like, this happened to him before, so he's very sensitive about stuff like this. I hate the Hydras here, man. The Hydras are horrible. Dude, I'm gonna eat this thing. We'll get back to him too. But I think the issue is like scope. Like he has a lot of power, and someone in this community probably could have done something. I don't know if like the sense this, because there are some people think like it's a cult and shit like that. I know like how like the rhetoric is, and there's like some people in this community where they probably would have like done something, you know, like you just never know. Or there's people who probably would have like implicated him. Hold on, I want to get that last champion. Oh, there's like 2 fucking champions there. Fuck me, dude.
That's the last of them, Elizabeth.
Good riddance, evil bastards. Until next time.
All right, back to him.
I don't even need you to finish the sentence. Yeah, it's the easiest thing in the world. I can't even believe there's a debate. I can't even believe there's a debate over it. I don't even really, it's so, all of it is so obvious. It feels stupid to even bring it up. One is you're soliciting violence, whether you think it's a big deal or not, and it's not, by the way. Somebody just throwing an egg is not the most violent thing, but the problem is you're pushing somebody to that point at all. So I don't know if somebody's gonna show up and start doing something. I don't know if that situation will escalate, meaning somebody throws something at me and then one of my fans attack them and then something gets crazy. I don't know if that person would come and do something more. Well, if I could show up and throw an egg at him, maybe I can throw a rock at him, right? I don't know that. I just fucking fought with half of fucking Islam on my Twitter 3 fucking weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago. I don't know if somebody would show up, throw something, cause a little bit of a commotion, and then I'm perma-banned from campus, right? Which I'm pretty sure has happened on campuses before, where somebody shows up, and even if they don't start the fight, if somebody else starts the fight, you're just perma-banned from that campus because they don't want you there anymore because they're causing problems. There are so many, and then those are like the weak things. The biggest thing is like somebody says like, oh shit, this Destiny dude, I remember, I'm gonna show up and fucking knife this guy. I'm gonna show up and shoot this guy, or I'm gonna do something more. I'm gonna show up with 4 friends and like cause some big problems. Like, it's just, all of that is so stupid. How do you feel about the egging / milkshaking is simulated assassination? I would agree with it, but I think that the average viewer, you included, is too fucking retarded to even remotely empathize with that position. I understand it. I make a lot of money for what I do or whatever, so you think if I get like kidnapped and raped and all that shit, it's like funny and hilarious or whatever, but the idea of somebody...
He's like in his emotions right now. Generally speaking, the people I've talked to said like it's not okay. Like the people who are like saying this shit are like they want to rise out of him, and they know that like he's super sensitive to it. Generally speaking, people are like, that's not cool because it is assault. When I say generally, I mean like the majority of people agree out, and I'm not just saying like other content creators. The majority of people I talk to that are like terminally online, they think that like, but there are like some hardcore hate boners like for like him too. Like they want like these things to happen. They think it's funny too, bro. But like there's some people out there who are willing to do like some bad things to him just because of like his history and like what he advocates for and stuff like that. They think it's funny, but like it's not funny too because, and that's why like it's proportionality too, because he has the scope and he has like the fan base. There's somebody in his community who would be willing to like hurt that girl too. I think that's like the real issue. Like there's someone willing to do that too that could possibly put him into legal jeopardy, and then it's just like, yo, what are you gonna do at that point too? When you put something, when there's information out there that you put, like essentially like doxing that person, and he did like dox that person too, you know, especially if that's that person's fault too. Like, why would you like say something like that? And it's so easily linkable to like your professional LinkedIn where you're real. And I don't know if it's like their real name or whatever, but like if it does contain like their real name, they use it for actual like professional purposes, then that's a problem. You know, people, I want to make it clear, like people like empathize with them, not like these idiots in his chat who are trying to get a rise out of them, but people do empathize with them too. But like they criticize him because like someone in his community possibly could have done something to that girl, and then the whole thing would have spiraled out of control. That's the issue like people have. Like if there was a case too, if she was a student there too, honestly, I would have spoken to like the dean or somebody there. Hey, I'm doing this thing. One of your students did this too. She probably would have gotten expelled from school. I think that if you think that I think that if you're in college, I don't know how old this person is. I'm assuming, I believe they're a student there. I think that if you're stupid enough, knowing like Destiny's history, and like if you thought that was like funny, that's not okay to do. Even if it's like someone that you hate, it's not okay to do to Destiny. It's not okay to do if you do it to Steven Crowder or Nick Fuentes, because there's some real world consequences too. Because the law don't give a shit. What the law is going to think is, you put this out there, this person is a controversial figure, and they're going to look at it and say, you contributed to this person getting hurt, or at most, at least, and at most, or at worst, possibly getting killed, and they're gonna lock you up. They will find, for what charge, I don't know, but indirectly leading to like that person's like murder. But like the same thing could have happened to him if somebody did something to that girl, you know, to that person, that girl, whatever. But people do sympathize with them too, and I understand the reaction too, because my gut reaction is I'm gonna take it out on this person, but like I'm hopefully like somebody's gonna like talk me down off the edge, you know. But I know, like I do sympathize though. I do sympathize. I don't know, dude. It's just like, because like you have like, and it seems strange, like, you know, for streamers, content creators, what have you, like we have this power, but we have like someone like him has like a very large community. He's been around for a long time. People respect his opinion, and you see it with like January 6th with Donald Trump. He never said like, you know, commit like a specific act of violence, but people are like, bro, we all know what you're talking about, right? Like go down there and let him know, or whatever he said. In this case, like it's like an invitation to like to anybody, you know what, Destiny's got a problem with this person, maybe I solve that problem for Destiny. Now again, I'll say this like the umpteenth time, what she did was wrong. There should have been some real consequences to that too, and I think it would have been warranted for him to go to like the dean or whoever and say, hey, this is not a joke, I got a history. And he has the receipts. I know he has the receipts. There are people that don't like me, they've tried to dox me, they've doxed my kid, you know, they've doxed my wife. Like, there are people who would legitimately help me. I think that this person should be expelled from school. And that seems extreme, but if you're in college and you think that's, I don't even think like it's an issue of like the person being in college. I just think like a decent person wouldn't do that. Like, that's just like so like removed from like decency. Because the person, I think if you initially did that, right? If you put out that tweet saying a picture of this person, he's at so-and-so campus, go ahead and throw an egg at him, there has to be, you probably know his history, Destiny's history with people like doxing him and whatnot and wanting to hurt him and like sending him death threats because he's talked about it. And I think that like deep down inside you want it to happen, but maybe in the back of your mind you wanted it to happen, but in the front of your mind, right, if that makes sense, you were joking about it. But that's not really a joke, because someone would do it, and thankfully like no one did. But like, I think at that point too, him going to the dean and asking for that person to be expelled from school was warranted, because that is like removed from reality. That is just like so nuts. I think he could have done that too, or had contact an attorney and had an attorney do it too, and see if there's any sort of like charges, civil or criminal charges, can be filed against that person. You know, I think that's warranted too, and I'm glad that it sounds like he talked to this person. It sounds like he talked to this person, and they seem to have gotten it squared away. But like that's not funny. Don't do stuff like that. If you don't like the person, go ahead and protest. Send that person an email. Say like you don't approve of like them being on campus, things like that. Talk to people. Talk to the organizers. Explain to them that you don't want this person on campus. Talk to the faculty. Explain why you don't want this person on campus, and peacefully protest. That's fine. All within legal constitutional bounds. Like, but like doing stuff like that, like I felt like this person knew like Destiny's history of like getting doxxed and people wanting to hurt him, and did that to scare the shit out of him, or like wanted like something bad to happen to him. Like that's like disturbing, man. That's really disturbing. So, and some people are gonna say, oh no, nothing's gonna happen to him, bro. Like shit fucking happens to shit happens to people like this. Like it is real. Now, I don't know, like, his security procedure there or something like that. Maybe he needs to roll with, like, pay for security. Have, like, maybe one or two, some large guys in, like, black t-shirts and black jackets rolling with them there, too, to protect them. But, like, you know, maybe that's something that he has to do, but it is what it is at this point. I'm glad like he's okay and like he took that like tweet down, but like woof. Hopefully like nothing happens to her too, but I think the issue like, so I forgot exactly what President Sunday said. It's the scope, because he has so much power, and when he puts something out like that too, like there's a real fear like something like bad's gonna happen. I think the issue is like he can be it's very clear to me he can be a very vindictive person. If you really cross him and he perceives that you cross the line, he'll cross that line too to get back at you too. And I think that's like a real criticism. But like I get where he's coming from too. If you do something like that, like God forbid like somebody does something or I get hurt, like I would go nuclear too. Or if it was against like a member of my family or like a close personal friend, I would like get very upset, and I would be worried about like what I would do. I don't think I would be in the right frame of mind to do something like go to the cops, get an attorney, and take those steps. I think I would do something like pretty extreme, you know, even further than like what he did, especially if like a family member got hurt. I think I would like go do something like pretty extreme, and I would regret after the fact. But yeah, I think the issue is scope with like him. So luckily like nothing happened, but like don't do stuff like that. I understand like you don't, it's so like don't do it. Like you disagree with these people, that's fine, you can disagree with them, but don't do stuff like that, like because somebody's gonna do it, and a lot of times it goes way south. Like somebody brings a gun or a knife, somebody tries to stop them, next thing you know there's craziness and there's multiple bodies that get dropped, then you get in trouble, and then it's like something horrible happens. Like there are like, I don't know if you realize, like we live in a very polarizing time right now, and there are people who are willing to do some extreme things just because they don't politically agree with somebody. Back in the day, that seemed like pretty like crazy. Like you can politically disagree with somebody, call them like a dumb fuck, and then you just move on. But like nowadays, there's a real fear that like if you politically disagree with somebody, like that person may do something pretty extreme. So just don't do it, man. Like log off, just don't do stuff like that. It's just because it's not just like him too. Like he can be vindictive. Destiny can be vindictive, but other content creators can be very vindictive. And you don't know what like they're saying in their private DMs to people. You know, they could have people be like, take care of this for me.
Somebody posting pictures where you're at and then calling people to go there and do shit to you it's another world to me, that anybody could think that that's okay. Like at that point you have to take a step back and dramatically reevaluate what is going on in your tiny peanut brain fucking mind to think that that type of tweet isn't going to be met with the like harshest of fucking like resistance. It's unbelievable. But yeah, anyway, so if you were disappointed by my actions there and you thought I overreacted or whatever, I will do it again repeatedly over and over in the future. If I ever see anybody do it, I stand by it. I do not disavow it. Same thing with the DDoS kid. I don't disavow any of that. I feel the exact same fucking way. 100%.
If you don't know anything about the DDoS kid, I looked into it. That was pretty extreme too. That was like real extreme. That was more extreme than this. I don't want to like talk about it because it's like it's pretty sensitive, but like go ahead and like Google it. It's out there in like different like threads and everything like that. I think it's even on his subreddit. Like people talk about it to this day. But the stuff with the DDoS kid, like that kid and his like dad like crossed the real line, you know, and they were gonna like do some things too. And I think at that point he was like really justified in doing the things that he did and that he was willing to do. You know, that's why I'm telling you right now, if you get into this game, I know like putting your face out there is like one thing, but like do not give out like any sort of information, like even like a tiny bit of information. Like people can like, there's people enough, and I hate using the word, I use a Chudlogic word I use, is like there are autists out there who will like just take like one little thing that you said and be like, oh okay, and then like they'll pull the string and then like, oh okay, I got this, all right, I can verify this, okay, next thing you know they know exactly where you live, they know like your fucking schedule, they know what time you get up and like go to work, and they know what time you get back from, you know, like stuff like that. Like just like don't like reveal like any information, never reveal insecurities, never even talk about like a spouse or a girlfriend, boyfriend, like what have you, whether or not you have kids. Like I know you gotta foster that parasocial relationship, but like just don't, especially when you're on the come up, just don't share like any of that stuff too, because people get weird about it too, man. And when they foster those relationships, they get really weird about it, and next thing you know they're wearing your skin. I'm not even joking about that.
Okay, I'm a big self-defense kind of guy. All right, if you're actually fucking with somebody, if you're stealing shit from somebody, you're doing shit, somebody should blow you the fuck away until your type of people do not exist in the society that I live in anymore. And I'm fully here for it, 100%. Whether that includes burning down buildings, attacking people, stealing shit from fucking stores, whatever the fuck it is, fuck you. Okay, we've moved on from that. It's 2023. We don't do that shit anymore. If you want to do it, go do it in some fucked up country or get blown the fuck away for it. Okay, fuck around, find out, die. Okay. In a video game.
God damn, man. Listen, I don't blame him for feeling this way.
Okay. Thoughts on the good publicity argument? Yesterday's debate opponent was, yeah, I saw that. Can you imagine how good it would be for his image if he got egged at a college campus? He'd be raking. No, it wouldn't be. I don't want to martyr myself. It would also be good if I got shot and survived. I don't want to be a martyr. That's not my goal, okay? I'm not out here trying to take one for the fucking team, okay? I'm not out here trying to fucking, oh my God, if you got attacked and survived, then blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I'm good on that one, Chief. I don't, like, I'll martyr when I'm like 65, okay? Not when I'm 34, all right? Pisco, Discord. No, because Pisco's gonna come in and just go, Destiny, what if somebody posted a picture, but it just included you in the background, and they were saying, what if somebody showed up and they said that they just wanted to toss an eraser at your chair? Do you think that? No. What? No, I'm good. Okay, I'm moving over to Rumble, okay? Be careful.
Godspeed, man.
No, not Rumble. I'm sorry, I'm moving over to Kick.
Are you streaming on Kick right now?
Kick.com/Destiny. I think my Rumble streams are Monday, Tuesday.
But I'm not fooling. The title is not a joke. I talked to Sneako. And I gotta be honest, I had butterflies in my tummy. I was more excited to talk to him than I would be to talk to Santa Claus. Now, I know this will be coming as a shock to a lot of you, a bit of a jump scare, so I hope you're sitting down so it doesn't knock you off your feet. Sneako and I have not been on the best of terms recently. We've tried our best to keep it a secret and handle it behind closed doors, but unfortunately, it's bled into the public eye, and you know what? By golly, I'll say it with my whole chest for all to hear. We just haven't liked each other. We haven't seen eye to eye on many things.
Really,
so
Charlie?
Our internet beef has become this fine Wagyu steak. It's been this very tasty, juicy bit of drama between the two of us. And today, it finally boiled over and we had a conversation. And I want to show you some clips from it. He actually asked me to record, so don't think that this was some kind of one-party consent thing where I pulled the wool over his eyes and pulled his fucking pants down to surprise him with a recording. He had actually asked me to. And I want to show you how this went, because it was actually a very interesting conversation we had. I want to tell you how we got there. It's because last night I noticed Sneako was raving about cuties on Twitter yet again, talking about how much he loves it and how he'll always defend it, but then said that I wouldn't debate him on it. And this little nugget of cringe had me scratching the hair on my chin, confused. I wouldn't debate you on it. I would actually love to hear your side of things on how you could possibly excuse the blatant sexualization of the child actresses in the film. Now, I'm not a debater. I actually am not a fan of debates in general. I prefer just general conversations as opposed to these like gotcha and leading questions and traps and shit. I think that's not very conducive to actual understanding of different sides of arguments. So I don't debate, but I was very willing to have this conversation with Sneako, and I reached out to talk to him, and he was more than willing to talk about it. So we did. We talked about cuties and even talked about all of our general grievances with each other. And this was a very different side of Sneako. I went into this expecting him to be his standard, unhinged, like very animated, cartoonish self that I see in all of his content on Twitter and Rumble, where he's doing these like temper tantrums and like throwing his ass in a circle and going wild, hog wild. But here, this was a very laid back, very calm and collected Sneako who was actually more than willing to concede on some of his points as well as see different sides of situations. And I didn't expect that. And I'm very appreciative of that pleasant surprise as well, because I went into this with pretty low expectations, but after finishing our talk, I'm actually pretty curious to see where Sneako goes next, because, like I mentioned, there are some things that he just fully admitted, like maybe he was guilty of doing similar things that he criticized others for, and that he was going to be repurposing his message and changing things around to make it more conducive to positivity. So overall, the whole conversation went in a totally different direction than I expected. Of course, he's still very passionate about some things, and we still fought on quite a few things, and the reality is there's just a lot of things that I don't see eye to eye to him on with some of the things he talks about. But overall, I really walked away with a very different impression of Sneako from this. Now, I know I'm blue-balling you here, but one more thing that I think is important to mention, he has said that he's wanted to debate me over the last 2 weeks here. He made this big hullabaloo on Twitter about how I ducked a debate with him on Aiden Ross' stream. Even though he had not replied to any of my DMs at that point, there was no debate scheduled between him and I, so that was just a blatant lie. I think he was just joking around about it, and it missed the mark because people actually thought that I was avoiding him. But he's not wrong in the fact that I really didn't want to have a conversation with him over the last 2 weeks, because all of it was extremely geared towards hurt feelings. At least that's how I interpreted a lot of his statements.
It came off as like hurt
focus
feelings
more
too.
on me saying "P.U. you stink" and him taking it as he's canceling me. There's not a whole lot of productive conversation that can come from that, with me just explaining over and over again that I'm just insulting you, and that's the simple brass tacks of it. But over the last 48 hours, it really does feel like he's had this come to Jesus moment where he's recognized that I was never canceling him, I was making fun of him. He even issued an apology about bringing up my girlfriend and stuff like that, and has recognized that he has been off the mark on a lot of things recently as well. He also apologized for being a cuck, which was a wild thing. He talked about how cuckoldry was a mistake. So it looks like he was never okay with it, even though for a time he did say everyone should try it. It looks like he's changed his perspective on that and now looks back on it with a lot of regret, which isn't surprising since those insults were not some of his favorite to keep hearing. So that's not really a discussion we had. I think and have always said whatever happens between consenting adults in the bedroom is fine. As long as no one's getting fucking hurt, there's no victims, it's consenting adults. You're good to do whatever makes you happiest. The reason I always talked about the cuckoldry is, one, because fucking hilarious that a lot of his beliefs now go very much against his past of being open to watching his girl get fucked in front of him by multiple men on a couple occasions. And two, it was illustrating a bit of ridiculousness with him being the moral authority on healthy relationships when he himself was in a very confusing one that he wasn't proud of, yet still preaching that people should do it anyway. That was the whole point behind it. I wasn't trying to kink shame like a lot of people started accusing me of. If you want to be a cuckold, then be a proud one and be okay with it and comfortable in your own skin about it. So, it has seemed like he's been more receptive to real talk, and that's what we had. So let me go ahead and show you now. The first thing we talked about was cuties.
This discussion with you about cuties since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies, man. Well, better late than never.
So, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. That's a very different kind of repulse.
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit, and people don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values, and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
It's not over. Kill that Primeval.
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing
my god,
going around with cam sites, like that's very different. Like no one is disputing the message, right? It's a
I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made.
Dude.
And I also don't think that movie encouraged pedophiles to go and cite and look at these girls. I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that they're attracted to. I don't think that this really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created pedophiles, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them, to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it, because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time, I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse to have it on my phone, because it's directing you to those images.
Which is a problem. I'm not disagreeing that's a problem, but that doesn't make this film.
We agree, but we just disagree that I think the movie was important to point out a flaw. Personally, I never empathized with girls being directed to that site before I saw that movie. That really made me understand what it's like to be a girl and grow up in that age.
I think we're getting. Yes, we agree that it is disgusting, but you
are we all holding
excusing
that
it
cost
because
off?
You believe it highlights a very real issue, which it does, but it contributes to that issue by using children. They didn't have to use kids. You recognize that, right? They could have used.
They didn't have to use kids. But I also look at the director and I look at the moral of the movie, and I don't think that it was anything unsafe, and I don't think that the director had any bad intentions making it. So maybe it shouldn't have been as sexualized, but I defend the morality of the movie, and I also defend the effect that it had on me. When I watched that made me have a new perspective.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus, sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to hear, though? Because in the time that I watched that film...
This is a good conversation. Like, they're actually, like, being adults and, like, they're, like, talking this out. It's just, like, I don't know if it's, like, content brain. Like, this is fine. Like, he's explaining himself. He's explaining like how that movie made him feel and why he came to like that perspective. This is like an adult conversation that Sneako's like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. Like he's not a dumb guy, but like he's doing like these things. So it's just like, maybe, I don't know, man. Like he's actually having like a conversation with like Charlie. This is like crazy, dude.
There were unreal amounts of sexual scenes. In fact, the majority of the movie
was
them doing, like the dance routines where they're smacking each other's ass, zoomed in on them shaking their ass in the camera. There's that scene where security guards like, what are you girls doing here? And they're like, we're dancers. He's like, prove it. So they start twerking for him, and he's like, oh great, get in here. Like that is a problem, no matter how you spin it. Again, the message is fine. There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was...
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
You would just not use children. You could deliver the same message and you don't use children. The problem is
I don't think it would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that effect and show how provocative and how dangerous it is without using kids. Yeah, of course, the shots probably did not need to be that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about is that you are against wokeness, because everything that your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about
Was it really like saying that, or was it like critiquing that, like
country that's now being burned alive and women are running around topless?
I think you're missing like the point of like that.
And it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which is embracing Islamic values.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Maminu Doucouré. Maminu Doucouré, I think that's her name. She's a Western African woman, and she moved to France. So I imagine that she had a very similar experience, and she was trying to portray what it was like growing up.
So the message of the movie is about social media, and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering, how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them, and they're constantly comparing themselves. They're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit, and they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness, though. Of course, anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I recognize that almost everything you encounter in life you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness, but in this film in particular, this is a movie I really feel conflicts hard with your ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
There's a lot of things in movies, like I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree with incest, but it's portrayed.
It's not real incest, though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are
We agree. We agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the point of the movie.
Oh, is it like that? Princess.
You can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does, and it didn't need to, like you said. That is the problem.
Maybe they shouldn't have used child actors, but I agree with the point of the movie. But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? Do you think they should have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray like a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you'd said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big screen.
I would argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way. People in their 30s and their late 20s get addicted to Euphoria and they have ideas and they start romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use
I hard disagree. I hard disagree with that.
That's a completely separate conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on,
you
like,
know those people because you can easily Google whether or not those people are like old or not, and if you have like those thoughts or you find like someone like a young high schooler like attractive, that's a whole other separate problem too.
Now too far? It's still realistic.
So there's 2 ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. 1, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way, or 2, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the 2 should have changed. I agree.
Okay, so then do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids that is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, it's never acceptable to sexualize children, but
Then we agree, so then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film, however the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely, but the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the good moral that the director had when making it.
That could very well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie haven't seen it. They have no idea what it's about. They've just seen those scenes.
But they're also still not wrong for being upset about those scenes. Like, can you
I
recognize
think they
that?
should be more upset at the problem. I think people should direct that anger instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet. They should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That is the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk about the problem?
Do you direct that anger? I see you.
Now, from here, we started branching off into other conversational topics, but I do want to go ahead and give a little wrap-up here. After talking to him about it, it really feels like he sticks to his guns just out of pure stubbornness because he's defended it for so long. He's unwilling to forfeit on the point, even though he can clearly recognize that the sexualization of children is a bad thing. And since the movie sexualizes children,
That's actually
it
not
is
a bad
full
role.
stop a bad thing. He can't separate the message and applaud the message without applauding the whole film, which is a problem. He repeatedly calls it his favorite movie and how important it is, but he's only referring to the intentions with the message, and the message is fine, but the film itself is not fine. It wanted to speak out against social media, poisoning these children and you know, having them do sexual things, and it's horrible. The film wanted to call that out and point a light at how horrible it is, but doing so, they used real 11 to 13-year-olds and actually sexualized them. Thus, it's a fucking horrible thing that they produced, and by my definition and many people's definition, is child porn that shouldn't be defended by any means. Now, I wish Sneako would be able to just separate the message from the film, because the message is fine. That is something that you can applaud, but not the film itself.
Follow the narrative that's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever directed at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because I feel like it is, there's no gender, nothing matters, I do as I want, everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I've actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the Sword Boy collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated for my cancellation.
Nick is not green is the
That's
only
not
person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset. I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I've only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how, but we're not here to get into the nitty-gritty, I guess. Now, after talking to Sneako, it became clear that he really lives his life fearful of wokeness. He is constantly haunted by the woke boogeyman, like he's trapped in Luigi's mansion, but every ghost is woke. It's one of those things where every topic we started talking about always tied back to either cancellation or wokeness, which I think is pretty sad to be in that state of, I guess, unease, where he's always feeling as though woke is breathing down his neck. It's haunting his dreams like Freddy Krueger. But I'm going to get into that just a little bit more in a second. I do want to mention that collage where he's claiming it's not people that hurt his feelings, it's people that like advocated for his cancellation and shit, which again, I never did. I have only ever made fun of him and insulted him. Or made fun of one of his friends that he felt the need to pick up the you know, the White Knight's armor to defend the honor of. So I, under no circumstances, fit any of his definitions there, except for he thinks I look like the rest of the people there, which I have still not, to this day, seen a single living, breathing human being that has said there is similarity between anyone on that collage. Fucking 30 people on that collage, and there is no similarity amongst any of them. All types of different backgrounds, faces, hair, everything, beliefs. It's not even fucking close. I don't know what he's seeing there. Maybe he's like face blind, so he sees everyone as like a default RuneScape character on Tutorial
Nah,
Island.
he's just making fun of you. He's saying that all you guys look alike.
I wanted him to define woke, and he gave me his definition of woke. To his credit, that was more than I would have expected, because last time I saw someone try to define woke, it was a fucking disaster. But he clearly does have at least some belief on what wokeness is and what it means to him. Now, he asked me if I think that's the biggest problem facing the youth today. And I didn't really get to get a clear answer in there because he kept switching kind of rapidly. My answer is no. But I do think the biggest problem that's plaguing the youth today is the fact that kids feel forced to choose sides so early in life, before their brains even had a chance to develop. Now, whether you want to subscribe to one side of the political spectrum or the other, you are always being forced down one path in this level of tribalism where you always have to blindly support that side and hate everything and everyone on the other. I think that shit sucks fuck. I think that's a horrible way of living life, and it leads to a situation that we see a lot now where people aren't friends with someone that don't share every single thing in common. For example, I have friends that I disagree with on many things, but we're still friends at the end of the day because we do have commonality in like personality and we have fun together. We don't need to agree on everything, and I wouldn't want that. I don't like echo chambers. And regardless of if you're on the woke side or the anti-woke side, you put yourself in an echo chamber no matter what. And both sides eat you alive if you so much as critique something about that side. It seems like it's constantly discouraged to think for yourself. You have to be fed your thoughts, whether that's being fed the thoughts that Sneeko hates or being fed the thoughts that Sneeko champions. It's always being fed your own idea, their ideas, and then you try and adopt them as your own, and any kind of deviation from that is frowned upon in the communities.
Okay.
And in fact, if you decide you don't want to go down either of those paths and you try and like take information from both sides and form your own perspective, you get insulted for being a centrist. What is the meme? Enlightened centrist? There is no winning. The only winning move is not to play. That is what I feel the biggest problem is for the youth, is forcing them to make these decisions where they have to play for one team or the other for their whole fucking life.
Killed by the
Regardless
architects
of
still.
which side you choose to go to, you still get eaten alive by members of the same community if you're somewhat out of line or thinking too hard for yourself. That's what I think the biggest problem is with growing up with social media and Twitter constantly plaguing people's minds, which in turn leads to everyone being miserable and mad at everything and everyone. And I also think it lends itself to making everyone more isolated and lonely, because then they lock themselves online, constantly fighting battles for their ideology on Twitter with fucking random bot accounts and actual nonsense every hour of every day. So that would be my answer to what is actually plaguing the youth.
Similar. Overall, and you can see it with the Fresh and Fit video that you still haven't corrected, where you called Fresh a virgin. A lot of it, and you see people that hate me, they're like, oh, this alpha male, this alpha male, this alpha male Sneeko, and I've never once called myself that. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I advocate towards things that are conservative. I advocate towards Islamic values. That doesn't mean that I think I am an alpha male.
I've never called you an alpha male. You're talking to someone.
You called my friends that. You called Fresh and Fit that, and you haven't.
They call them. You are really hung up on fighting for the honor of Fresh and Fit. What I did was exactly what you preach. I made fun of him. Calling him a virgin is a joke. Do I think he's actually a virgin? Probably not. And it's not even a good joke. Like, that's the laziest joke of all time, which is why it wasn't like the crux of it. I just made it as a throwaway statement in the middle of a rant about his ridiculous story. This is something that clearly weighs heavy on the mind of Sneeko, where I insulted his friend, and my God, he has not let that go. This has become like his Vietnam, because it really seems to have taken a big toll on his psyche. He believes I owe a retraction and apology for making fun of him and calling out his story. And he says that I was wrong about all of it, even though, I'll play the clip in a moment, further into our conversation, he also admits he doesn't know if he actually fucked the 3 women that he claimed he did. Nobody knows. The story itself is outrageous. What they proved is he had DMs, like a conversation with the NBA player, but that doesn't corroborate the whole story. There is no apology or retraction
Not
necessary.
familiar with this one.
It's still such a fucking crazy story he told that probably wouldn't even happen in the most obscure Brazzers porno ever.
Because you don't correct your mistakes. You were wrong about Fresh and Fit. You were wrong about Andrew Tate, and you were wrong about the movie Cuties.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you tied it back to Cuties, but before we get back to that, how am I feel like I'm one of the very few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example, I got something wrong with a content creator holding a stand-up competition that was absolute dog shit, and then someone came there and made fun of him, and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain it in more depth with more clarity. I always do that. With Fresh and Fit, you really hung up on this idea that he fucked 3 women that night after meeting an NBA player at a bar, and they exchanged Instagram information, and it turns out they were Eskimo bros with the same girl's pussy. Like, it's an outrageous story. Now, whether or not it's true, you haven't proved it either. Were you there watching him fuck? Were you cheering him on?
He verified it. He showed the DMs with the basketball player. They did the whole podcast verifying the story.
The DMs.
You didn't correct it. Okay, so you didn't correct that. They did verify the story. You didn't correct it. And
did they have the basketball player? Did they have the basketball player and the 3 girls he fucked come on and be like, oh my god, he absolutely plowed the shit out of me. It was the best sex of my life. Did he have?
That would never happen, but he did show the DMs with the basketball player verifying the story and that he did go to the party. Whether or not you want to believe he was with 3 women, I wasn't there either. I guess we're never going to know. But he did get the DMs from the basketball player.
To add on to this, if there's even small elements of that story that are somewhat true, I guarantee the whole thing is still embellished, because the story he told is a work of fucking Tumblr fan fiction. It is not exactly how it played out under no universe, especially not for him. He is an extremely sensitive guy. He would probably have started crying after the first round of sex instead of going right to the next girl. Like, it is just not something that happened, and even if there is some elements of truth to the story, the whole thing is probably still not 100% accurate, and even still, the whole core of the video is the same. I was making fun of the guy. That would still stay entirely intact. Now, I'm getting carried away with Fresh and Fit here. The conversational topic here was about not correcting things that I've got wrong. And I've actually prided myself on being willing to...
This conversation started like so well that it devolved into like exactly what Charlie was saying, like my feelings.
Except when I'm wrong. I think that's one of the most important qualities a person can have, and something that is very unfortunately absent from most people in the current day and age, where everyone has this complete reluctance and this like, ooh, yuckiness, I can't be wrong, I have to be perfect all the time attitude. I am more than willing to embrace and accept when I get things wrong, which is why I've made so many videos saying, I was wrong about this, got this wrong, this one was off, and adding more clarity to situations that I've covered when more information came out, or if something turned out to be fraudulent. I have done that for years, and I always have. In the case of Fresh and Fit, there is nothing to fucking correct. Now, I'm going a little out of order of our conversation because we kept bouncing back and forth between certain things, fucking pinballing around, but I'm trying to connect all the points together. So we're going to talk about the Andrew Tate thing in a moment. That's something we talked about for a little bit because Tate is very clearly someone that is a heavy influence in Sneako's life. But before then, I do want to focus on a couple other things we talked about, and that's him victimizing himself constantly. This is something I've called out, and I wanted to hear his perspective on it. A lot of the things you critique the woke for are ones that you actively partake in. Victimization, that's a big thing with the woke, right? Constantly playing the victim. Do you recognize how often you play the victim in terms of like, I'm being canceled, everyone's against me, you go on your Discord to talk more about it, even this morning talking and naming and shaming people that you think have slighted you as like a cancellation. You do the exact same things. Like, you are also an SJW.
That's not victimizing, that's actively pointing out that literally every stream, the entire internet, all of YouTube reacted to your video. I drop a response where I even apologize for going out of character and getting emotional, and then people it's millions of views and 12 hours. Nobody's watching my photo. Some of them react to me and making me pine in animation, but nobody wants to see what I have to say. I've become a caricature on YouTube rather than somebody who has something to say. I've become a meme because I am banned. That's not victimizing, that's actively pointing out how strong censorship is and how people on mainstream platforms can run with the narrative when you're not there.
Invaders here. Brace yourself.
The way you just justified it is a way many other people that you call playing the victim would also be able to justify things. The point is, when you are constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. I tried to point a mirror at him to point out that a lot of the things he criticizes others for is things that he actively does himself, and the one I focused on was victimization. because the way he justifies, playing the victim is justification people have used in the past that he calls out. So I was just trying to illustrate that it's not only hypocritical, but also just kind of silly that he, and with all of his beliefs, still plays the victim and whines so much on Twitter. But that point wasn't really landing. We just kept kind of going in a circle about that one, so I don't want to focus on it too much here.
It's disingenuous, and now we're having the debate, but you would rather DM and go and make this about drama. Oh, let me go and react and do more drama content rather than have a conversation.
But I never
and I'm
did
glad
that.
You're doing it now.
But you have to remember that I didn't start any of this. You reacted to me telling jokes about your friend, and then had your audience tell me, and that went on for like 2 weeks, and so eventually I explained why I don't like you. And then when I did that, that was the only time I planned on talking about you. You went on stream with your gun to threaten me, and you kept it up for 3 months, adding me.
I didn't do that to threaten you. That was a joke about stuff. You actually think I was threatening you.
Whether or not you were
victimized, you're gonna think, okay, you're gonna say victimized, and you're gonna say I'm actively trying to threaten you by saying a clip joke on a stream.
I don't think you were actually coming after my life. It doesn't change
How
the
was I
fact
killed
that
by the
for 3
architects?
months you continued to carry it on. I wasn't reacting to you. I wasn't even talking about you. This was a quick point that I think he did see my side on. He likes to make the claim that I was farming him for views and AdSense money, which couldn't be further from the truth. I never wanted to talk about Sneeko. I never had plans of doing it. He kept poking and prodding me until I did. And then once I did, he wasn't happy that I was so mean in my response that for 3 months he did carry on this very one-sided beef until once again I decided to spit and play in the pig pen, and I made a tweet firing back at him after months of not even mentioning him, and then made a follow-up video. But it was never part of my agenda to do that. And I think after explaining it to him, he did see that he was really the instigator. And I am glad that he did have that, realization after our conversation, that he was willing to accept that. I think that is healthy, that he was open to seeing that, okay, maybe I was wrong and his intention wasn't drama AdSense farming.
What do you think that I've said that I don't believe in?
So we'll use our beef, for example. You think I'm weak for not taking you up on a boxing fight, but on the same side of that coin, you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight. The whole point was I don't stand by my beliefs because I won't fight you for it. Well, with that perspective, why wouldn't you fight Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do? Wouldn't you want to prove that you stand?
The first fight that I want to take would be against somebody, one, who has more clout than me, two, I disagree with ideologically. I don't disagree with him ideologically at all.
But he says the same things I say about you.
This person has been obsessed for a long time. He's suing me for emotional distress. Personally, I don't care about this person, and if there's no benefit for me to take my first fight with this person.
So then
if
your
I fought
beliefs.
somebody, I challenge.
So then
the reason I was banned on Twitter for challenging Hasanabi to a fight. One, because a lot of people want to see that. He's well known. He disagrees with me completely. There's a lot of tension for that fight. If I fought you, you have said a lot of things that are very negative about me. There's beef in the air, and you talk a lot about me, so things that you probably wouldn't say to my face. It would be an entertaining fight.
But that's, again, that's not the point. The whole point is you think I am weak, and you keep harping on this for not taking you up on the fight. But you won't take someone up on a fight that's saying the exact same things I am. So it seems like the beliefs, you don't stand by that strongly if you're not confident you can make a spectacle.
Charlie, we both know you wouldn't accept the fight.
Right, I've made that very clear.
We both know. Even when I challenge you, we both know. It's to point out that a lot of people talk a lot of talk online, and they never have to face the consequences because they stay in their room gaming all day. That was to point it out. Men are tired of seeing this back and forth internet drama. They want to see people go and settle it. I've never said a word about this person that you're bringing up. I haven't said a word about him since last summer. I won't say his name publicly again. I'm being sued for emotional distress. I'm leaving that alone.
What? He's suing him for emotional distress?
We have gone back and forth. We're going back and forth on Twitter. People want to see it. People are tired of these keyboard warriors going back and forth. That was to point out the fact that men should not feel so comfortable talking a lot of talk on Twitter that they would never say in person.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point? Like,
that was not a claim that I made. That was not a claim that I made.
I can't remember the specifics of it, but you did toss out
I
the
don't
word
know,
rapist
dude. Come
when
on,
talking
man.
about Brandon Buckingham. I don't remember the context it was used in, but you did mention it, right? So why is all of a
Come
sudden
on,
that
dude.
now beneath you? Like
You
you don't have
said
any
it.
problems with him now after he's willing to fight. The point is, you're talking about, you say these things and you don't have consequences. Well, what about you? You said these things. He's trying to give you those consequences that you think are so important, and you won't take him up on it. There is a clear hypocrisy.
That was something. That was a different example. The guy was a previous fan. It's a giant misunderstanding. There's a lawsuit involved, so I can't talk about this too much, but that is not what I accused him of. I do not think he is that word. I never said that about him, and that's a lie. He wants to do it because there's an obsession going on, but that's irrelevant.
Well, it's all tying back into the point I'm making, where the things that you preach against, you yourself embody. I'm not trying to use this as a gotcha moment, but I do think it's important to illustrate here that Sneako is still denying this claim, even though there's tons and tons of video evidence where he does say that Brandon Buckingham was threatening to rape someone. He says it multiple times, and that's what the lawsuit was about, but it doesn't prevent Sneako from fighting Brandon Buckingham if he was, open to it for defending the beliefs and stuff, which is the point I was trying to make.
I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Literally said that. And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro.
This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend.
Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Saying you're gonna R-word my girlfriend?
He said that?
Yes. Word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
Okay, talking shit by threatening R-word.
Claiming that someone said they're going to rape someone is insinuating they are a rapist for making the threat. So this is just a point that I think he was way off the mark on, because he did make these accusations against Brandon Buckingham.
Your energy, $50 on a course from vetted millionaires, or watching a gaming streamer for 6 hours every night?
Well, he didn't use the course to get rich. He's getting rich from the course, the same way that the course that you're selling is not like your main way that you made money. You are making money from that course now, as opposed to what the course is teaching. But again, this is getting completely sidetracked.
That's just not true. That's not my main source of income. I enjoy doing it, and it's a great way to have a network. And you talk about all the lonely men that are out there. What are you doing to go and help these people? We understand that there's a problem with loneliness of men. People get in there, they ask me questions about how do I network better? How do I find people who are like-minded? You give them advice, and you can see them transform their life. I'm curious as to what you think is a better alternative, because you stream gaming for 6 hours. Is that a better solution to men who are lonely watching you play video games, or giving advice to men who don't know how to find a community of like-minded people who don't know how to make money online and want to live a lifestyle where, look, I'm in Japan. You're still in the same room that I've seen you in since high school.
Well, I can go places. I choose not to. I'm happy here the same way you're happy traveling in Japan. Like, these are non-arguments that you're making. It's the same argument
I've never seen you outside of your room. And I don't know how many years I've seen you on YouTube. I've never seen you out of your room. I've seen you with dildos in your room throwing it at each other and your friends. I've never seen you travel. I've never seen you network with other people. I've never seen you show your audience what's possible if they make money as well. I've seen you play video games since like 2016.
In one of the clips you showed of me, I am outside at Gasparilla with my girlfriend. What are you talking about? We got into a little bit more of a heated argument about this point. I do still take great issue with gurus charging for courses, much like Sneako does with the Creativity Kit, and it's something he actually pitched a lot during our conversation, so it seems something that he strongly believes in. I don't know if that's because of the monetary gain he experiences from it, or if he truly believes it is something that's changing lives. But he did pitch it multiple times because I pointed out that I don't like that kind of shit. It feels exploitative to people that are desperate and looking for anything, whether it's a sense of community or a sense of, here's how to get successful like me. When really the success is built upon the people that pay for it, not what you're preaching. At least the majority of the time that's the case. And then he made the false claim about, you don't showcase what's possible because you stay in your room a lot. Which I do stay in my room a lot, but there is so much content on my channel where I'm outside of my room, it's baffling that he'd even try and make that claim with a straight face. And even in the number one thing he showed for me, which is the picture of me and my girlfriend, we are literally outside at a party. So I don't understand why he keeps making that claim that I don't leave my room or I'm only in the house. But it is something that I fought him on, and he did clearly see he was incorrect on, so another thing he was willing to concede. But still maintaining that courses like $50 a month isn't a lot of money, especially for the value he believes people get out of it. And maybe I can only speak for everything I've ever seen, but I've never read or met someone who is successful because they bought a online guru's course. I only ever see or hear about the people who've lost so much more money than they ever had to spend because they are chasing this fucking hopium that's being peddled their way with these courses and guides. Now again, Sneakos might not be that. I haven't read it, I'm not 100% sure, but the vast majority of these guru courses are completely worthless scams. You're talking about things that are agreeable, and this is what I've said about Andrew Tate. He doesn't always say silly, dumb shit, but he does, and he couples it with good, real things, like you mentioned, porn addiction is a problem. Like, no one's gonna disagree with that, but everything that you're sprinkling in outside of it is totally fucking irrelevant to the rest of it, man. You going and flexing on your audience isn't showing them what's possible, it's showing what's possible when they're paying for your lifestyle. The advice you give, you thrive off them staying miserable, right? The second they get happy, the second they get money,
No,
the second
I definitely don't.
they will not be paying for your course anymore.
If my audience does not get value from my content, they're going to leave. The reality is that streamers and content creators like you, the audience always grows up. They watch a little bit of the gaming content, then they grow up, they're not learning anything, and so they go to another content creator, they go to somebody else who's popular or trendy. You need to add value to the audience or else they are going to grow out of it.
And the value of most things is entertainment. What you used to do was humor interlaced with your stuff. Now it's just preaching to the choir of people that already subscribe to your hive mind. You're still doing the same thing.
That's what you see on Twitter because that's the only mainstream platform that I'm still allowed to be on. If you watch my stream,
I have watched your
in a
streams.
couple weeks. When I watch my stream for 4 hours, it's not preaching. A lot of it's humor. My motto is seek truth through funny.
Which you've
look at
abandoned.
what's going on in the world.
It seems you have completely abandoned that. I have watched your streams. I have. A lot of it devolves into just talking again about the same things you always mention. Soy boys, bots, woke mind virus.
I fell for it. Yep. He straight up got me. Yeah, I was looking for something here at the farm, and I got played.
And then dancing around. And then always trying to defend and find the other side of something controversial. It's the same formula over and over again because that's how you found to keep your audience hooked. It's no different than people that...
I go on Omegle and I'm joking around for an hour or 2 hours. I bring on my viewers and we joke to each other. I bring on people, real life people, they sit next to me and we joke around. I have different podcasts, I have different guests. I just did a podcast with Ryan Dawson, uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend that you go see.
Oh my God, let's the 9/11 truther stuff.
Conspiracy website and still maintain the same audience. You can't do that by repeating the same things every day. You have to add some value.
But you can. That's the #1 grift right now. As long as you are contributing to an echo chamber, the people will not leave you. You form a reliance where they're constantly suckling your tit for validation that their point of view is the right one. And the more that you claim the victim, the more that solidifies and cements them that belief is the correct one because people are attacking
That's absolutely not true at all. I've been talking about the woke mind virus for a long time, and now my audience wants to get to know the truth, so I've been interviewing different people. I did a whole podcast uncovering Epstein and who's actually on the client list because that's one big conspiracy theory that people want to know more about. I did an entire podcast uncovering 9/11 and the Iraq War.
To tell you the truth, that client list got leaked too. You know that, right? Like, it's out there on the internet. Like, the book that Epstein kept of like all the clients, it's out there on the internet. So I don't know what he's talking about there. You can see who the clients are and like their information. Like that black book, it's the pages. Somebody photographed the pages and put it out on the internet. It's floating out there. But the only thing it doesn't show is like what, like, it wasn't like a contact, like, you know, like an old school, like, I forgot what they call it now. It's essentially your contact list in your phone, but like in a small book. But what it was he had like their private like numbers in. It's probably changed by now, but like the information like in there pointed to like these were like his clientele for like sending to his like quote unquote island.
War and what happened and why war is created by deception. I'm getting into more things because if you get repetitive, they're going to leave.
Admittedly, I do feel bad doing one thing that I hate when other people do, which is, like he mentions, box him into categories. Because it is very possible, outside of all the content I've watched from him, that he does other things. Now, I have seen a lot of him. I've watched quite a few streams now, out of curiosity, since his big meltdown with the whole dancing with the gun thing about our beef. So I went on there and I did watch some of his streams from that point forward, but they always went the same way. But I do think it was unfair of me to try and box it in and say he's always doing the same thing when it is entirely possible that it's just my exposure to it and what I've seen so far. So I do completely concede that it is possible he does more and talk about more than just what I see on Twitter and the streams that I've seen. But it is worth mentioning later into this discussion, he boxes me in and says all I do is sit in my room playing video games on stream for 7 hours a day. So he is still guilty of the same thing he's accusing others of, which is a point I like to make, but he doesn't fully realize when I say it to him. But hopefully, you know, after our conversation, he does take a step back and recognize, like, okay, I am guilty of a lot of the things I'm accusing others of. But anyway, that was a point that was kind of branching off from the core topic at this moment of the discussion, which was courses. I have no respect for people that are selling courses on, like, here's how you make money. The number one way to make money, guaranteed success. You're gonna, you know, make it with this one. Give me this amount of money every month for my book. I always find that to be exploitative, shitty, scummy, and completely useless. Those kind of creators, those kind of people, they rely on desperation. So let's think about this logically. Why would someone who's selling courses on happiness and how not to be lonely, how to get laid, or how to make money, why would they actually want you to succeed? Because then they lose you as a customer. It is far more in their interest to keep you miserable to keep buying the product. And it is something a lot of them are guilty of doing. Now, I haven't seen Sneako's Creativity Kit, so I can't say for sure if he is also guilty of it as well. Maybe he does try and offer legitimate advice and actually help people. It is possible. But that's not the case for the vast majority of them, which is why I always call it out as this is scummy, or at the very least, unnecessary. We live in a time where you have access to all the information you could ever want. You just need to search it up. You don't need to be paying people that you view as successful to learn their secrets, when those secrets they're revealing aren't what they used to get wealthy in the first place. It's selling you hope. When you are buying their product, you are filling their pockets. That is the product. The book, not what's in it, it's the book. They're making their money off your purchase of the book. They're not making their money off of the advice they've given you, at least not the majority of the time. And that's what I was trying to talk about here.
What are your beliefs? What are they? Hold on to your... I don't know them. Can you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like I've made my beliefs very clear. I am very firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is why a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym. Maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone in an environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you are acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think most importantly is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism, like watching someone play a game, or even playing games yourself. Watching a sport, playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball every Thursday. Getting out, talking outside of a comfort zone, instead of sitting online making 20,000 tweets on the Sneako Twitter, I think is not productive. Replying to Sneako's Twitter, replying to my Twitter, none of it I think is productive. I've had Twitter since 2012. I've made 2,600 tweets, and half of those are just shit posts or a retweet. I think all of that, locking yourself inside as a recluse, living in this completely toxic landscape like Twitter, is the most detrimental thing for a person, and that extends to TikTok as well. I think TikTok has absolutely ruined people's brains in terms of what they can even stomach as an attention span. Having to have like Subway Surfer underneath a video of someone talking because you can't focus long enough, I think it's all a problem. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day or whatever, or during a stream if they're already home from work and just need to unwind. I think all of that is fine. But I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and muscle building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world. So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, there is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. Like, it doesn't even have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all of the human knowledge, just this compendium of every piece of information for every subject you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up to $50 a month for advice they can freely find right now. Even if it doesn't come with a built-in...
Gamers always have the argument, but then they never talk about how college is a waste of time and that people go into $50,000 to $100,000 in debt from people who aren't vetted millionaires. If you could pay $50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school, $50 is a steal. People get really upset about this because you're paying somebody directly and you know who you're spending the money on. You don't get upset about college because you don't know the principal, you don't know the headmaster, you don't know the donors. They're nameless people behind a university. So the point of the network is collection of information.
He got one. He got me. I thought his super ran out.
Network of people that you can find. Right here, I'm in Japan traveling with somebody that I met from the Creativity Kit. That's something that is valuable and that you will only find by paying $50, which is not a huge price.
That is a big
Wait a
price,
minute.
but also do you
Hold
see what
on.
just happened there?
So he met this person who is the person paying him to come with them? Like one of those like friendship deals?
You'll summon a primeval. You want to win? That's how. Opposing team summon a primeval. If they kill it, they win it. All right, we can still win this. Burn that primeval to the ground. Convoy terminated. Now, bring the house down. You gained the lead. Primeval compromised. Take it out. Find them before they find you.
Oh,
Embrace
fuck.
the darkness. Take out those guardians. Enemy invader down. Free to hunt. Seconds left. You got style, brother.
Damn, man. I couldn't finish it. He went invisible and then I lost him.
$50 is a huge price. That's the same price as your merch that you're using to advertise on this drama. Would you rather your audience pay $50 for a t-shirt from a gamer, or they meet somebody that they can go start a business with?
That the merch isn't $50 for a t-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking. Okay. It's still not, but what just happened there is I was talking about something and you went into PR speak and salesman mode to talk about your course, and you attributed something to me that I actually talk against. I actually have spoken many times about why college just isn't right for everybody. It's not. It simply isn't. I think college provides an invaluable social experience where for the first time in your life you're on your own, so you learn how to fend for yourself, you learn how to interact with roommates, strangers, so you get social skills, but college is not going to be a great fit for everyone, especially when it comes to certain academia positions, especially like in some art fields. I actually talk a lot about that, but you keep lumping me in with this perception of a gamer and these beliefs that you don't know anything about me on, and yet you still put me in there. And
then you should probably make them more clear.
I do.
I've been personally watching your videos for years, and I had no idea about any of this. So, I've seen you gaming. I've seen you react to drama content. I didn't know that that was your method to make people happy, which I think is a narrow way of answering that question about what you believe in and what your belief system is.
I was still
but that's
going.
fine. But I'm glad that you said that, and I think that you
I
should
think
reiterate that more in your
Boblax
videos.
is actually like reviewing this right now too. I want to go react to like that video once he's done like with that too. But this is like it was starting off like actually really good with like cuties, and now it's just like kind of devolved at this point.
Add more value to your audience.
So you said you've watched for a long time. These aren't secrets. I made a video 6 years ago. I just double checked. I uploaded a video 6 years ago called "You're Getting Fucked by College Textbooks." The entire video is about how college textbooks in particular are a massive scam and a very predatory system that universities are using. I do talk about these things. You are just
It
not
really
seeing them,
is
and
like
you still
super
putting
predatory,
words in
man.
my
It's
mouth.
just
My beliefs. I
what's
think, are
even
very
worse is
clear
I've
to
had
the people
professors
that
who would
watch.
like
They're not a
have you purchase like their own books for like courses, and I was like fundamentally so against that. And it's such like a cheap way for them to like do it, to the point where like I specifically learned how to illegally download things from college, and I would like talk to people, especially like the computer guys at school, and I would ask them, hey, like I'm getting like railroaded here, and they would like point me to sites, and I would like kind of create like a network of people to like download like these textbooks online, and they were on there. And if they weren't on there too, like I would like bite the bullet by them and scan them, like off campus though, because you would get in trouble because people were doing that too, and they would get in trouble, and then I would scan them off campus and like just like, and we had our own like, it wasn't Napster, it was something else for like when I went to school, and I would upload them online for people, because fuck that noise, dude.
Incoming hostiles at the ring.
Fuck that shit. So sick and tired of like crap like that. Buying textbooks are such a scam, dude. You're already paying like so much for like school now too, and like the textbooks thing.
Portal's ready. Go say hello. Allies headed to the other side.
Oh my god, I got fucking destroyed. Just pick up the I don't really care about this.
I spot a high-value target. Give him hell. Hostiles incoming at the burrow. Your invaders down, but they got 2 kills. High-value target is down and out. Incoming hostiles at the ring. You're nearly there. Fill the bank. Get that primeval up. You're bleeding mooch, brother. Whack the blockers. Portal's up. Primeval's up. Kill it to win. Convoy's 8. Now devour that primeval. Opposing team has a primeval. You gotta finish first. You're in the lead. Invader incoming. Your allies invaded.
to fucking, yep. What is it? Deterministic chaos. I hate. God damn this. Yo, Explorers, what's up, man? Yeah, this is Gambit for Destiny 2. So there's a little bit of combination of PvE, PvP. Who's Aaron Schwartz? I'm not familiar with that name. Is that like a content creator or something? Just pop the super.
Your allies invaded. Envoys in the dirt. Now kill the big guy. That primeval's not long for this world. Burn it down.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Invaders down.
Oh my god.
Good.
It's just locked on to you, man. That thing is nuts.
Primeval compromised. Take it out. Brother, you've got
And that's it. Easy peasy. Alright. Go ahead, back to this.
They're not hidden. I make
I
them
guess
very
trust is like
obvious.
dropping
It was
now.
after this brief discussion here that the entire landscape of our conversation
That's actually a pretty
changed
decent
and
roll
became
for
very
PvP.
clear. Sneeko never knew anything about me to begin with. He keeps calling me a gamer, gamer, using the hard
Get
G
up the
on me,
range.
gamer. And I think that might be because that's the only content he ever watched. But I really don't think I've ever made a secret what my beliefs are. I talk about them on stream. I talk about them in videos. I've never been fearful of it. And yet Sneeko either pretends he never saw them, or maybe he just legitimately never saw them. But after explaining to him, he really seemed to change his whole
That's cool.
tone about me as a person. I'm not a psychiatrist here or an expert in the field, but if I had to wager a guess, I think Sneeko put an image of me in his head and attributed a whole ton of characteristics to that scarecrow that he put in there that just isn't actually me in reality, and that's who he attacks so vehemently. Whereas I do know a lot about Sneeko, because there is a big difference between us in terms of our belief. It's all the fuck he talks about. It's the only thing that ever leaves his mouth is always preaching about something or trying to make a big statement about their beliefs or their politics. Whereas that's not me. The main thing I focus on is just entertainment.
Just go
My
back
videos are
here.
made purely for fun. It's just because I thought it'd be entertaining. It's a silly topic. It's something
Drop
fun,
that off
and
after the
that's
next
it.
game.
There's never really anything too much deeper, unless it's a topic I'm covering that I'm passionate about, or I have something more I want to add on to it about my own personal beliefs. Then I do. I'm never afraid to. But it's not all I talk about. Whereas for Sneeko and a lot of people in his circle, their main content is talking about what they believe, whereas my main thing is just making
Actually, I like
entertaining
that.
shit. So maybe that's a core misunderstanding here, because he clearly didn't really know much about me, whereas I do know a lot about him since he is so open with everything. He wears his fucking heart on his sleeve, and I just disagree with a lot of it. But a big difference is
Fair enough.
I don't hate people that I disagree with on things. In fact, there is nobody in the world, not even my best friends, that I agree with on every
No,
issue.
we just like
every
chill. I'm
time,
just
and
watching
see eye to
videos,
eye
yo.
on everything. I don't like
Just watching
that
videos,
anyway.
doing a little commentary
I
over
would
them,
want
and
to
just
have
playing
someone I
Destiny 2
agree
in the
with on
background.
everything.
I might just switch
I think
off
it's
to like
important to have
Valheim after
different
this.
perspectives and different
They have a
opinions.
much
It's how
more
you
smoother
grow and it's how
experience,
you
but
learn
I
as
kind of want
well.
to grind out
So I don't
some
get
mats
mad
for
when
Destiny.
people disagree with me or have different things that I don't agree with. That doesn't piss me off. But for Sneeko, it clearly has, and he really didn't even know anything about me to begin with here until after our conversation. Now, I know I'm cutting up our conversation quite a bit here, but I'm just trying to focus on like the big chunk topics that we tackled. One of them that we did touch on quite a bit and got pretty passionate about is gaming. And like Sneeko firmly believes that people that are gaming or watching sports are wasting their time, completely valueless.
I just like
that
don't
has
understand
no
like that
value
perspective.
whatsoever.
There's like
And I
people
kept
who've
trying to
made
point
like
out that
millions like gaming,
there's nothing
becoming
wrong
like
with
professional
entertainment,
gamers.
like watching sports, watching movies, watching
There's like a
streamers, playing
ton.
games, all
There's like a
that's
ton.
fine in
Like Asmongold like just played like MMO, specifically World of Warcraft, and
Ball on the field.
he's never talked about his money, but it's a safe bet to say he's a multi-millionaire. I just like don't understand that.
moderation. But Sneeko only views it through one lens, which is excess, obsession, addiction, where all they do is watch sports, play games, do this and that, and then of course it is very detrimental and it is bad for overall health. I'm not going to bother showing clips from that because that one just really went in circles. I think there's just a fundamental disagreement there where Sneeko believes anything that's entertainment driven is just not worth it and time could always be spent.
Isn't he entertainment driven?
Else. But then he puts his content on a pedestal that's an exception to his rule where no.
That's why I just don't fundamentally agree with them there too. There's value in entertainment. Maybe not in excess of that.
5 hours of Rumble streaming and whatever's going on over there. That's a good use of time, and all the other streams like gaming and all that's terrible. So that got really muddy and messy, and there wasn't really any way we met somewhere and like had a perspective that made sense to each other, because his stream is just as much guilty of being a waste of time by his definition as my stream playing a game. It's still a form of entertainment and escapism, no matter how you spin it. I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs, for example, like during that stream with the gun. I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor either, so it's not seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is, the reason that it's funny is because on a platform that has free speech and you're not bound by wokeness where you can't say certain words and you're labeled racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them because we're not trapped with words.
But why say something you don't... Why say something you don't mean though? What does that do? Wouldn't that go against your ideology where you're like faking it?
That's not a word.
There we go.
A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can be funny. The word faggot is funny.
Oh.
That was the funniest thing you said this whole debate.
How is that?
What?
You're laughing now. See?
Well,
no,
it's an outrageous claim. It's like talking to a child.
Well, no, like my point.
No, dude, what are you talking about?
First time we laughed this whole time.
What are you talking about, dude? Not you, yo, but
because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like a child who hears fuck for the first time and he's like, "Woohoo, daddy said fuck." Like things started to go a little goofy mode here, a little wacko style. So the slurs is something I've mentioned.
I just don't think he like believes in like anything like anymore. Is just
and my point
it's just about the money now. He knows he can make like a lot of money.
For his goals or anything.
I'm still wondering if like that fan like paid for his trip to like.
Sound like he's just mad at me and trying to choose the worst word you can think of. Now looking back on it, I do regret not pushing a bit more on this point because there was a lot I wanted to say on it, but I just got so thrown off and blown away by his explanation of all of it that I totally forgot to expand. Because he really only says the F slur, the homophobic slur. And he says it doesn't encompass a whole belief system.
These people, man.
Well, then why is it only that slur? I don't think I've ever heard him start spamming the N-word, hard R, or anything like that. And he's very open about how much he appreciates the Islamic faith. I've never heard him use any slurs against Muslims or anything like that.
Because the last time he went up against like the Muslim community online, they literally spanked him on the ass and made him apologize on air.
Drop more racist slurs during your stream. Why is the only one you use the F slur? If this is really how you feel about those words, then why aren't you using all of the other slurs? If they don't mean anything and you feel so comfortable with Rumble allowing you to use the F slur so loosey-goosey, why is it only that one? Why not every slur? I'm just curious if there's like a tier list of slurs for you. I would have liked to ask more on that, but I guess I'll do it now in post. Which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Andrew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
That I don't know. They could be.
Yeah.
I've said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on that?
True.
Well, because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with the human trafficking, but none of the evidence is public.
You didn't look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed on WhatsApp, how they plan to make a Netflix movie out
But
of
that's
it?
not the actual. But that's not the actual like all the evidence though. You don't know what the police there in Romania have though. That's the only thing.
To go and look at all the evidence that was debunked.
That's not true though, because
why do you spend the narrative laughing at somebody falsely in prison, but you can't go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that as garbage? You're laughing at the
Those screenshots they talking about are like originally doctored, but then someone actually posted like the full like screenshots too. And it's actually pretty bad.
Nobody goes to jail falsely.
I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I always do. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I personally sit on this perspective, on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people were talking about, such as something you talked about as well. The taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guise that they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things.
True.
So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here.
Man.
There is, on both sides here, evidence that makes it a very complicated case, which is why it's gone on
those
for so long.
seasonal weapons are still dropping?
It's not one where I know the answer. They could be innocent, they could be guilty. I do think it's weird they've now been charged twice. There is some very odd things there because that's not exactly a light thing to come after someone for, and there is things that you have talked about.
Wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence or charges?
And even outside of the Tates, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without ever being charged. It's a problem. Yes, it is a problem.
False equivalencies up the wazoo.
I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about the pizza box putting him in jail. Did you make a
So
video
he's
about
like
that?
selecting like what videos he watches now? Come on, man.
Video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker. That means there are real victims there. Even though I disagree with like his Hustlers University and a lot of the dumb shit he says, I wouldn't want him to be a human trafficker. That means there are real victims being in terrible situations. I did say that, and I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now.
Well, now he's under house arrest, so I wonder what's gonna happen now too. Because the prosecution tried to maximum he can stay there in jail for 180 days in Romania. The judge denied that, but he told him like he was under house arrest. I just don't know like what's gonna happen next. That's like the only thing too. But I felt like they wouldn't have like gone this far unless they had something, because they have to have like known. Now I'm saying this, clarify, I don't have like, any knowledge of like Romanian law, how like the cops work there, prosecution works there, stuff like that. But I feel like if it's anything like over here in the U.S., you're not gonna like bring these charges with like such like a known figure, like I'll be an online figure, and not like do due diligence and think that you have like a case that can go forward. That's like the only thing.
For them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it. Like
I mean, like there's like
trial. There's so much silliness there that
I don't know what audio you're referring to, but like I'm playing like Charlie's video right now.
About the goofiness of things that have come up. Right?
I gotta get going.
Now, he mentioned Andrew Tate, and this is another thing. Andrew Tate is very clearly an important figure in Sneako's life. And I made 2 videos covering Andrew Tate. One of them joking about Hustlers University and just a lot of the silly things that he's done, and the other when he got arrested. So, let's talk about that. I have always maintained that Andrew Tate is a very entertaining
They
clown
like
most of the
nerf
time,
Trinity Ghoul?
but much like a lot of personalities online, especially ones that sell courses, he has to sprinkle in very agreeable things with some of his rants. So he has good things that he actually will say, especially in terms of like men and their loneliness, and how working out is extremely beneficial to helping with mentality and just general overall mood and well-being. So he does say agreeable things that I've always said he has done a decent job of with those certain topics. But on the whole, most of the things he says are just outrageous nonsense about like how he doesn't watch Star Wars and that's why he gets pussy and has expensive cars, or why books are stupid. Like there's a lot of silliness there, and Hustlers University, I have always maintained, is completely exploitative of desperate men. So yes, I have made jokes about Andrew Tate. I am not their biggest fan. Now, when I did cover the arrest, I did mention the pizza box theory. theory. At the time, that was reported by multiple outlets as a very real possibility that led to his arrest. So at the time I did report on it, I did say it seems, talking about like this being the speculation as to why they finally pursue him now. But yes, I do understand that that was heavily disputed after the fact, a couple days later. But I did talk about it and joke about the pizza box thing, which made Sneako in particular very upset, thinking that I was laughing at two men falsely imprisoned, which I've never laughed about. I've laughed about the idea of Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate being thrown in jail because of pizza boxes. I have also laughed and made jokes about some of the tweets
that was actually the pizza box there was actually like pretty funny actually.
His dragon karate fist that would break through every known metal on Earth, fucking shatter tungsten or whatever. And yeah, I've joked about the tweet where he's talking about like ghosts that he's killed, making himself sound like the goddamn paranormal firing squad out there, keeping the halls of the prison safe from ghouls and spirits. And while I made jokes at the idea of a pizza box leading to prison time, it wasn't the actual core idea of two innocent men potentially being in jail that gave me a big hearty belly laugh or anything like that. It was the outrageous circumstances surrounding it. I don't know if they're guilty. As I said in the video, I don't know if they are. I do find it weird that they've been charged with the same thing twice with multiple raids now. But
Ooh.
at the end of the day, if they're innocent,
All right, I got it in. I got deposited. Tranquility got me.
Like a potential flight risk, like leaving the country. So I guess that was.
That's why I do it for you, yo. I follow all this drama just so you can give me money.
Something I don't fucking agree with, which isn't a controversial take. So all of these things that Sneako attributed to me were things that I didn't actually believe or, in my opinion, do. Talking about the pizza box thing the day that it happened wasn't outlandish. It wasn't until a couple of days later where that was more debunked and heavily scrutinized. But even then, I still talked about it more of like a silly idea if this was the case. And the jokes I made about Andrew Tate were mainly about the response to Andrew Tate going to jail, like some of the unhinged tweets about how, well, if it's true, human trafficking is not really that big of a deal anyway, so it's still bullshit. It's not that big of a charge, which is still a crazy thing to say. The whole thing was never really about whether or not he truly was guilty or innocent, because I don't know. I still don't know. Nobody still knows because it's still an ongoing investigation. So we did talk about that. He did see where I was coming from, and I was appreciative that he was willing to hear my explanation for where I stand on all of that. And I do think that we came to understand each other's perspective on it. Getting towards the end of our conversation, we started talking once again.
Well, I appreciate that, EO.
I really tried to drive home and hope to have some kind of breakthrough on the way that he perceives jokes and insults. I'm trying to find what his line was, because he calls a lot of things hit pieces, like when Willie Mack makes a video breaking down like a lot of Sneako's most baffling moments or like really big L's. Willie Mack will point them out and make jokes about it. That's not cancellation to me, but to Sneako it is, and I kept trying to get to the bottom of that.
And that's it.
We did have more discussion on it, but I don't think we ever really reached a ground where I like agreed with him on his definition of like what cancellation
So I think I gotta do 100 kills with this.
He had no problem with it. He had a good sense of humor about it and found them to be enjoyable. Like, that's great. But then why doesn't that same thing extend to someone who also still makes jokes about it like Willie Mack did? When I really just feel like it's the same thing. There is deplatforming, advocating for deplatforming, and then there's just insulting someone. And I haven't seen a ton of people advocating for Sneako to be deplatformed, aside from a couple of very rare instances of that. The rest I see as people.
It was really just like that one guy who I forgot. I already forgot his name, but it was just like that one guy, and that was it.
Circles around that for like another
as far as I know, I don't know like who else was like calling for him to get deplatformed.
But I would like to get you to our closing statements, and then something crazy happened at the very end.
Look at the way that people who are telling the truth get painted as. They get painted as these incel, virgin, loser, racist, misogynist. They've tried to box you in instead of tell the truth about you, because I think that they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like for us to have another conversation in the future. I like that you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and you're telling people to get out of their comfort zone. I think that those are all really good things. And I do think that you're funny. I can't deny about that. Like, it's a little monotone, but you're a funny guy.
I do appreciate the conversation.
I know he tried to be like a comedian, like at one point too, and it didn't really go anywhere. I mean, you have to like work at it. You can find like old sets of like Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, and them bombing. Like just like straight up bombing, but then you kind of see them like on the come up too. So like it's like a thing that you have to like work on and figure out like what's gonna get the audience to like, you know, laugh. You know, that's why you practice it. It's just like it's like riding a bike, man. You're gonna fall off a couple of times, but like, and it's embarrassing too, because you know that's probably like the worst thing. Every comedian I've ever talked to always told me like probably like the worst thing like can happen is like nobody laughs. You know, it's like the worst feeling in the world. Nobody laughs at your shit. It's horrible.
After our conversation, there really wasn't a ton of hostility left. I really feel like Sneako built me up very differently in his head to paint me as a villain in his own mind. And the reality is I just didn't match that description.
Yep.
Now, for me, I did know a lot about Sneako, but after talking to him, I feel like a large part of that is a persona that he's putting on. The way he conducted himself in this conversation, I was actually really surprised with. He was much more calm.
Bring a sword.
Like, he is still very passionate, clearly, but he's not having a fucking conniption and a meltdown like I've seen him do so many times in the past. So I do feel like it was a productive conversation. And there are just things that I will always disagree with him on. I'm not seeing eye to eye with a lot of the things he talks about, and that's just the reality of it. And it's that way with a lot of people. Like I said, there's no one in the world I see eye to eye on with everything. But there are very big disagreements between us in terms of things that we feel and things that we believe. And after talking to him, it really seems like he himself got lost in his own sauce, and he did talk about like trying to change his approach to things to deliver a more positive message, and that makes me pretty interested to see where he takes that. Like, if he truly does have a positive message he wants to spread, he did recognize that he hadn't been doing a super effective job of it as of the time of this conversation, and wanted to work on ways of rectifying that. I'm very curious to see how he goes about it, and if he truly was being genuine. So the conversation, I do think, was a pretty fascinating and important one to have. And one thing that happened that I still can't believe is real is during our conversation, people came up to him to talk to him, and me as well during this.
It comes from a place of cope and of jealousy because they see people who are living a lifestyle opposite of them, and instead of admitting that there's a different path or admitting that they could have a good point, they try to bring down their character. That's the common theme I see with these people. So the intentions that I see from these people in the collage, they're not pure, they're not good. It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, that is still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things I was.
Fair. That's fair, and that's why you made me realize that I need to. This whole hate brigade on Sneako in the recent weeks, I'm going to repurpose my message now. I'm not gonna. What up, man? Do you know Moist Critical? Hey, say what's up to him now. We'll say hi. Yeah. Hey, look.
I saw you on the die, brother.
Yeah.
Hey.
Crap on the wall right now. Yeah, we saw.
Oh, couldn't get you for the rebound, my guy. Sorry.
That was pretty funny. Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
It was.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Cool. Hey, Charlie. We squashed the beast.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
I've been actually
It's funny.
I think that's a good way to end it on.
Wow.
Again in the future.
Galley.
I think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank you for starting that whole Sneako hate brigade, because it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am guilty of doing the same things that I am mad about.
It got completely drained.
To being canceled and a lot of resentment about that, but I just have to spread positivity now and then not engage in the same type of behavior that I criticize. You're right about that. So I'm just gonna go and, I'm not gonna go attack mode anymore. I don't think that there's any value to that. It's just gonna come back to me.
Well, I actually really appreciate the conversation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side of you outside of like, what I see on Twitter or Rumble. I actually do think this was a very valuable conversation, so I appreciate you taking. Oh! I really appreciate you taking the time to have a bit of a call with me about it.
Yeah, thanks, man. And Mags, Knoxville.
Yeah, from now on, bro, if you're gonna be talking about guns, get the terminology right. You very much offended me with that one.
Summon the prime evil. If they kill it,
Oh,
they win.
God. Neck life, best life. Love. Yeah, we never went and got the blockers like that were like put in there. We're gonna lose this one pretty bad. We have to like Sorry, dude, I'm like barely paying attention too.
Your allies invading the other side.
Sorry, dude, I'm like super distracted. Yeah, we never like got that blocker. Also, this is freelance Gambit.
Your allies down, but they scored 2 kills. Not bad. Hostile incoming at the depot.
Then leave, dude.
Grab your gun.
Bro, you're just fucking standing there like a fucking moron. Like, look at this. Alright, whatever. This makes it like super easy for me to fucking get that. If he's like... They're not even like doing anything either.
Incoming at the gulch.
Well, nobody was like really paying attention to like the blockers that were there.
Your allies back with 2 kills under their belt. Medium blocker to the other side.
Yeah, I'm not like hitting anything.
Portals up. Hey, your team has enough to pull a primeval. Allies headed to the other side. Hostiles incoming at the cavern. Not out of this yet. Kill that primeval.
Where is it? It's gonna be over here. It's gonna be over there. It's over there.
Your invaders back with 1 kill. That primeval's compromised. Hit it with everything you've got. The enemy team's about to win this.
Holy shit, did they all just ult at the same time?
Your allies invading. Invaders here. Brace yourself. Opposing team's about to win.
Yep. With Gallahorn. So he got the kill.
The enemy team's about to win this. Get moving. Your invaders back. 2 kills. Invaders out. You'll get them next time. Opposing team's about to win. I got a call. Enemy team melted their primeval. Envoy's taking a dirt nap.
Yeah.
Primeval time.
That guy was like upsetting Gambit of all places. This was like Trials or something like that I can understand. Bro, but like no offense, this game doesn't have like matchmaking for lower levels is fine. If you're gonna play like hard content in this game, get into the LFG and get into voice chat. Like don't like come in and like start complaining. Like the same thing happened when like there was like somebody whatchamacallit, when like we all were like not paying attention when like there were blockers in and they were draining like the moat. It's fucking Gambit, dude. Nobody cares about Gambit too. Take a chill pill. Like people like go in the chat, go in these game chats and they act fucking tough. Like get the fuck out of here, dude. You guys wouldn't do shit. Same thing in like Overwatch, same thing in like that too. Like in quick play too. Like in quick play, like they act super tough. These guys are not fucking tough. They're little boys. Okay, so that's actually done. Let's see what Cross got to say.
These companies were besties, just a bunch of schoolgirls hanging out, and then something happened. Bungie decided they didn't want to be friends with Microsoft anymore. Decided to become best friends with Activision. Then Activision said that Bungie wasn't good enough for her anymore. And then Microsoft tried to take Bungie back, but Microsoft was being besties with Activision again. And Bungie said, no, you can't be best friends with me and Activision. You have to choose one. Microsoft chose Activision. Today, guys, we're going to talk about the breakup and dive into what is going on behind the scenes, because this has profound effects on gaming for years to come. Like, we're literally going to be talking about this with our grandkids. I'm going to say, back in my day, we actually had individual companies before Microsoft bought everybody. Now, if you haven't heard, the Chinese company NetEase and Activision are splitting ways after 14 years of collaboration. That's a long time, guys. Like, longer than most marriages, man. The official end date to the partnership was January the 23rd, 2023, which is just a few months ago. But this has become a hot topic for all of us because of a recent article published by the New York Times talking about the reason for and the implications of the separation. We also received previously unknown information about Bungie's relationship with NetEase and Activision. Now, from this New York Times article posted on the morning of March the 29th, NYT reported on a monumental split between the Chinese game publisher NetEase and Activision. Now, for those of you that don't know, NetEase is a Chinese technology company.
I'm gonna get rid of my Instagram and like hover. I don't know why that's even there.
Games. NetEase has been a partner with Activision Blizzard for many years, helping distribute their games to players in China. Now, the CCP has been tightening the grip on video game addiction in China in the last few years. Actually, in
it's going to be to their detriment to their Chinese companies. Those Chinese video game companies are going to be moving over to the US.
And in 2021, gaming during weekdays were also banned entirely for minors. And they were also restricted to 1 hour a day on Fridays and weekends. No, you're like, Cross, this is just a restriction for Chinese youth, not adults. Brother, that's harsh. Look, I grew up in a home where I was not allowed to play video games. It was like one of those classic situations of Bobby Boucher. Foosball is the devil, or in this case, gaming. Now, partially because of the
when did he write that? I didn't even like fucking.
China, Activision and NetEase had trouble organizing a new deal leading into 2023. Activision wanted full payments for the publishing agreement up front to avoid risk of Chinese restrictions leading to a loss of sales. Again, China's been walking things back. Before it was just 90 minutes a day, and then no weekdays. Before long, they're just gonna be like, yo, no gaming forever. No lie, there's not many things I would riot over, but that is one of them. Although I will say, rioting in China, that's a risky affair. And I'm not trying to get political, but Chinese tank drivers don't play, dude. Now, no new games were approved for 8 months in 2019 in China. The youth population online also decreased from 122 million to 82.6 million. The gaming market in China lost growth for the first time in years. All right, so we hear you, Cross, but what the hell does this have anything to do with Bungie? And of course, Destiny. Well, it's actually because NetEase has had significant influence on Bungie. Matter of fact, in 2018, NetEase invested $100 million into Bungie, becoming a minority shareholder and gaining a seat on Bungie's board of directors. That's one way to get on the board, right? Now, since then, there have been rumors of a mobile game connected to the Destiny franchise being made in collaboration between the two companies. Now, the new information released in the NYT article regarding Bungie was the negative reaction of Activision CEO Bobby Kotick. And quote, Mr. Kotick was unhappy with the investment because Bungie was behind schedule on developing Destiny content, and he was worried the investment would further distract the company from its Destiny obligations, two other people said. Now, that year, NetEase invested in a game development company founded by a person who had until recently been a senior Activision employee, which also angered Activision, the people said. Mr. Kotick considered ending the partnership, and a 2019 deal between Activision and NetEase included restrictions that prevented NetEase from hiring former Activision employees or investing in gaming studios directed by them. Now, this could be part of the reason why Bungie left Activision. In its announcement, Bungie says its partnership with Activision for Destiny is unaffected by this new partnership, and that it expects to continue to grow that franchise for many years to come, but that its long-term goal is to become an entertainment company that sustains many roles simultaneously, hence the direction that Bungie is going now. Now, the partnership will help Bungie grow into a global multi-franchise entertainment studio, according to NetEase CEO William Ding. Now, Bungie was also acquired by Sony in 2022 for $3.6 billion. Keep in mind, guys, the NetEase investment was $100 million, which is still a ton of money, but $3.6 billion completely dwarfs that. Now, if Bungie knew they wanted to expand when NetEase invested in the company, then it's almost a no-brainer to assume Activision was holding them back from investing in future IPs, as Activision wanted them to just keep remaking Destiny. Matter of fact, Activision wanted Bungie to release a new Destiny game every 2 years. If that deal had gone through, we would literally be having a Destiny 4 by now. And understand, guys, it would be another Call of Duty situation. It's like one after another, and then you're like, what's the difference here, man? And I know some of you probably love the hell out of Call of Duty, and don't get me wrong, I play them from time to time, but let's be real. It's
Get the fuck out of here with this guy.
I know some of you are like, Cross, it's the same thing that Destiny does. It would be way worse.
Oh, is it really the other guy from the other fucking team? Is he just gonna drop a bubble in there?
Bobby Kotick was actually
Get
on
the fuck out of here,
just
dude.
a month ago. It was talking about Activision, the Microsoft deal, everything else, and not a word was mentioned about NetEase. He talked very highly of like Tencent, ByteDance, but if you stop in this interview and you just look in his eyes, my man straight up looks like the Green Goblin. I'm just saying, look at those eyes. It all makes sense. Now, keep in mind, the reason why Bobby Kotick is talking so highly of Tencent as well as ByteDance is because Activision wants to start publishing their
Dude,
games
what is going on?
again.
What
And
is-
they would, of course, need to go through these companies in order to do so. Now, some context, if you don't know much about Bobby Kotick, a lot of people don't like him, rightfully so. The whole sexual misconduct situation, as well as the terrible work culture that was present at Activision Blizzard, that Bobby essentially turned a blind eye to. Granted, it's because of everything unraveling last year, and with all that bad publicity, is, in my opinion, a huge reason why Activision sought to get bought out. Now, many of you are aware of how Microsoft is currently trying to acquire Activision Blizzard, and this has been an all-out war between regulators.
Wow.
You've seen it probably all over the news. Sony and Microsoft have been going at it constantly due to monopoly concerns within the gaming industry. Sony has had an exclusivity deal with Activision for the COD games for years, and that deal will end in 2024. Microsoft has offered Sony a new agreement that would secure equal treatment of both companies in regard to COD releases for the next 10 years. But Sony has not accepted the deal. Now, keep in mind, guys, when we talk about like company sizes, Microsoft is substantially larger than Sony. Like, I know Sony just invested a hell of a lot of money into Bungie, but $3.6 billion to Microsoft is literally nothing. Like, when you look at the market cap side by side of Microsoft and Sony, it literally is David versus Goliath. So no lie, Sony's scared. They don't want to become just another Nintendo. And I'm not saying that Nintendo isn't a successful console, although we should have got a damn new Nintendo by now. I'm gonna play Zelda, but I don't want to play it at 15 frames per second. What the hell, Nintendo? But Sony doesn't want to just be put in a corner with their list of exclusives. They want to thrive. But at the same time, it's hard to thrive against a company that's this large. And no lie, Microsoft has been making all the right moves. And with this Activision acquisition, that is a huge one. Now, no lie, Microsoft deal, it's compelling, especially for gamers. And honestly, a lot of things that Microsoft has been doing over the past 4 or 5 years has been
Get
great
outta
for
here,
gamers.
dude.
Top to bottom, Game Pass is one of the best deals you can have. And with each
Wow,
and every one
I
of these
cannot believe
acquisitions,
it.
they are making those games available on Game Pass. But you gotta
I
ask
saw him
yourself,
coming
at
down like
what
the pike too.
points are you
Like my
too
frames
big?
have been
At what
dropping here.
points do you own too much? Keep in mind, Microsoft already owns all of these development studios. On top of that, Microsoft bought
I have
Bethesda.
not
We talk about
been,
how big of a
um,
deal it was that Sony bought Bungie, but keep in mind, Bethesda was purchased by Microsoft for $7.5
I haven't been like doing anything. He was coming after me directly.
Completely blows that out of the water. Do I love Sony for their exclusives? Absolutely. Do I love jamming out on Mario Kart? You're damn right. But you know what I don't like is that I can't play that on other platforms. And
I don't
one beautiful
understand.
thing
like
that
it's not
Microsoft allows
something's
is
going
the
on with
ability
Trinity
to play
Ghoul
both
here.
on PC and on their console. Good luck playing a Nintendo game at any point on PC unless it's an emulator. And Sony games don't drop until years later on PC. So it's tough as a gamer to take
Ooh.
Sony's side when Microsoft has been making so many moves that are pro gamer. The only problem I have with all of this, really, is the fact that Microsoft, Jesus, they really are getting to a point where they own everything, at least in the
Yeah.
gaming sphere. It's scary. And even though Bobby is supposed to be getting the boot as soon as this deal goes through and Activision is acquired, I am concerned that that same mindset that Activision has been carrying for well over the past decade is going to seep its way into all these other development studios that Microsoft has acquired. So guys, let me know in the comments down below. Should Microsoft acquire Activision or should it not touch it with a 10-foot pole? Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching. And as always,
slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Where are we? There, 4 more. Dude, that guy was just like fucking going off, man. Jesus. Alright. This is not
Jon Stewart. This is why Trump became popular in the first place. Uh-oh. What's up?
I think we already actually saw this.
Jon Stewart himself. But who else would it be? Fareed, it's nice to see you. I love your
aquarium.
Thank you, exactly.
Yes.
We can go swimming afterwards. So I gotta ask you, it's a big thing in the news.
Ding. Vex
Donald Trump indictment. There are people who, just stay with me for a minute. There are people
I've been
who
watching
say,
the live cameras at the courthouse. It's imminent. Breathless speculation.
We're down to one last.
So there are people who say, yes, you have to indict him because he has in fact broken the laws, and there are other people who say this is going to turn him into a martyr. This is his path for redemption.
Bro, you can't like think like that. The martyr thing.
Oh, the law should always take into account someone's popularity. I think that's. I mean, what's happened to our country? It's as though you can't even commit financial fraud anymore. You can't inflate the value of your properties when you need a loan and then deflate it with taxes. I mean, the next thing you know,
thank God.
they're going to send you to jail instead of your lawyer and your accountant and your campaign manager and everyone else.
Damn. Jon Stewart is anti-Donald Trump? I didn't know that. Based.
Around you, it's the idea that
I know the
may
surprise,
face
right?
accountability, who's that rich and powerful is outrageous, and this country shouldn't stand.
But what if it turns out to be his get out of jail free pass? It's his path through. People will see him as a martyr.
Wait, just really quick. Do people not already see Donald Trump as a martyr? Every Republican that I've ever talked to already acts like they're all personally Jesus Christ on the cross. The idea that there's anything you could do to make them think Donald Trump is a martyr, like they already think that, like entirely, completely. They believe it to an insane degree. They literally think he's fighting like a one-man war against the deep state. That was his running premise. Martyrdom was pre-packaged with his candidacy. So I don't like that's not going to change. You know, it's like when people say, oh, well, if you arrest a bunch of Republicans for sedition for their collaboration on January 6th, you would be proving them right because the state would be going after them. You'd be making them look like, you know, they're the victims of targeted political action. But that's all they ever say they are. You know, that's the only thing they say they are. They've never been like, well, I'm being treated fairly now, but if the government ever does this, then actually, you know, they can't do that. Fascists can't do that.
Okay.
I don't with that.
Is that I don't become
president again.
Got eyes on a high-value.
He could become president anyway. Fareed, we either have the rule of law or we have no rule of law. The rule of law does not take into account if that might make you a martyr to somebody. I'd much rather have the conversation be, what is the law? What exactly are we saying that he did? His lawyer went to jail for this same situation for a couple of years. So what is the crime? Is it a crime?
There are people who say it's selective prosecution, that this would not be.
Everything is selective prosecution. The reason.
Holy shit! Has Jon Stewart been watching my streams? I literally said that. I can't believe it's confirmed that he's a viewer of mine. But yeah, I said that. Like it is definitely true that like you would have to have a chip on your shoulder to go after somebody as powerful as a former president over something like this. But like we always should have been doing that. Like. It sucks that there isn't a ubiquitous drive to hold people in power to account, but I'm not going to get angry at them selectively doing a good thing when it's against such a bad person. You know?
And why Donald Trump became popular in the first place. And the reason why he's popular is that the citizenry have become fed up with the lack of accountability for those in power. We have no accountability in our financial systems. We have no accountability for the bankers. I mean, our Congress trades stocks with information they get making laws, and they do it to great success.
Yeah, tens and tens of millions of dollars. It's great. Just like free insider trading exception because you're in Congress. Super cool.
They won't stop it because they're the ones in charge of making the law about it. And instead of bringing accountability to the rampant corruption that is surrounds our government and our financial systems, the Supreme Court just changed the definition of corruption. Rather than prosecuting it, rather than holding people accountable, they just went, how about this? Okay, why don't we just say this?
It's even better that
The phrase "lobbying is legalized corruption" sounds like such an I'm 14, this is deep, this was my first political thought, I haven't graduated high school, like, political argument, but it's actually completely true. It's actually 100% true. Like, in lobbying allows for the execution of what would otherwise be corruption through legal channels. The exchange of money, power, resources, promises, in order to get preferential treatment from people in power. Lobbying is just a legal structure to facilitate that. You know, it's much in the same way that you could say, like, legalizing marijuana is just a way of forming legal channels for the marijuana trade, which was a crime previously. You know, it's really a matter of framing. Like, okay, well, do you think it should be legal or do you think it shouldn't be? Well, I'm okay with marijuana being for sale at local dispensaries legally. I don't know how okay I am with the degree of, like, collaboration between people in power and our people in government. You know, I don't know if I'm okay with that at all, actually. So you take a look at corruption, it's like, okay, well, sure, but turn it around, you know? Is your problem with corruption the idea of powerful people getting more than their due in a democratic system? Or is your problem with corruption that they didn't do it legally? Like, if you look at a system where you still have that degree of collaboration, but it's all being done through channels that have been legislated, it's like, okay, well, so was your issue with it that it was illegal or that it was wrong?
They said, you politicians, you think that's corruption because you're engaging in it, but we actually don't think it's and
we're going to tell you, don't worry about it. You can influence title as long as you don't explicitly say, by the way, this money is so that I may influence this law specifically. You have to lay out.
And that's it.
That is what has the lack of confidence that people have in the system is, and you even see it throughout the media, even that conversation. Should we not? It's nice work. Oh, but he's popular.
That's what happens when you actually pay attention.
More popular, but not less popular. Did he do something wrong? What was it? Explain that to us.
Oh, still didn't do anything. Damn, man, I was not getting any votes.
Law and order.
What are the ramifications of it?
Law and order.
I don't see him ever actually going to jail. I personally don't even care. I just want a system that somehow finds a consistent accountability.
So, in many ways,
let's go ahead and just like block this guy.
It's not done. Okay, just doing a clip. Yeah. Consistency would be nice. Yeah, it's not like
wish you can block people
like
from
defensive
chat
of Democrats with their obvious corruption. You know, when you want to talk about accountability too, one thing that's important to understand.
Fucking people who care like so much.
What I would consider corruption doesn't have to involve any contact between the wealthy and people in political power. So, like, here's an example, right? If there's a state, you know, let's just say hypothetically there was a U.S. state that relied really, really, really heavily on revenues generated from a specific industry. It can be the defense industry, it can be the oil industry, it can be the coal industry, whatever, you know. Any legislators from that state have an extreme bias towards legislating in favor of things that that corporation wants, because there's always the implicit threat those corporations might just leave. So I think there's a strategy that's done in, like, production chains where I think the defense industry, like defense industry corporations do this a lot, you know, like Lockheed or whatever, where if you want to build a plane in the United States, you don't centralize everything about building that plane in one state. You spread it out over as many states as you can, so as many politicians as possible have a vested interest in the success of your company, you know?
That's true.
If you're a congressman, are you really going to vote to reduce the national defense budget when a large portion of that budget goes towards a corporation that sustains tens of thousands of jobs in your state? The U.S. Defense Department is the biggest employer in the states, if I remember correctly. So you spread that out the right way, and now all of a sudden, you know, you've got everyone on your side, and you don't have to say a thing. None of this involves a wealthy person going down to DC going, oh, I think we could see a mutual benefit in our arrangement. Like, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is be powerful, and political favors will just roll towards you. That's how it works. At least that's how it works in a capitalist system, of course, because private ownership of these corporations is exactly how you have these power differentials. you know, hypothetically, if there was another system, say with democratic control, you know, you might see a slightly different set of incentives, perhaps, because then, even if you still do have very wealthy corporations in your state, because you are responding to proletarian interests instead of bourgeois interests, they level out more plainly with the interests of the other proletarians in your state. I feel like it might fix some stuff, you know, personally. I think it'd be a good idea, worth trying. It's, you know, it's a crazy idea.
But at least for me, you created or defined American political satire. How has that changed? I mean, it feels to me like the stuff you did, you know, the showing the video and then commenting, it's become, it's everybody does it, and it's not even comics. I mean, that's what Tucker Carlson does when he wants to make his points.
Sure.
He's borrowing from your playbook.
Yes. No, it's a real delight knowing.
It's a real delight
always
knowing.
good to arm the most cynical and worst people in media.
But do you look at it and say, now this whole thing is commoditized?
Well, it was, listen, it was commoditized. You know, I wasn't doing it out of gracious altruism. I mean, we were selling Budweiser. It's always been commoditized. It was, I think it's, you know, there's a lot of talk of, so exposing absurdity.
He's really starting to look older. Well, he's very handsome, so it's okay.
You're exposing hypocrisy. What's the point?
How do you feel about Trevor Noah in comparison to Jon Stewart? I feel like it's an insult to Jon Stewart to even compare them. It is genuinely insane how far ahead of the game Jon Stewart has been at every point in his career over the past like 25, 30 years. Just non-stop head and shoulders above the crowd. It's not even that I dislike Trevor Noah that much, though I don't really like the guy. But it's not a serious, like, it's not a strong feeling. It's just John's that good.
Well, the point is that
he just gets it too. He just gets it.
They always talk about, you know, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend towards justice by gravity. Like, you have to bend it, and there's a bunch of people trying to bend it back, and you use every tool in your arsenal, and none of them will be, you know, the one thing. There is no panacea. It takes, you know, all those different things doing in Washington over these past few years gave me a great understanding of how things actually get done incrementally and sometimes in one fell swoop.
I feel like internally Jon Stewart has like the ontologically evil meme cycling in his head like a Beyblade, you know? I feel like he spent so much time in Congress arguing in favor of healthcare for 9/11 responders, and from what I understand, like, his experience in doing that was basically him meeting with politicians, and some of them being like, yeah, we'll see what we can do, and then not doing anything, and some of them just flatly saying to him, like, I just don't care, I'm gonna go eat like a baby, you know, and then they just walk off. I'd be very surprised if his brain wasn't just like just a drier cycle of TOS memes.
But our country is held together by hundreds of really talented legislative aides. Their bosses,
that's true,
many times are wind-up dolls who really don't know. I mean, half of it, if you go down there, especially the Senate, is like an assisted living facility. Like the intramural sports at the Senate. So, you know, it's held together by these legislative aides that are relentlessly trying to do the right thing, and by the thousands of grassroots activists that are trying to get access. And they're blocked by a moat of lobbyists and moneyed interests.
This is why I say you can get a lot of good done being a political aide. This is one of the reasons why I stress that a benefit of canvassing is that it gives you access to those connections in the long run. Because if you are a dedicated aide, you have a lot of influence over the talking heads, potentially, if you do your job well, and if they're even a little bit flexible, which some of them will be, you know.
That prevent the people in that building from doing the work that best benefits all the people outside of that building. And that's the process. So you have to use every tool.
Does that mean we blame Republican political aides for Republican bills? To a large extent, yeah. Some of them come from grassroots and some of them come from other organizations, but a lot of the aides to Republicans are far more evil than you could possibly fucking imagine. The politicians oftentimes are old and addled and don't know what's going on, and they are receptive. And they're like, it's like they're like
he's really
their
not
aides
far
are
off from that too.
Literally like neo-Nazis and politically active white supremacists who are doing whatever they can to win through those politicians. They can't win themselves. You know, being good at legislation and being a politician are two different things. You know, there are limits to that, but you can still have a lot of power as an aide.
Tool you have to permeate that force field.
But presumably the people there who are Republicans, who are conservative Republicans.
DeSantis has a great writer. Tucker Carlson, his main writer for 5 years was found on a neo-Nazi forum. It was barely even a news story. Most popular political pundit in America, just, oh yeah, their primary writer for the past half of a decade was a neo-Nazi who bragged on neo-Nazi forums about slipping neo-Nazi shit into Tucker Carlson's script more and more over time. Just happened. Moving along. You think the next guy he got was any less of a neo-Nazi? You think Tucker didn't know?
Those aides think they're doing the right thing, and they're trying to get across their...
Sure. But they're doing it, they're honest. Look, if you can find honest brokers down there, you can work with them. What I'm saying is that force field around it is made up of not honest brokers. It's moneyed interests, it's lobbyists, it's people who are weaponizing misinformation and disinformation. And all of those form this, it's the most cloistered universe.
You found you could deal with very conservative Republicans.
Of course.
Because there was some way to find common ground.
People of good faith. Now, there were huge disagreements about certain things, but when you found someone of good faith, you could always get something done.
So based. I did a thing. Such a good guy. Somebody asked earlier if Jon Stewart could be president if he ran. I actually think that with a proper lead up, Jon Stewart would have a shot. I don't think it'd be likely. I don't think he'd be the #1 candidate, but I think he would be. I think he'd be considered like, or I think he could work his way into like a position of great prominence. He's still got a lot of time, doesn't he? He's only like 60, right? Jon Stewart age. I think he said before he's exactly 60. God, he looks good. I think he said before that he just absolutely does not want to do politics. He's also short for a president. He's 5'7". I don't know if that would like.
I think I actually saw this on stream.
Well, maybe it's time to put America first. Yeah, I think he'd be pretty popular.
America first, baby.
Let's get started.
All right, I need to get like Matt. I kind of want to move on to Lost Ark. Actually, I've been wanting to like go back to that game for like the longest time. Am I not in? I think I'm still in Just Chatting, or not? Just Destiny. Okay. Let's go back here. Howard Schultz. Starbucks Union Buster. Yeah, that Senate hearing was not good for that Senate hearing was not good for him. He just completely went off the edge. Like in that hearing, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't do a better job. I would thought he would come in here. He had to know like they were going to ask him. It's like Tipster covering that. Yep. Although he's covering the Tipster's covering like the Aiden Ross thing, the little rant that he had on what was it, yesterday, day before yesterday? Yeah, it was like very transphobic. Like he just like completely. I don't know if like he actually like believes that stuff or if he just playing up a character. That's the thing. Like with Aiden, I just like don't know. I think Sneeko actually believes in a lot of stuff that he talks about. But like Aiden, for whatever reason, I just like don't know with Aiden. That's the thing. I'm trying to like find something else. I might actually just like move to Kick and just like stream a couple like movies. So if anyone wants to see me, it's just kick.com/rogueheel. Let me go to my creator dashboard. Settings. Yeah, kick.com rogueheel. Rogue_heel. Okay. So I might just do that too. Wild Wild West over here in Kick. Yeah, the only time I really like go on to Kick is when I want to stream like movies and like TV shows and stuff like that too. So if anything like good, I can find anything to stream. I can stream all of The Mandalorian, but I think the mouse would like actually say something. But yeah, I gotta find some vids to like go over and like watch on stream too. Let's see. That's actually not a bad roll. The 2 stats. I would rather have like that 21 in resilience, but like I'm trying to find something, some other armor pieces that like have high. Like that's actually pretty good. You can keep that. Then makeup. That's the only thing. So I can put like 4 points into here. I'm not worried about like strength and like intelligence. You can make this into like 1 and dump the rest in here. You know what I mean? Like I can put like 7 points into here, 6 points into here. Then that'll be fine. That's the only thing. Get triple 100s. Is that like mandatory? Like resilience is like important only because it's 30%. 40% was like insane. But it was so good. I wish they never really changed that though. 40% resilience on a Titan was fantastic. It really made us like feel tanky. People make it work, you know, but what is this? Dealing damage generates grenade energy. It's fucking fantastic. Targets with Tangle, Throat of Fury. I wonder if
Hardly any encryption at all. I'll have to investigate later.
let's see. Yeah, that's the only bad thing right there. But since yeah. Which increase, I think it's like Drenger's Lash. There's something else too when you suspend targets. I think it's this. No. Or is it a or is it an artifact? I swear it was something else. I think they might have changed it. But I've been getting woven mail there. That's the only thing. Class ability energy, yes. That's a definite. This one's definite. Grants, million. This one, I think.
The oldest encryption.
Severing burst. Let's go for 100.
Treasures, and sometimes, well, not.
So yeah, it's this. It's this then, right? No. Where is it? Is it this one? Oh, so then I have to picking up an orb of power grants woven mail. Well, okay. There was something else too, unless that was a big update, that if you suspend targets, it gives you woven mail. So it encouraged you to create it encouraged you to continuously suspend targets. Let me just let's see. Strand Titan builds. Let's see. Strand Titan build. 2 weeks ago, 8 days ago. Let's see, Nick 2, just 3 weeks ago.
War Thunder. War Thunder is an amazing free-to-play vehicle. Tanks, plays, detail, Xbox or PlayStation, and much. Let's get into the build. So, as I'm sure you guys saw in some of the intro clips, with this build, we're mainly going to be taking advantage of the grapple grenade melee attack.
Okay. It's 3 weeks ago. Let me see. Like this week. Alright, how about this month? Insane, 2 weeks ago.
Hi, ho everyone, my name's Mr. Fruit, and welcome back to Destiny 2. Another build, another fit check. That's right, I showed you a Warlock Strand build, and as a Titan main, it's sacrilegious it's taken me this long to make this. Because while I may not be the craziest about our super, is it a good super? Yeah, but I also would have preferred something a little more out of the box. But we actually got a pretty good end of the deal, as far as Strand's concerned. Let me walk you through the build. Towering Barricade, actually no, more of a Rally Barricade guy. Higher end content, probably Towering. Or, you know, balls, Rally Barricade. Strafe Lift, there is a right answer. These, you're psychopath. Frenzied Blade, don't have a choice. But it is important to note, it severs things, which, if you didn't know, actually reduces that person's outgoing damage. So it's pretty good. Shackle Grenade, we don't care about anything else. Oh, what's that? You want to have fun slinging around with a grapple? Yeah, that ain't the Titan life. Before we get further into this video, I want to thank today's sponsor, BetterHelp. You guys know me, I'm very transparent about it. I struggle with a lot of mental health, some depression, some anxiety, throw in some ADHD, and it's not exactly a recipe for success. But since using therapy as a tool to help me, I've been able to find new strategies and tools so that I can learn to work with my brain rather than against it, and how all of that can help me day to day. I see a therapist every week, and that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's the world's largest therapy service, and it's 100% online.
All right, I'll go through the ad with them.
To a network of over 25,000 licensed and experienced therapists who can help with a wide range of issues. To get started, you just answer a few questions about your needs and preferences in therapy. That way, BetterHelp can match you with the right therapist from their network. Then you can talk to your therapist however you feel comfortable, whether it's text, chat, phone, or video call. You can message your therapist at any time and schedule live sessions when it's convenient for you. If your therapist isn't the right fit for any reason, you can switch to a new therapist at no additional charge. With BetterHelp, you get the professionalism and quality you would expect from in-office therapy, but with a therapist who is custom picked for you, more scheduling flexibility, and at a more affordable price. Get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/MrFruit. It's also linked in the description. That's betterhelp.com/MrFruit.
Okay.
10% off.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fruit.
Choice here. Only two aspects into the fray. This one doesn't really matter, but we love woven mail. Drankaslash. I have no idea what that accent was. I'm so sorry. Activate your class ability to create a ripple in reality, suspending and damaging targets. It hits. We like this because it augments with the exotic we currently have. Thread of warding for all that woven mail. Suspend, unravel, and sever effects have increased duration, which is important because we're going to be suspending everything. Defeating suspended targets grants class ability energy, and you might see where this is going. Essentially, we have infinite class ability. And dealing damage generates grenade energy. It's super strong. Shackle Grenade also just equals more suspension. And then a new Titan exotic that I'm actually happy to use. It's our only Strand exotic, and the good news is, it's a good one. Abeyant Leap. Stranger's Lash spawns 2 additional projectiles, tracks targets more aggressively, and travels farther. Gain woven mail when suspending targets. That's the big one. Gain woven mail when suspending targets. Super strong, you're unkillable, but also the track aggressively is fun. If you want a more detailed look at the
that's it too. Here goes from the exotic. Gain woven mail when you suspend targets. Okay, that's why I thought it was an aspect, or it was part of an aspect or a fragment. Okay, this is how tired I am. I might just end stream after I go through this. But yeah, so you just consistently just want okay. So with this though, yeah, so I'm constantly picking up orbs of power, so I want that constantly always have woven mail on. All right, that's fine.
And what we're rocking, it's nothing too crazy, but you can get a look there. Now I'm using Quicksilver Storm, even though they haven't fixed the fact that it's doing less damage than it should to red bars, but yeah, whatever. It's still really good, and I love auto rifles. But it's also Strand. We also have Hull Denial for Void, Retrofit Escapade for Void. This all, of course, works into the artifact because Untangler, you know, destroying a Tangle destroying weapon like our auto rifle, suspends targets, bada bing, bada boom. Throw that in with Threaded Blast. Now it's a bigger explosion, and when I say bigger, I mean real bigger. You get unraveling rounds, volatile flow, we all know that, it's insane. Bricks from Beyond. Heavy ammo for everybody. And I'm bringing it into the brand new Battlegrounds for the season with Marasov and all that stuff, the Defiant Battlegrounds. Big fan, frankly. I don't know where everybody's standing on this, but this might be my favorite seasonal activity just because it's so fun. The ad density is so good. Adding in the favors might seem like a little bit of a gimmick, and if you don't know what those are, you can get upgrades, and so doing certain things and getting enough multi-kills with certain things will spawn these things on the ground, which you can pick up, increasing that ability energy or making you faster or whatever it might be. It essentially just makes this a build playground. You gotta do whatever and have fun with whatever, but this is essentially the gist. You put things in the air, and wow, I'm not quite sure why you're so tanky. Hold up, now watch, I'm gonna shoot that. I must not have made that Strand because that took a lot, but you're dead. Now, of course, I have the Catalyst, so I can also spawn a Strand bubble if it's not on cooldown by killing them with the grenade launcher, but it appears to be on cooldown, so screw me, I guess. But look, boom, unraveling rounds. Why not? You just took my... Bro, I'm supposed to shoot that, my dude. Bam! Lift you guys up. And a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Now watch our class ability energy. Three dudes. We just killed 3 dudes with our class ability, suspending them, and it's immediately back. You can have like 3 or 4 barricades up at one time if you just keep chaining them. Look at it. It's insane. And what I mean is, I absolutely freaking love it. Hit him with the yay, and a little yay, and you can't escape from it. Yay. Okay. There's a favor. So watch. I'm gonna absorb all my melee though. Pick this up. The mobility one is there. You know, would you stop stealing my Strand thing? Bruh, I put on Quicksilver so I could specifically go, whatever. I've got my grenades. Now see, the nice thing is the grenades still do some nice damage. Now if I could reload, suspend you though. How are you, who's hitting me? Yo, chill, what? Oh, it's behind me, what the fuck? Hey, yo, somebody do something about that. Or not. Fine. What up? I'm only going to suspend you, and you might be... That kind of feels personal. I'm going to have to agree with you. I don't really know. Boom, doesn't matter. Go ahead, use our Shackle Grenade. How did I only hit one? The world may never know, but that's the thing, too, is maybe you don't get your class ability energy back. But doesn't matter. I'll just use my Shackle Grenade instead. Kill Mother suspended. Class ability back. I could be using it more liberally, but I'm not. Yeah, you know what? Yeah! Now, I feel like I always have to make sound effects with certain subclasses. For Strand, it's 100%.
Fair enough.
Feels like it fits. Maybe that's just me. Hold on, I want to shoot this Strand, even though it didn't hit it. There was nobody for it to hit, but it felt good. It felt cool. I'm gonna miss having some of these artifact perks in the next season. Like, I feel whoever allowed Bricks from Beyond into the artifact, they're like, dude, first off, you're fired. Secondly, everybody else, like, let it be known, we ain't doing that again. I don't know who greenlit that, but that was a terrible idea. Except
you just constantly have like heavy ammo.
And the volatile flow, doesn't matter what subclass you are. Enjoy volatile rounds. It's insane. And the nice thing about the Battlegrounds too, it feels like the red drops are pretty generous. And the whole new Defiant Key thing, always being able to open at the end to get more loot, I know it's definitely improvement over what we've gotten. Now the story of this season, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's people out there like, yeah, freaking Amanda, dude. I mean, I don't care. I'm a fan, right? That's just me. I mean, if you like Amanda, that's fine. But I still have.
I liked Amanda.
Zero interest in her.
I liked her. She was cool.
Probably gonna get killed. I mean, they did already remove her from the tower. I know it was very convenient because in the story she got kidnapped. But I'm just saying, they're gonna put like an Amanda memorial next to the Cade memorial, and like, oh, isn't this so sad? And then I'll be like, yeah, the Cade thing was sad, but Amanda who? You mean that person I get my green sparrows from, but never did and held my prime like rewards or whatever? Oh no, gave me the chaperone quest, I think. Man, I'm gonna lose some sleep after that. Oh man, it's heartbreaking. All right, so here's the plan: figure out where a lot are gonna spawn. Maybe nowhere. Hello? Oh, here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna change so I can destroy my string. Bro, move. I can't. There we go. There wasn't other people for it to hit, so it's hard to see. But the reason Defiant Battlegrounds was so fun, though, is because that's just it. This build, if they weren't on top of it, they wouldn't be able to play the game. The ad control with Strand as a whole is insane. And I think I mentioned it in the Warlock thing, but this is the best thing to happen to Destiny, in my opinion, in a long time. Probably the best subclass. I mean, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm a huge Bonk fan. You know, Solar Titan. That's me. You know what I'm saying? Live for that. And I'm hoping next season the artifact focuses on some of the solar stuff, because this artifact is like Strand and Void, and I'm thinking maybe they go in the order they did the 3.0 releases. You know, Void was first, then Solar, and then Art. So I would, frankly, yeah, I'd be a big fan of some fun solar artifact stuff. I should have shot that, but yeah, whatever. See, I haven't even had to suspend, but I need to just do it more. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Shoot you. Oh, we got the unraveling rounds. I don't know what that does, but that's probably cool. Meow. I'm kind of sounding like Blue out here. Okay, wait. Let me protocol. Nobody's like, hey, that was an insane. And just go ahead and bop. Shooting things with my Strand, having enough fun. But now that we'll be solo in this Lost Sector, and I will say the patch notes did say they increased the exotic odds for the Lost Sectors. How much?
They did.
Probably like 0.00001%, so they could just say they increased it, but they increased it. You know, I don't think I've done a master. Have I done a master Lost Sector? No clue. We're gonna see how this goes. If you think I'm sexy and you want my body, come on, baby. Double special. That's right. No shame in my game. You guys are tanky. This is true. Let's go ahead and bop. Stupid. Light him up. Hold on. Beep. Light him up real quick. Any second now. Who is shooting me from the back? Hold up. This dude needs to chill. But everything is stunning this poor champ. He's like, bro, make it stop. Oh, I'll make it stop. All right. And he's like, thank God, the pain, it's over. Oh, that's. I'm gonna need more of a power. Hold up.
Okay. I'm kind of like over all this stuff right now. I'm kind of like over like streaming right now. I might just run like a quick battleground, then I'll call it a day. Yeah. All right, folks. That's it for me. I'll see you guys tomorrow with some more streaming. We'll probably like watch some more videos. I gotta find some more videos too. That's the only thing. I need like more content, more stuff to like react to and things like that. So as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. See you guys mañana.